Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is April 12th, 2026, 9 a.m., and we are streaming some more Witch on the Holy Night. Probably, most likely, going to be the final Witch on the Holy Night stream, at least for this first game, surely. Knock on wood. There's another one down the line at some point. 2036, surely we get Witch on the Holy Night 2. And then the last one will be written by Nasu when he's like 80 years old. But we finished the final like story chapter 12 and 13 last stream. So if you haven't seen that, be sure to go check it out. If you're watching the YouTube VOD, playlist is always in the description of all my videos if you want to see the full series. I like organizing all of my videos and VODs that way, so they're easily accessible and easy to binge if you want to. But this stream is just going to be the extra bits. We're gonna read some extra story chapters. As I understand, if we search for a bookmark here and go to the last where we were, this is the final chapter. If we go to archive here, we're going to start off with right here, the wonderful world of Ploys, which is just some lore tidbits. I thought about leaving this for the end of the stream, but I think that I saw the actual story chapter that we are going to be reading. The extra story chapter is like a couple hours long, and I feel like I'm going to be wiped out by the end of it. So wiped out to the point where I can't really pay attention to the lore tidbits as much. And so we're going to start off with the lore tidbits, and then we're going to do the honey adventure, which is supposed to be just a fun extra chapter. And so that's the plan. Yeah, like I said, if you're watching on YouTube, check out the playlist description in the description down below if you want to see everything organized that way, but that's the plan for the stream. Myra, thank you so much for the 6-month resub, by the way, before stream started. Appreciate you. But yeah, let's hop into the wonderful world of Ploys. Chat was telling me last stream that these are only like 10 minutes each, so it shouldn't be too long. But we're going to start off with this. So we have what is a familiar. Let's learn about the Ploy kickshaw. Component songs and pigs, and then bitter sweet magecraft. So this is all just going to be lore explanation, but let's hop into it. What is a familiar? Oh my god, it's actually like a kid's program. Number 1, what is a familiar? Oh my god, this presentation is amazing.
Ploys 魔法の魔の字も知らない全国のシャバゾウども。ヒロインにならんと高校デビューしたものの、真のヒロインにその座を奪われた青セーターども。こんばんはす。よくわからない話をよくわからない方向でレクチャーする新番組。なぜなにプロイの時間っすよ。
Maui! Free sub thanks to Twitch Prime?
Free sub thanks to Twitch Prime.
That's true. Chat, did you guys know that you can subscribe to your favorite streamer for free with a Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account? You can subscribe to your favorite streamer for free, whether it's me or someone else. Use your Twitch Primes because you are giving someone Bezos bucks straight from Bezos's pockets into the pockets of your favorite streamer. Very cool. And if you subscribe to the Maximizing broadcast, you get access to ad-free viewing and cool emotes. It's a pretty good deal. Moe, thank you so much for the 39 months. Absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much, Moe. Moe, we're learning about Ploys and familiars.
司会はグレート3プラス1ことコマドリザ・クルック。
The Great 3 plus 1 Robin the Cook.
ティーチャー役にはマイ天使であるところのアリスさんをお招きしたっす。つうかここアリスさんの部屋っすね。時間になってもアリスさんがスタジオに来ないんで、アリスさんの部屋にカメラ持ち込んだっすよ。
Oh my goodness.
発想の転換
Thank you, Robin, for your sacrifice.
ゲストが来ないならゲストの部屋でやればいいじゃない？
いいから始めてちょうだい。1秒でも早く終わらせて、光より早く出て行って。
ういや
なぜ？
いや、自分的にビジネスはすぐに終わらせてあなたとプライベートタイムに入りたいなと解釈したっす。鎮語の奥の深さってやべっすよね。正直相手や自分が何を伝えたいのか9割方は意味不す。
そうね。私もその意見には賛成よ。
うわ、
Oh my
この子たちの
goodness.
信頼感頼られるって時に重いっす。というか物理的に重いっす。
She literally grabbed the PNG image of the fucking bookshelf, bro. Alright,
ロビン、
chapter 1. What is a familiar?
チャス。今回は処方の処方、使い魔の説明っすよ。魔術音痴の一元さんに優しい授業、それがなぜなにプロイなわけっすね。で、この使い魔ってなんすか、アリスさん。自分生まれてこの方見たことも聞いたこともないっすよ。
使い魔というのは魔術師が刺激するロボットみたいなものよ。古来から魔術師は工房にこもって研鑽を重ねるのが生業だから、信頼できるものに素材集めや外界の偵察、外敵の駆除を任せるの。
Gotta finish up all these when I get the chance. Need to 100% this game for the Steam profile? Hell yeah.
ただの駒使いっすね。それは弟子とは違うんすか？
違うわ。弟子というのは技を引き継いで死を超える後継者でしょ。彼らはいずれ死を超える義務があるし、死もそういうものでなければ弟子には取らないわ。でも使い魔は作られた時の性能が全てだから、成長しないものを後継ぎにはできないわ。
そっか、道理で自分何年経っても記憶容量増えないわけっすね。しかるに生まれた時からパーフェクトだったと。
Guess that's why I've never seemed to learn anything new no matter how many donkey's years pass.
そうね。パーフェクトに役立たずね。使い魔の多くは小動物をベースに作られるわ。これは使い魔は術者からの魔力供給で活動するタイプが多いから。使い魔は大きいほど魔力提供を必要とする。だから魔力消費も少なく、作ってしまえば動力を自力で補充できる小動物は便利なの。
自分狩りとかしたことないっすよ。タンパク質も食物繊維もいらないっす。
あなたたちプロイはまた別のくくり。とにかく魔術師たちにとって使い魔は自分の命令を聞く従者、ペットだと思えばいいわ。このように猫や鳥、ネズミを使い魔にするのが一般的ね。
アリスさん、この物騒なのはどういうカテゴリーっすか？
これは戦闘用に調律された自動人形。ここまで来るとファミリアというよりセンチネルだけど、これは使い魔のセオリーから外れた特注品よ。またあなたのように人間互換できる知性を持った使い魔も特例にあたるわ。でもそんなのは魔力の無駄ね。コストが高いだけ。大抵は術者本人が済ませた方が早かったり、もっと安い材料で代用できるから。
手段と結果を間違えるってやつっすね。じゃあ使い魔は術者より弱いんすね。あくまで前座ってことっすか？うわ、マジ使えないやつらっす。
あなたらしい短絡思考ね、ロビン。しびれるわ。これが私の使い魔だなんてどうにかなってしまいそう。
アリスさん、言葉は素敵なのにどうして顔が怖いんすか？
術者の10分の1ぐらいの性能しかなくても、本人より強い使い魔を作ることは簡単よ。試しに今度あなたのお腹にデリンジャーを埋め込んでみましょうか。泣いたり笑ったり飛んだりはできなくなるけど、相手を驚かせるぐらいはできるわ、きっと。
What the fuck?
コマドリザクラッカーかっちょいいっせー。クリスマスに大活躍の予感。
まさに豆鉄砲ね。そのまま消費されてくれないかしら。
One pop and you're out of my hair forever.
なんか当たりきついっす。でもこれで大まかな説明はしたっすね。使い魔は魔術師を守るロボットで、その性能は作った魔術師によってまちまちと。万能感あふれるアリスさんはともかく、青子さんが使い魔を作ったらどうなるっすか？やっぱり起動即自爆？
ありえない過程ね。青子には使い魔を作るだけの技量はないもの。そもそも彼女は壊すことしかできないのよ。その唯一の特技を使い魔に任せてしまったら、存在意義も跡形もなく壊れてしまうわ。
はあ、さりげにひどい発言っす。
Angel Mom。
戦闘において青子は使い魔に任せる必要がない。逆に私は戦うことはできないから。
なるほど。青子さんは青子さん自身が強い。アリスさんはアリスさんの周りが強い。
チェス、いえ、将棋で例えるなら、青子は王将だけの陣営。私は陣営こそ強力だけど、王将自体が負の能力しかないというイメージね。
そうっす。アリスさんは体力も運動神経もないうんちキャラだったっす。泳ぎは犬かきしかできない。鉄棒もできなければ自転車にも乗れない。体育の時間は校庭の端っこで座っているだけの簡単なお仕事。だがそれがいい。自分盗撮してるから知ってるっすよ。巻いてしよう。ただ美しく。あれ、
You're right, Robin Hood. Robin Hood mentioned?
失礼ね。私だって走るだけなら少しはこなせるわ。
Sponsored by Type Moon. Yay. All right. That was The Wonderful World of Ploys Part 1. Let's read Part 2. Learn about ploy kickshaws. All right, this should be getting into stuff that maybe is news to me. Familiars are pretty self-explanatory because familiars, at least in the Type Moon sense, are pretty synonymous with familiars in other works as well. Ploy kickshaws, though, are unique to Type Moon as far as I'm concerned, and so this should be interesting to get into for me. The Wonderful World of Ploys. Let's learn about ploy kickshaws.
こんちは。日課のマンウォッチをこなし、颯爽と円に降り立つ青い影。さしずめ鳥は舞い降りたというところっすか。今回はここ、アリスさんが指定した特設会場でレクチャーを始めるんすけど、ここ、どう見ても普通の円っすよね。アリスさんはどこに？
遅かったわね、ロビン。出演者としての自覚はあるのかしら。
はっ、声忘れども姿はなしっす。ここには園児しかいないというのに、アリスさんはどこに？
ここよ。
What the fuck is she wearing?
なぜなにプロイ。なぜなにプロイ。なぜ黙っているのかしら、ロビン。
いや、別に何でもないっす。自分的には何の違和感もなかったところが余計怖かっただけっす。さすがマイ天使であるところのアリスさん。何を着てもヤバいぐらい似合うっす。ほんとバイヤー。ところで、素朴な疑問なんすけど、ここで何を？あとなんで？
マンネリズムは良くないでしょ。おまけコーナーだからって 素材を使い回すのは私の美学に反するわ。なんとか道場じゃあるまいし。
だから場所を変えたっすか。なるほど。それはおおむね理解したっす。青子さんもびっくりの浪費家ぶりっす。でも自分スモックよりワンピの方が好みなんすよね。ドレスみたいなの、女神っぽいの。いや、スモックがダメという話ではなくってっすね、あくまでイメージの問題。絵画にした時の説得力、森と鳥と少女みたいな。あ、ほら、鳥と園児じゃ園児のインパクトが強すぎて鳥にフォーカスが当たらないっつうか。
いけない。歌詞作りの途中だったわ。
ナチュラルに無視。ところでアリスさんは普段何をやってるっすか？
The fuck is happening?
青子さんは生徒会、シャバゾウはアルバイト、アリスさんは帰宅部っす。
Aoko's what do you do all day, Alice? Aoko's the student council president. Soujurou's got a bunch of jobs. Do you just mind the old rat and mouse? Mind the old rat and mouse. What kind of fucking expression is that? Oh, like mind, like do you just take care of the old rat and mouse in the house? Is that what it's referring to?
見ての通りよ。時間があればプロイを作っているわ。
She spends her free time making ploys.
わあ、まんま童話の魔女のイメージっす。プロイって鍋で作ってたっすか。っていうか、この匂いはチョコレート。まさかプロイってお菓子だったんすか？
What's that smell? Chocolate? Wait, a tick? Are ploys made of sweets? I am getting flashbacks to Castoria making that abomination with chocolate in LB6.
あなたね、プロイのくせにプロイの仕組みを知らないの。気づきたくはなかったけれど、やっぱりただの鳥だった。
そのあたり自分でもよくわからないっす。でもプロイの仕組みはわかるっすよ。
Let's learn about Ploy Kickshaw.
なぜならこれからアリスさんが海より深く空より広くかっちょいい説明してくれるからっす。
Bro, these British expressions. Of course, our lovely Alice here will give a gloss deeper in the housemaid's knee and broader than the skies above.
本編で説明している通りよ。以上、解散。
Class dismissed.
このコーナーの根底を崩す一言っすね。
何か意見があって？
ナイス。でもせめて概要だけでもレクチャーしてほしいっす。これじゃあこのコーナーなんとか道場以下っすよ。
Tiger Dojo mentioned. I at least wanted to give a brief overview or something. Wouldn't want us to look worse than that dojo. Oh my god. Tiger Dojo mentioned.
それは避けたいわね。それじゃあ。これがプロイキッシャーの綴り。これだけで説明になると思うのだけど、どう？
プロイキックシャー？
Ploy Kickshaw?
キックシャーの句はほとんどサイレントよ。西欧圏の子供のおもちゃ、子供騙し、軽蔑的に珍しいものといった意味ね。
So a kickshaw comes from a word that Europeans call an insignificant children's toy or trinket. The CK sound in kickshaw is almost entirely silent, so you pronounce it kishaw.
あ、知ってるっす。それ変人の意味でも
What?
プロイも同様に西欧圏のおもちゃで、こっちは戦争ごっこに使われるもの。子供の教育用玩具の総称ね。
What was Robin referring to? What do you mean you've heard it used in bed? I don't get that one. Ploys are similar in that here in Japan, we use them to play pretend war and simulate combat. They are a kind of children's educational tool. Like a simulation?
戦略、戦術の俗語でもあり、ス
Oh,
コッ
like
ト
a
ランドだ
game.
とない意味もあるけれど、それは忘れて。
Ploy is another word for strategy or battle plan, and in Scotland it has, well, another meaning. That's not important though. Now I gotta look this up. What the fuck? A ploy in Scotland usually refers to a fun activity, amusement, escapade, or a lively social event. Originally, it meant a pastime or hobby in the 18th century Scotland. But it is also used to describe a ploy or a tactic as well. A frolic, a fun activity, an escapade, a grand ploy. Hmm.
この2つの単語を無理やりつなげたのがプロイキッシャーなんすね。もしかしてアリスさんオリジナル？
私の母に伝わっていた独自の魔術系統よ。魔術協会に公開して権利と利益を得るなんて低俗なことはしていないから。
So it's a unique kind of magecraft passed down to me from my mother. We never registered it with the Mages Association to earn royalties from it or anything like that, though. So, I was hoping by the end of Witch on the Holy Night we'd learn about, I guess we can only assume, I probably got to go back in LB6 and read it as well, but I'm assuming Alice's family was the one that was connected to Beryl from, Fate Grand Order, Cosmos and the Lost Belt, the Cryptor Beryl. It was revealed in LB6 that he was related to witches and was like raised by a witch in the woods. And I assume because he was also related to Britain specifically, I assume that had to have been Alice's family he was connected to somehow then, right? It's a unique kind of magecraft passed down to me from my mother. We never registered it with the Mages Association to earn royalties from it or anything cheap like that.
まあ公開したところでアリスさんにしか扱えないんですけどね。マインスターの血に縛られてるっす。
あなた、本当はちゃんと分かっているんじゃないの？
すまないっす。今何言ったのか忘れたっす。自分昔のことは未来よりあやふやっすから。
Beryl's mom was jealous of Alice's mom because her kind was a different witch. Ah, okay. I gotta go back and read the LB6 dialogue there, especially with Beryl Gut's backstory. It probably makes a lot more sense now. In retrospect, hindsight.
マインスターというのは何？
マイ女神っす。アリスさんの母君っすね。あと純潔の魔女とかいかにもなセカンドネームがあったっす。
Here we go. So Goddess Mom, your mother Alice, of course, people called her a pure-blooded witch.
でも母君ミーハーだったんすよね。流行り物に弱いというか、ルイス・キャロルの大ファンでもあったっす。
And there we go. Maybe that's why she was seen as a different witch from Beryl's mom. She was a bit of a bandwagoner, always chasing the latest trends, and she was a big fan of Lewis Carroll, which is why after I did a little bit of research, I was like, oh, fucking the flat snark comes from one of Lewis Carroll's books, has a lot to do with the fairy tales, and that's why the amusement park turned into like a fairy tale area. And then, guess what? Lewis Carroll also wrote Alice in Wonderland. I wonder where Alice's name comes from. And so Alice's mother was a big fan of Lewis Carroll specifically, which is why a lot of the spells have to do with that. And Alice herself is named after Alice in Wonderland, whether fictionally within the fact that her mother was a fan of Lewis Carroll or just Nasu himself writing the character to be very Lewis Carroll inspired.
魔女は自分の代で先代から残されたプロイを自分用にチューンナップするっすよ。母君、キャロルにハマってたからあの始末っす。
We need that Lewis fella in FGO. That would be so funny. Yeah, they'd have Alice and them would have a lot to talk about, and just like the other stories in general, and the other authors as well would have a lot to talk about. I'm sure. Who's the one that wrote Little Mermaid? I'm forgetting his name. I have his image in my head right now. The one that wrote, the author, the different authors would all have fun stuff to say, but especially Anderson, yeah. Anderson would have a lot to say to Lewis Carroll, I assume, as well.
金を犯した時もノータイムで名前はアリスにしましょうなって微笑んだぐらいっすから。
Okay, so it is there. When she broke the rules and had you, she decided to name you Alice of all things. I still remember the big old grin on her face. What did she break? What's the rule she broke? A witch traditionally takes ploys passed down to them and fine-tunes it for their own needs. Since your mom fancied Carol so much, that's how it came about. So, wait, is the rule that she broke not taking... She made her own ploys instead of taking ones that were passed down? Or no? She broke the rules and had you. Having children is breaking the rule? Really? Why is that breaking a rule?
呆れた。少女趣味の塊だったのね、あの人。
She was always a child at heart, that woman.
何言ってるっすか。シャバゾウが帰ってくると必ず目を覚ますアリスさんも負けてはいない。
Fucking voice acting so good. I wonder why that's breaking a rule. So they're very different from the mages then, because the mages want to have kids to pass down the circuits, the magical circuits. Like that's their lifelong goal is eventually passing down their lineage. But I guess the instead of passing down their magical circuits to the next child, the next of kin, the next heir, the witches do that with ploys. Am I getting that right? So instead of handing down magical circuits to a child, they hand down specifically the ploys to a successor or something like that, it kind of sounds like. A witch traditionally takes the ploy passed down to them, fine-tunes it to their own needs. Huh. You know, for a game called Witch on the Holy Night, we didn't learn a lot about witches, to be honest. You will know more when you read Alice's profile in FGO? Okay. I'm looking forward to that. Oh wait, I needed to hear that again.
次回のレクチャーはプロイキッシャー個別にしましょう。
tutorial. I gotta hear this again.
何言ってるっすか。シャバゾウが帰ってくると必ず目を覚ますアリスさんも負けてはいない。
Whenever that boy comes to the gates of Rome, you always perk right up. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. They talking about Soujuurou there? Grah! So they're mentioning, so the mother broke the rule by having the kid with her father, and so she's saying you always perk up every time Soujuurou comes home. Robin randomly using rhyming slang will never not be crazy to me. All right, Ploy Kickshaw, a tutorial.
それじゃロビン、 お店の予約をしておいて。それが済んだらチョコレートの湯煎。それが済んだら鏡の磨き。それが済んだら、そうね。電柱にでもぶつかって盛大に死んでちょうだい。
いつも通りってことっすね。アリスさん、なんか当たりきついっす。
Bro. Oh my god.
私本来はこういうキャラよ。本編では面倒だから黙っているだけ。
面倒って何がっすか？
あなたのようなものの知るのにいちいちカロリーを使うとか。
Damn!
それだけの価値があると思って。
Alice swearing. Too lazy to waste my precious calories belaboring a stupid like you, for one thing. Do you think you're really worth my time?
たまんないっす。自分グリコのキャラメルイカだったっすね。でもそれなら舐めてほしいっす。
Oh my god. Well, pluck me bald. Here I was thinking people gave a tom tit about me, but if that's the case, I wouldn't mind if you gave me a lick sometimes.
そうね。それでも死なないか、一度試してみましょうか。
Oh!
ノータイムで
The fog.
丸かじり。やっぱりプロイってお菓子なんす。おめえ。
Your Robin is amazing. Sponsored by... I can't read that. What's essay chat in kanji? Slipping Alice, The Wonderful World of Ploys. Well, that didn't... I feel like that... I don't know anything about Ploys after that. I guess we learned more about witches and how they hand them down. And it sounds like they're... Because Alice... To summon one of the Great Three... And why are they called the Great Three? Are they the Great Three to Alice? Because it was supposed to be like the Great Three, like the biggest fairy tales, but I feel like there's servants that are like part of fairy tales too, but are they like Alice's Great Three specifically? In the story, they kind of made it sound like it was like the Great Three, like the biggest in the world, but it sounds like Alice. So they're able to make the. It almost sounded like they were the Ploy Kickshaws were like a concoction that Alice herself brewed. That the ingredients for said concoction, like a witch's brew, were only known to her, and that's what was passed down in the family. And so, I don't know. I would assume that would. Maybe I'm not, I definitely don't grasp it fully, because like you would assume that would mean that like Flat Snart could be created again if you just had the right ingredients. I don't know. It's definitely, it has to do with the mystery is definitely part of it as well. It's the Great Three of Alice's Ploys specifically. Basically, the Ploys are the strongest brood over time since there are all three predate Alice. Gotcha, okay. And like how they work specifically like has to remain a mystery for the most part, because that's like the lore of it, right? The lore is that like no one's supposed to know exactly how they work except for the user. That's why I really digged how the fifth magic was explained too when Aoko finally uses that in the story, because the Nasu made sure, the writing made sure to make it sound like it has something to do with time travel, but it's not time travel specifically, and it's very mystery coded, and how it's written almost like a Lovecraft piece of work where it's like trying to describe the indescribable, and it's supposed to be like that. So I imagine the Ploy Kickshaws are similar in that vein too, but they gave us a little bit of details in how it's passed down by the generations of witches at least. Hi from Russia, hello! All right, let's get into part 3 though. Component, songs, and pigs? Oh, this is about her singing the song, the little lullabies or whatever. Robin. Components, songs, and pigs? Oh, is she at the conveyor belt sushi place?
シェフ、マグロ3種盛り1つ。
アリスさん、なんすかそれ。なんか見たこともない金色のお皿っすね。
大したことはないわ。普通のと中トロと大トロのセットなだけよ。
鮮血のトリコロール。フランスの国旗みたいっすね。自分、経済的な理由で卵とイカとイナリしか頼めないっす。
シェフ、中トロをもう一度。
また赤いのっすか？光り物とか白身とかいかないんすか？イワシとかカンパチとかいけるっすよ。
シェフ、大トロをもう一度。
その皿一つでいつもの夕食1回分の値段なんすね。サーモンで妥協とかしないんすか？
大したことはないわ。シェフ、大トロをリピート。
初めからマグロしか眼中にないとか、さすがアリスさんっす。クオンジ財閥の娘は伊達じゃないっすね。
お金はこういう時に使うのよ、ロビン。チャンスで出し渋るのは良くないわ。今日は青子のお財布を借りているのだけど。
Bro.
そうっすか、青子さんの。でもそれすぐに空にならないっすか？青子さんの財布の中身お寒いっすよ。あの人すぐに物を買うから。
大丈夫。備えあればよ、ロビン。ここにもう一つ温かなお財布があるわ。何？
なんでもないっす。アリスさんは家主、すなわち絶対者。あの洋館に住むもので誰が逆らえようか。にしてもあのシャバ像小金持ちっすね。ずっしりくるっすよこの財布。
Soujurou's rent is sponsoring this? I was about to say, I thought they were broke. What's going on here?
うなる札束ね。ドキドキするわ。
What the hell is that?
赤みが来ないわね。
I just saw like a Rubik's Cube go by. あ、
上座の席で独占しているやつがいるみたいっす。緑色のコートでメガネで麻雀牌を積もるような優雅さで2貫ペロリと。あえて誰かは言わないんすけど、あれやけ食いっすね。声かけるっすか？
放っておきましょう。誰にだって知り合いに見られたくない時はあるわ。
What the fuck? What is that? What? Huh?
アリスさん、お皿取らないっすか？
仕方ないわね。じゃあこれ。
What is that?
おめでとうございます。
Tweedledee and Tweedledum? Oh no. The chatty twins.
ありがとうございます。誰っすか？てこ入れ？
説明しよ
説明するよ。
う。何を隠そう僕らこそ。
誰が語ろう僕らこそ。
ご主人様の超愛熱い変幻自在のシックスフォース。
哺乳類から鳥類まで完全網羅の高級プロイ。おしゃべり双子とは僕らのこと。
はあ、全く真っ暗どっちらけ。これじゃあゲームもできやしない。
Oh, these are those pigs, huh?
見る れ者いなけりゃどんな目だろうと同じこと。賭けの続きは薄墨の鳥の卵が回った後で。あ、今のもしかして豚コンビ？
Yeah.
あいつら人間にもなれるっすか
1の目を出すと人間になるそうよ。詳しくはこう。
So they're a pair of dice, and whatever you roll is what they turn into. They're known to turn into humans if you roll a 1.
名前はおしゃべり双子。うるさい方がトゥイードルダム、騒がしい方がトゥイードルディ。
Name, the chatty twins. 1 is if you roll a 1, they turn into a human. If you roll a 2, they turn into weights. If you roll a 3, they turn into penguins. If you roll a 4, you do a do-over. If you roll a 5, they turn into pot lids, round shields. If you roll a 6, they turn into pigs. Components, castanet and a stapler. Original form, dice. They're called the chatty twins. The noisy one is Tweedledum. The loud one is Tweedledee. Weights? Yeah,
ダイスを振って出た目で変形する。形が変わるプロイね。人間社会に毒されているから普通の魔術が効きやすいのが欠点よ。
1の目とか出したことあるっすか？
私じゃ無理みたい。小豚の姿以外見たこともないもの。
無理も何もご主人様は清純すぎる。どんなものにも裏はある。僕らは振るにゃコツがいる。
そうそう、時にはダーティーに。とかくこの世はイカ様だらけ。ズルをしないと6の目以外は出ないが定め。
夜の共演がお皿に乗ってやってきたわね。
おなじみのディドルディドルっすね。自分も知ってるっすよ、このマザーグース。
the diddle diddle.
それだけ有名ということよ。ヘイディドルディドル、猫とバイオリン、牛が月を飛び越えた。その面白い光景を見て犬が笑った。そしてお皿はスプーンと逃げた。典型的なマザーグースね。真夜中、猫がバイオリンを弾いて、牛が月を飛び越えて、犬が笑って、擬人化された皿とスプーンが逃げていくだけの歌。一説ではギリシャ、エジプトの神話を元にしたとも言われているわ。星の運営を表しているのなら、牛はタウルスの文字りでしょう。
これは使い切りのプロイっすね。一回使ったら壊れるっす。アリスさん、その度に作ってるっすか？
当然でしょう。ディドルディドルは私の魔術の基本だもの。これを地面に沈めると夜を助長させるの。夜が深まればそれだけ私の魔術、童話詠唱が確かな意味を持つようになるわ。詳しくはこう。
割と使いどころ限定なプロイっすね。アリスさん、都市部じゃ能力半減つうか、森ガールだったんすか。
Okay. So the name is Banquet of the Night. Original form is a bell. The components are a cat's eye, stone, and glass. Cost 2 months worth of Soujurou's wages. My poor boy. Effect creates an area where fairy tales are brought to life. If already active, the effects are doubled. Poor Soujuurou. Countermeasure cannot be defended against at night, but weak to the light of civilization. Cannot be used in front of a train station. Okay, that's kind of weird. Cannot be used in front of a train station?
「これは七種の森ね。これ単体だと意味がないから土台になるものが必要なのだけど、この五水の鏡とセットで使うものよ。この鏡は三大プロイにはなれなかったけど、機能的には三大に負けていないわ。
Oh, these are her mirrors, huh?
詳しくは、基本的には三崎市全体の索敵と洋館内の警備。たまに暴走して洋館内にゲートを作って通る人を鏡の中に招いてしまうのが難点ね。
Okay. This one's name is the Mirror of Slumber, second ticket. Original form, it was a mirror in Alice's room and a mirror in the foyer. Components, an old mirror, a witch's droplet. Manifestation is fog. That's what Soujuurou was seeing that one time in the room too, or in the mansion that Robin saved him from falling into. The effects are it creates a bounded field and it softens and distorts the physical laws of reality. Countermeasure, break the mirror.
へへへ、それであのシャバ像が何度死にかけたか。原点は鏡の国のアリスっすね。
It's from Through the Looking Glass, which is also one of Lewis Carroll's stories.
そうね。もともとは内側に異世界を持つだけのエンブリオで長いこと壊れていたらしいわ。それを母と瞳子さんが協力して作り直した。
Aoko and my mother both helped to repair it.
あ？なんでそんなことするっすか？前女神だけで十分じゃないっすか。
魔女はそのせいで一つ思考のプロイを残さないといけない決まりがあるから。彼女はこの鏡を作り直して自分の最高傑作にしたかったのよ、きっと。どうかしら。こんな風に五水の鏡の表面を岬の地図にしてその上に駒を置くとそこが七種の森になるの。
If you make the surface of the mirror a map of Misaki and place this piece on it, that area becomes the Nameless Woods.
青子のデビュー戦で使っていたのはこのプロイね。このプロイの効果範囲に来るとこの先に用はないと暗示がかかって人よけになるのだけど。
But Soujuurou walked right through it.
空気読まないやつには通用しないってことっすね。
そうね。私のミスではないけれど配慮が足りなかった。次からは本当に気をつけるわ。気を取り直して次のプロイは
An egg.
自分でも食べられる卵っす。
What?
うめえ、卵うめえ。でもなんか腹にたまるっす、この卵。消化できないっつうか、なんか体の中心からチクタクチクタク音がするっていうか。
Robin!
3。
アリスさん、なんで離れるっすか？
2。
なんでかわいそうだけどあと1秒で爆発するのよみたいな目で見るっすか
1。
助けて。
0。
No, Robin!
これはスクラッチダンプティね。マザーグースの歌にあるハンプティ・ダンプティをモデルにしたものよ。
Oh my god.
塀に登った卵は危なっかしくて、通りがかった王様が降りろと言っても無視するばかり。怒った王様は兵士たちに命じたけれど、兵士たちでも卵を下ろすことはできなかった。もう好きにしろ、と疲れた王様は目を離す。その途端に卵は落ちて、見るも無残、聞くも痛快に粉々に砕け散った。油断も後悔も後のお祭り。星のようなかけらたちは王の軍勢をもっても拾いきれない。壊れたものは治らないという偶話ね。はた迷惑なお話だけど。ちなみにハンプティが卵型になったのは19世紀半ばから。
Name, Scratch Dumpty, original form, a handmade Easter egg, components, an oak tree, and brasswork. Manifestation, 10 to 30 times larger. Effect, faces the target and sings a song praising its owner. When the song ends, a door opens and the target is locked in the egg. Effect 2, if the subject takes their eyes off the egg during the song, the spell fails, scattering fragments of the curse. Countermeasure, when the song ends and a hand comes out of the door, avert your eyes. Ooh.
1843年にアリキスというペンネームでマベリー牧師という人がハンプティのパノラマ絵本を書いたのが走り。ルイス・キャロルのハンプティはそれを参考にしたのでしょう。今夜は品切れのようね。シェフ、お勘定をお願い。
The art style reminds me a lot of Charlie Brown.
次は店中の大トロを残らずいただくわ。
Sponsor. Who dat? All right, another achievement for Feasting Alice. The Wonderful World of Ploys read. All right, last one. Bittersweet Magecraft. Number 4.
Aase、今日もワンは働いているすか、シャバゾウ。これで鳥の餌を1ダースくれ。冷えか麦の一番いいところを頼む。
Is that Soujurou's bro, the coworker? What is that price on that dollar, too? 100 billion? Hinomi dollar. A dozen bags of birdseed? Give me the best millet. How do you say that? Millet? Millet? And wheat.
いらっしゃいませ。昼間から買い物なんていい身分ね、ロビン。
いえ、アリスさん、なんで店員とかしてるっす？シャバゾウはどこ行ったっすか？
鳥頭のくせに細かいことを気にするのね。今日は私が店番をしているの。何か意見があって？
いや、ないっすけど。あ、ピンときたっすよ。さてはアリスさん、シャバゾウと一緒にアルバイトとかスイーツな
Let her bake.
なぜなにプロイ。今回は比較的安全なプロイキッシャーの紹介よ。さあロビン、好きなものを選びなさい。
ケーキショップかと思ったらプロイキッシャーを売ってる闇市場だった。三崎町はほんと地獄っすね。
Would ya Adam and Eve it? This bakery is a ploy kickshaw black market. Misaki's positively mental.
じゃあ右端から順に行くっすか。この宝石箱っぽいやつは何すか？
それは6ペンスの歌。ジャック・イン・ザ・ボックス、シックス・スウィング・チョコレートよ。
Oh, this is the chocolate thing.
地味に見えるけど役に立つプロイね。どこかの誰かさんとは大違い。
So they were gonna talk about Magecraft. Are these basically like mystic codes then? Name a 6-sing chocolate. Original form is a storage box. Components: chocolate, liquor, cocoa butter, powdered bone. Effect contains 24 familiars. No combat ability. It's a network of birds that monitor the Misaki town. The birds seek out would-be criminals. The chocolates are also infused with magical energy, so they can be melted down as a first-person or a first aid measure as well. Okay. So that's why when Soujuurou in the story heard all the birds flapping and like freaked out and went downstairs and he saw both Alice and Aoko in the dining room, and they like closed the chocolate box. So the birds are the chocolates. 4 and 20 black 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie? Countermeasure. As a ploy kickshaw, no stronger than normal familiars, it can even be destroyed with firearms. About 10 fly into power lines every day and die. If you close the box, all active birds change back into chocolate. Interesting.
当たり前っす。鳥はすべて有能かつエレガントな使いますから。かくいう自分も6ペースの歌なら知ってるっすよ。鳥つながりで。6ペースの歌を歌うっす。ポケットにはいっぱいのライ麦っす。24羽の黒ムクドリ。パイの中に焼き込まれた。
4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. There it is.
なぜ意味もなく鳥を虐殺するのかわかんないっす。西欧圏の人間どもは鳥を何だと思っていたのか。
その後はお金の勘定をする王様、こっそり蜂蜜かけたパンを食べる王妃といった歌詞が続くわね。2番目以降は当時の政治を風刺した歌なんじゃないかしら。
いや、端的にクオンジ帝の日々を表しているっす。金勘定するのが王じゃなくて女王な青セーターで、こっそり贅沢をするのが王妃じゃなくてアリ。
さよならロビン。
Bro, poor Robin.
次は何？
生きてるとか愛してるとかそういうセリフはないっすか？ないっすね。でも自分的にはノープロ。アリスさんの虐待もラブの方。ん
Jesus.
なんすかこれ、超ウケる。このでっぷりしたやつ超ブサイクなんですけど、生きてるのが恥ずかしくなるレベルっす。
あなたよ。
あなたよ。
だからそれがあなたの本体。ロストロビンロンドとタグには書かれているけど、あなたにはもったいない名称ね。
まさにミケランジェロクラスの造形っす。自分店に入った時からこいつが一番高価で大人気だって気づいてたっすよ。ほんとほんと。
Jesus Christ, Robin. Goes, what the hell is this thing? Talk about fugly, a face only a mother could love. That's you. Me? Yeah, this is your true form. And then Robin goes, like it was chiseled by Michelangelo himself. I knew it from the moment I came through the door that this would be the treasure of the store. And I mean it.
詳細データは必要ないわね。あなた、本編で十分すぎるほど出しゃばってるから。
No detailed info needed for this one. You already got your time in the limelight in the main story, Robin.
元は葬式の歌よ。殺されたロビンをめぐってのお話。誰がという問いかけに、私がと参列者たちが答えていくの。犯人探しの歌でもあるわ。大ヒットしたマザーグースで、その後前日譚であるコック・ロビンとジェニー・レンの幸せな求婚が出版され、これまたヒット。
Who killed Cock Robin?
その後コック・ロビンの死の後を歌ったスズメの裁判と処罰も出版。羨ましいわ。印税だけで大儲けね、ロビン。
鳥には1円も入ってこないっすけどね。それよりアリスさん知ってるっすか？コマドリはイギリスの国鳥っすよ。クリスマスの象徴でもあるっす。つまりマホヨの主役は自分。
Damn. Home run.
あんまり調子に乗ってると大変よ。
すでにこれ以上ないほど大変っす。
あとは ほとんど残り物ね。取り立てて紹介するほどのものではないわ。
Is that a spring roll from Fallout? My spring roll!
アリスさん、アリスさん、この3つ目のプロイなんすか？目っぽい形をしたキャンディー？
目玉よ。
目玉っぽいキャンディー？
本物の目玉よ。見る？
アリスさんの左目、義眼だったんすか？
そういうわけではないのだけど、私の左目もプロイ扱いなだけよ。
アクロスティック化ってなんすか？
Scripts Humpty components which history original form none effect simultaneous incantation acrostification of mystic eyes countermeasure requires a large amount of magical energy so acrostification cannot occur unless diddle diddle is active. Oi! What's acrostic mean?
一つの言葉にたくさんの意味を持たせることよ。ルイス・キャロルが提示したカバン語と同じね。鏡の国でアリスはハンプティにこう質問したの。シナヌルストーブってどういう意味？ハンプティは答えたわ。それはな。しない、わかって。要は、異なる二つの意味を新しい言葉として生み出すルール変更。
Yeah,
それ
I
が
saw.
魔眼のアクロ化よ。
God damn, sorry, I keep yawning. In my short and limited research on Lewis Carroll's works, it seemed like Lewis Carroll and a lot of the poems were known to be nonsense poems, and the nonsense meant that there was just a bunch of fucking sentences, phrases, and words and rhymes that meant nothing. Like they were just like a bunch of different words like combined to just rhyme, like force a rhyme, but a lot of times they were, like Alice says here, a combination of two different words. And so at one point Alice asks Humpty, what does slithy mean? Slithy means means lithe and slimy. Slithy. So when you acrostify mystic eyes, you change the rules by mixing meanings to form a new word.
別にハンプティがモデルというわけではないのだけど、彼女はハンプティにちなんだ名前をつけたのね。
ただの思いつきなんすけど、初回限定版と通常版をくっつけるとどうなるっすか？
そうね。その2つを合わせた場合、初回特典付きのアイテムが永遠に市場に残り続けるでしょう。
その場合、新しい言葉は初回限定普及版っすね。
違うわ。ワゴン行きよ。
We apologize for any inappropriate remarks.
このように使いどころが難しいプロイなの。今後は気をつけるわ。
次は、これっすか。こいつについては番外編で語るんでパスっすね。次は、なんすかこれ。
ただの失敗品よ。私の最初のプロイ。使い道はないのだけど、記念として飾っているの。この通り、魔術戦には使えないわ。形も良くないから、見せるものでもないのだけど。
Name
こう
Snow
いうの
White.
は思い出だから。
Components first mistake. Effect powdery snow falls for a few minutes. Cute.
ブローチの形をした砂糖細工なんすね。うわ、雨ー！アリスさんの手作りキャンディー、雨ー！
そろそろ就業時間ね。私は先に帰っているから、後片付けをやっておいて。
Drop the fucking fridge on Robin. What the hell? Robin! Sponsor, Tokitsu Baking Company. Working Alice. The Wonderful World of Ploys, Part 4. Alright, that was all of that. It looks like there's a book missing right here, too. Is there going to be another one? Is there always supposed to be an empty space there? It's chapter 13. Alright. Let's get started on the extra chapter, though. The Honey Adventure. It's gonna be a long one, I've heard, so let's hop into it. Honey Adventure. Here we go. It had been 1 year since he'd moved into the city from his remote village. One thing he realized during that time was that likes and dislikes were the main difference between human and beast.
Hmm, ここが新しいアジトか。いいんじゃない？ちょっとみすぼらしいけど、周りに人間がいないのは綺麗でいいよね。
So when does this extra chapter take place? Is it before the main story even? Because it sounds like it's when Toko and the werewolf first got here, which would have been before the main story, right? The figure dressed in a white coat danced to and fro down the hallway. He was like a young woman in an old film, enjoying herself window shopping. He was actually enjoying the atrocious sight of the school building in the ruins.
そこ、あんまりはしゃがないの。何しろ築60年からの廃屋なんだから。調子に乗ってるとバキッと床を踏み抜いて。
His mouth shut before he could even say to let him have his fun. Only one set of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Not a single feather's worth of his 70-pound body was exerting any force on the floor beneath him. It wasn't clear whether he was paying reverence to the hallway or simply excited by it. It's said that even walking across a grassy field, a beast is careful not to harm a single blade of grass. Apparently, this creature wrapped in a coat was no different. He was more a part of the environment itself than a settler of it. He held no regard for beasts greater or lesser than him, but when it came to his comrades, he at least displayed human-like, or rather, wolf-like clemency.
ま、相性はいいとプラスに考えましょう。街に出かけてくるけど、何か欲しいものはある？漫画とか小説とか。
Manga?
特にいりません。あ、帰りにハンバーガー買ってきてくれたら嬉しいな。パン生地がどっしりしてて、ハンバーグがギュッとしたやつがいい。
ハンバーガー。
まだおもちゃより食い気ときた。食事の調達方法も確保しないとダメみたいね。失敗したかな。ルームサービスのあるホテルの方が後々証拠は残らなそう。
Are we gonna see Soujuurou deliver the fucking insane amount of raw meat to them? Toko let out a defeated sigh. With her glasses on, she was restricted to her original way of speaking and gesturing. It was the beginning of December. Exactly 1 month had passed since they came to Misaki City. Until now, Toko had been attacking Misaki from a nearby neighborhood, deciding it was time to get serious. She had moved her base of operations to this old school building.
何？ホテルの方が良かったの？そりゃあ楽だもの。グレードが良ければホテル暮らしは快適です。でもトウコさん、こういう廃墟好きだよね。え？そうかな。そうだよ。今回みたいなのは特にそう。趣味に走るとき、周りに人がいるの嫌がるじゃない。いろんなものに興味を持つくせに、興味を持たれるのは面倒っていうか。
Toko could not deny that observation. She had been under contract with him for 2 years now, but it had been about a year since he became her full-time bodyguard. He seemed to be able to see right through to the root of all the problems that plagued Toko.
人混みは嫌いじゃないんだけどね。廃ビルでも廃工場でも、いっそあの遊園地でもよかったのよ。でも、こんな田舎町じゃ君を連れているだけで噂になるでしょ。結果的に、ここに工房を構えるしかなかったの。ちゃんと人型になってるじゃん、僕。別に目立たないと思うけどな。色合いの問題です。アジア系は無理にしても、せめてブルネットに化けてくれればいくらでもごまかせるんだけど。
Unfortunately, that wouldn't be happening. Simply being in human form at all was stressful for him. When he had to be human, his only condition was that he look however he wanted. He was currently only in this form because they had to move from the town to the old school building. Once he found a classroom to sleep in, he'd be back to a wolf.
なんだって人型でいるのを嫌がるのかしらね。別に難しいわけじゃないんでしょ、それ。もともとアストラル体みたいなものなんだから、あなた。
Being an extremely versatile life form, which required no body to remain stable, in the physical world his body could change according to the situation. Magecraft would have defined him as a higher dimensional life form with a materialized soul.
そりゃあ何の力もリスクもないけど、面倒なものは面倒だよ。人間だって無駄なことはしたくないでしょ。僕、人型になることに有利性を全く感じないし。
Apparently, he saw no value at all in his human form. That was exactly why Toko insisted he make his appearance blend in more, but the boy argued that if he had to be in an unnatural state, he'd at least make himself comfortable. To him, this was the only way to have fun and be a human, and he wasn't going to accept it any other way. And so, this was why he had taken on the appearance of a foreign aristocrat in a provincial Japanese city. Aristocrat, huh? I wonder, I was still wondering about them talking about the family that wanted what's his name to marry some blonde person because a foreign aristocrat. But what's his name? Who is the VP, the vice president guy? Remember his dad was trying to like sell him off to a family that had a blonde kid too. Even his posh coat had been handpicked by Toko to satisfy one of his many demands.
じゃあ、お留守番お願いね、レオくん。来ないとは思うけど、もし人が来たら捕まえておいて。その際、足の一本ぐらいなら傷つけても OK だから。
Tobimaru, yeah, that was his name. Tobimaru, in his little backstory that we got in, what was that, chapter 8.5, he mentioned at one point when he was giving his backstory towards the beginning of that chapter about how he talked about the family and how they were all fighting over the grandpa's fortune and getting in on the grandpa's will, and Tobimaru was like the grandpa's favorite, and so all the kids were constantly like, they would make fun of Tobimaru initially, and as soon as the grandpa started to butter up to Tobimaru, like all of them started to be like super nice to Tobimaru, and he didn't like all this family drama, and so he would always get out of the house whenever the grandpa came to town. And he mentioned that the father at one point, Tobimaru's father, I think him and his mom split up, or the mom was like, he married like someone that the family didn't approve of or something like that. And the father, trying to mend relationships with his father, the grandpa, was trying to marry Tobimaru off to a foreign wealthy family, and they mentioned, or Tobimaru mentioned, Dad, how can you not see that foreign family is just using you? I can see right through it. Or Tobimaru said he could see right through it, and he was like, he had a key word in there, I don't even like blondes. And I was like, oh. And I was like, the only other time blonde had been used was to describe the person living in the old school building, and from there I deduced that it must have been the werewolf after it was revealed that Toko had a werewolf. And from that point forward. I thought that they might be connected, but I don't know. There's just a little bit more there that they mentioned a foreign aristocrat, or had taken the appearance of a foreign aristocrat in the Japanese city. Anyways. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, Bayo. I don't think anyone will stumble upon this, but if they do, be sure to hold them until I get back. You can rough them up a bit if you need to, but no more than one leg. Ironic considering Aoko's leg got destroyed too. And with that statement, Toko headed off into the city.
はーい、任されました。大丈夫。人間とかそもそも口に合わないし。こっちのことは気にせず、ピリピリするお土産よろしくね。
Bayo plopped down onto the desk after he saw his employer off. He morphed back into his wolf form.
ああ、退屈。世界中を回ってこんな田舎町が終着とか。
Oh, we might get to see here. We might get to see here because he ran out when they were cleaning up the school on winter break and stole some of the girls' food and then ran back into the building, right? And they said that they saw a blonde kid entering the building. We might get to see that here from his perspective. It had been 2 years since Bayo met Aoko Aozaki. After some deliberation with the werewolves, the mage was left in charge of Bayo's education. Of course, his village had no real control over him. He didn't have to go with her. He decided to go simply because she seemed interesting. Toko stood before him in the cave where he had slept and asked,
え？生きている意味が知りたい？なんだ、そんなことで取引が成立するとはね。
She smiled and cut off her long locks of hair to seal their pact.
自由を知るには窮屈さを知っておかないとね。同じように生きている意味を知りたければまずは死ねないこだわりを見つけないと。そうだな、例えばの話、そいつを殺すまではとてもじゃないが死ねないほどの憎しみとか。
That hair was 20 years worth of Toko's life. That's interesting. This is because I'm watching K&K right now, Garden of Sinners. And I just finished, what was it, episode 4 last night? The episode before we actually get back into the present. It was like the last of Shiki's backstory, I think. And I think Toko ends up saying something like this to Shiki about the meaning of life, because I guess Garden of Sinners, the whole thing is about people either sinking, floating, or flying. Based on their perspective of life. I assume sinking would mean like fall, like they use someone jumping off a building almost as a way to visualize it, but people that either kill themselves or die sink. People that float are ones that have no actual purpose or goals in life, and they just sort of float there. And then people who fly are the ones who actually have a meaning to live, is how I understood it, at least. And so I remember Toko asking Shiki this about her being an empty shell. And if you're an empty shell, that means you can actually fill it with something. And so this kind of goes hand in hand with that. Swords. So she said, the werewolf asks, what is the meaning of life? And Toko says, to know freedom, you must know restraint. Similarly, if you want to know the meaning of life, then you must have a reason not to die. For example, if you harbor a hatred so strong that you yourself cannot fathom dying before you kill that person. Revenge. That hair was 20 years worth of Toko's life that she just cut off. In a way, her hair was a part of herself, but she parted with it easily. She was sure that Bayo was worth the 20 years it had taken to grow that hair. Bayo too sensed that Toko was a creature of rare value. He was happy to have been selected by someone of her unusual talents, and, though she was preaching learning restraint, he observed that she was a truly free woman. And then, Bayo accepted the terms of her contract and left the village. He took his first steps into the outside world. The first year was spent at Toko's workshop in England learning basic knowledge. Namely, it was at a college of the Mages Association called the Clock Tower. At the time, Toko had her own dedicated familiar. Formally speaking, this familiar was Bayo's senior. But in that time, Bayo proved himself superior and earned the right to travel the world with Toko. They rode on a train that collected mystic eyes, known as the Rail Zeppelin. Wait a second! It all comes around. No way! The Rail Zeppelin. So the first year was spent at Toko's workshop in England learning basic knowledge. It was at the college of the Mages Association called the Clock Tower. At the time, Toko had her own dedicated familiar. Who was the familiar, I wonder? But in that time, Bayo proved himself superior to the familiar Toko had and earned the right to travel the world with her. They rode on a train that collected mystic eyes known as the Rail Zeppelin. They saw the Merkrake, an ancient giant octopus living in the North Sea. They explored the Bermuda Triangle, a place of no return and connected to other realms. They met the remains of the Mage of Elder Title, a league of ancients deep in Western Europe. I'm surprised there hasn't been anything. Has Nasu done anything with the Bermuda Triangle? Because that seems like it'd be right up Nasu's alley with the mystics and shit like that, at least. I'm surprised we haven't had a big Nasuverse story that delves into the Bermuda Triangle. They met the remains of a Mage of Elder Title, a league of ancients deep in Western Europe. A Mage of the Elder Title, a league of ancients deep in Western Europe. Would that say Eastern? Western. All their exploits were odd and exciting enough to hold his interest, and throughout them all, Bayo felt that he'd been right to join Toko. This was certainly less boring than sleeping in his cave. But sweet honey makes one crave even sweeter poison. the name of the chapter title, Sweet Honey. But sweet honey makes one crave even sweeter poison. Having developed a taste for adventure, he now demanded even greater thrills. It was only natural that such an innocent creature would start to look forward to its next prey. The pinnacle of that desire rested on Toko's final goal. For all her liberty and aplomb, there was one prey she would not stop chasing until she caught it once and for all. With every new adventure, Bayo would ask,
これがトウコさんの殺したい相手?
However, the mage would always smile wryly and shake her head in response. Even this puppet master of extraordinary talent claimed that it was no easy task. Her target was in a realm far beyond anyone they'd ever dealt with so far. Beyond human knowledge, perhaps, even beyond Bayo. But who could this mysterious person be, and how could they be so powerful? Bayo could not help but be curious. Discovering that he was hired for magical reasons, he mustered a rare bit of fighting spirit, thinking he'd found a worthy foe, but...
冷静になって考えてみると、本物が偽物を相手にするとか大人げないかも。
Clearly, it was still only interested in itself. It knew nothing of life or freedom. Its only pleasure was found in food. Bayo didn't necessarily feel dissatisfied, but it was becoming harder to stave off his boredom. Also, since accompanying Toko on her adventures, his feelings towards her had become a bit confused.
トウコさん、あれでほんと一途だから。何でもできるのは僕と同じなのに、何にでも一生懸命になれるのって、ちょっと変だよね。
He slumped his shoulders exaggeratedly and closed his eyes. The golden wolf drifted off to sleep, not realizing that his feelings were in fact those of jealousy.
4年ぶりに帰ってきてみれば、住み慣れた町の面影はどこへやらか。
And I assume the feelings of jealousy are using Toko's analogy in Garden of Sinners, is that Toko is flying because she has a motivation, a will to live, an objective. But in this sense, Bayo is still floating, I assume. This place sure has changed over the last 4 years. Toko's back. Or maybe we'll get to see Toko gambling and Soujuurou bumping into her too.
駅前なんてもう別物だし、大手術にも程が。ああ、やっぱり角のタバコ屋さんなくなってる。ああ、自動販売機でタバコを買うのにもそろそろ慣れなくちゃいけないのかも。
Toko and her cigarettes. Toko walked through her hometown for the first time in 4 years, grumbling to herself. She was on an aimless and careless stroll. No familiar escorted her, and she'd even left her self-defense bag back at the hideout. Today, she was in full tourist mode, not nervous about a thing.
ここなんてあぜ道同然だったのに、今じゃ立派なストリートと来た。因果なものね。帰ってきたっていうのに、あっちに戻った時と同じ気持ちになってきた。
This was Toko's second time going back home. After leaving the Aozaki home 4 years ago, she'd secretly returned to Misaki. The first time was longer ago. When Toko was 14 years old, she studied abroad at an academy in England. She'd spent 2 years there before returning to Japan. Then she'd enrolled in a local high school named Rain Girls Academy and headed back to England 3 years later after graduating. And that's the same academy as Alice, right? That's that private girls' school. And that was 4 years ago. Now she felt the same as she did then, when she returned to that English country town where she'd lived for 2 years.
寂しい？
Fuji knows too, yeah, I remember someone saying
ちょっ
that.
と違う。呆れてるとも違うし、怖がっているも近くて遠いような。
She rounded her shoulders and fell deep into thought. Toko felt a tingle run up her spine in a way that couldn't really be described in words. Times were changing faster than ever. Everything was relatively inexpensive and could be replaced on a whim. After thinking to herself for a bit, she cracked her knuckles and set forth. There was no use overthinking any of this. This was just how things were now. That's all there was to it. It was only natural for the old to make way for the new.
つまり、私の時代ってことだ。
You can do this, Toko! This sudden spark of self-enlightenment gave Toko the encouragement she needed, and she set off with high spirits towards the train station. Striding down the boulevard, she exuded the confidence of a supermodel or a dictator. Although she was not about to exclaim, "My conquest begins with the main street, time to tear it up," her enthusiasm was of course still there. Toko, however, had something she had to accomplish first. Before she could give thought to putting an end to the town's thoughtless attempts at modernization that would become outdated in just a few years. Why is that separated? What the hell? Before she could give thought to putting an end to the town's thoughtless attempts at modernization that would become outdated in just a few years. Oh look, she is gambling, I think. This machine's a winner for sure.
こんな釘の絞りで客を煙に負けると思ったか？
Toko's first destination was not one Misaki's protective sigils, but rather her old favorite pachinko parlor. Though the area around the train station had undergone dramatic makeovers, the back streets were mostly unchanged. Toko had exchanged 5,000 yen for some little silver pachinko balls before going upstairs and sitting at the machine that she was determined was paying out most of the day. So, pachinko balls, I didn't know what type of gambling this was. So is this the one with all the pegs in the board with the glass, and then there's a background, and it's got the pegs in between the glass and the background, and you drop the ball in, and it goes tick, 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 goes down, and wherever the ball lands at the bottom is like how much you win. That's what it is. I had no idea what the fuck this type of gambling was until she mentioned the pegs and the balls.
そろそろ打ち止めかな。いいふうに。千両箱が12箱か。まあ、4年ぶりにしちゃ上等だろ。
That VA work of her counting is so good.
そろそろ打ち止めかな。いいふうに。千両箱が12箱か。まあ、4年ぶりにしちゃ上等だろ。
She sounded slightly disappointed, but her lips and posture betrayed her good humor. Pachinko parlors were a staple form of entertainment in Japan, but they were largely absent in other countries. High-stakes gamers criticized it as inefficient, time-consuming, too luck-dependent, unrewarding, and so forth. Basically, it was a child's game to them. When Toko was studying abroad, she didn't see anything that even resembled a pachinko parlor. However, she wasn't here playing pachinko because she was feeling nostalgic for it after 5 years. She simply needed a war chest.
しかし、ヘリのチャーター代だけで足が出るとは。日本は平和すぎて、裏稼業の相場が高すぎるんだ、クソ。おかげで無一文だ。とりあえず、ベオの食いぶちだけでも稼がにゃならん。
Now that she's totally broke, she has to earn some money to keep Beo fed. Toko had chartered a helicopter to airlift 3 shipping containers full of materials to remodel the old school building into a workshop. There weren't any roads or trucks that she could take to the old school out deep into the mountains, so she had been forced to burn through the last of her savings to get them up there.
お、37。こいつは本格的におしまいかな。まったく、こういうどうでもいいゲームだけは星の巡りがいいと来ている。
Her smile remained in spite of her complaints. There was nothing more Toko-esque than her sitting cross-legged at a pachinko parlor, one hand on the machine with the other holding a cheap cigarette. Oh. And then Soujuurou sees her. Toko noticed something out of the corner of her eye and put her glasses on to see better. She glanced over towards the odd sound she heard and saw a pale-faced parlor employee. He had a baby face and looked like he was still in high school. Upon seeing Toko, he froze for a moment and then ran off. Or rather, he fled in a panic.
私、そんなに引く感じ?
Mage though she was, Toko was still in the prime of her youth. Though she didn't like when guys ogled her or tried to strike up a conversation, she thought a boy running full tilt away from her was a bit much. Toko made a mental note to scare the crap out of that kid the next time she saw him and returned to her game. With her winning tickets in hand, Toko left the pachinko parlor. She had won quite a bit, but it was hard for her to feel good about it after what had happened at the end of her session. Wondering what had that been about, she looped around the back of the parlor to redeem her winnings for cash.
おや、Toko-sanじゃないですか。
She stopped in her tracks, frozen by a familiar voice she hadn't heard in 4 years. Wait, who was it? Beo's ears perked up as he woke from his slumber. It was just before sunset. He opened his eyes with a yawn, sniffing at a familiar scent in the air getting closer.
よっと。
Beo jumped down to the floor and transformed back into his human form. Though he and Toko didn't have a strict master-servant relationship, he felt he should at least go and greet her, since he was supposed to be watching over the place in her absence.
あれ?
Beo's face scrunched into a perplexed frown as they met in the hallway. He sensed something more to the smell he'd been so used to.
ただいま、ベオくん。はい、真面目にお留守番していたお土産。
Toko handed the paper bag she was holding to Beo. Beo was happy to get his hands on the bag stuffed full of hamburgers, but he tilted his head at an odd, lingering scent.
どうしたの？浮かない顔して。留守中何かあった？
いや、思わず寝ちゃうぐらい何もなかったけど。トウコさんの方こそ何かあった？なんか元気ないし。 妙に疲れてるし、何よりちゃんと僕の好きなお店のハンバーガー買ってきてるし。
え、そう？別に何もなかったけど。
This was all extremely suspicious to Beo. One pain point for him was that Toko's usual complete lack of interest in food. Toko thought that a hamburger was the same no matter where you ate one, so she had often just stopped at wherever was the closest. Thus, Toko would only stop at certain Asian burger chains, still rare in Japan, maybe 1% of the time, not to mention.
いいじゃない。ちゃんと好きなお店のバーガーを買ってきたんだから。これは私なりのベオくんへの感謝の気持ち。今までいろいろ連れ回したけど、これからもよろしくね。
She gave a sickly sweet smile on her face. And if any of the puppets she had let loose in Misaki heard what she was saying right now, they'd probably fall into a logic error loop and self-destruct. Toko was not one to ever consider the rights of her familiars.
うさんくさい、芝居くさい、真っ向くさい。優しいトウコさんなんてトウコさんじゃない。いっつも周りを恨んでいて文句ばっかり言って幸せそうな人たちをめちゃくちゃにしたいんだけど大義名分がないから我慢してる。そんな理性のおかげでかろうじて性格破綻者を免れてるトウコさんはどこ行ったのさ。
What happened to the Toko that had nothing but a shred of intellect standing between herself and complete moral bankruptcy?
失礼しちゃうな。私だってたまには優しくなる時ぐらいあるんだから。ほら、4年ぶりに故郷に帰ってきたのよ。ベオくんだって里に帰ったらちょっとぐらいホッとするでしょ。それと同じ。私だってホームシックになる程度の可愛らしさはあるんです。
すっごい嘘。月が涙を流すぐらい嘘。
That's how it is for me, she says. I'm still young, cute, and innocent enough to feel a little homesick from time to time. And Beo said, wow, what a load of crap. It must be a cold day in hell.
本当です。もう、ベオくんそれ返して。罰として夕食抜き。
Toko made a grab for the paper bag, but Beo dodged and jumped out the window. He dexterously kicked off against the wall and scampered out onto the roof of the old school building.
なんだい、ほんとつまんない。言い訳するトウコさんとか僕見たくない。
He pulled out a hamburger from the bag and took a bite out of it. That said, though her attitude had seemed like an act of Beo, it was true that Toko was in an unusually good mood, though. It was unclear why that was the case, but Toko seemed to be feeling something special, or at least something she hadn't ever shown Beo before.
なんだろう、あの匂い。妙にふわふわしてて、うっとうしくて。
Beo couldn't understand what exactly that feeling was. He only knew basic feelings such as like and dislike, delicious or disgusting. He wasn't able to articulate much further than that yet.
まあいいけど、僕には関係ないし。トウコさんも明日になればいつものトウコさんだろうし。
Beo continued to eat through his hamburgers, still not completely satisfied with the day's course of events. The truth was, even if Beo didn't care enough to understand it, he was still a little upset that there was something he didn't know. A few days passed. Unbeknownst to the people of Misaki, progress was being made in the remodeling of the old school building. Meanwhile, Beo was bored out of his mind, knowing he had to be stuck here for at least another month. He could feel both his body and his mind dulling as he spent the time simply lounging around eating meat. On another hand,
買い出しに出てくるから、あとはよろしくね。元気してた？はい、お土産のローストビーフ。行ってきます。屋上の機材片付けておいてね。ただいま。今日もお留守番ご苦労様。よし、行ってくるでござる。お疲れ。 お酒臭い？ばっか。酔ってなんかないです。もう全然酔ってなんかないもん。
Oh my goodness, drunk Toko. This was what Toko had become. The mage was constantly out and always in a good mood, in stark contrast to Beo, who spent his days doing nothing. Evidently, she was happy with how her workshop was becoming more and more fortified by the day.
違う。もう絶対違う。そんなんでトウコさんの機嫌は良くなんないし、ここに関しちゃぐちぐち不満ばっかりこぼしてるし、何よりござるとかバカっぽいこと言わないし。
どうしたのベオくん？すっごくブサイクな顔してるけど、そろそろ暴れたくて仕方がない？
そういう問題じゃありません。まあそりゃ早く本命とエラと戦ってみたいけど、もうちょっと先なんでしょ。なら我慢する。トウコさんの言葉は今のところ外れないから。けどなんか変。いつも下準備の時はこれぐらい暇だけど、緊張感がない。毎日食べて寝て食べて寝てじゃ太る。ブクブクに太るよ。そんなのかっこよくないよ。
何言ってるんだか。ベオくんにそんな心配は無用でしょ。排泄もしないくせにまともな生き物ぶってるんじゃありません。
You don't even have to use the bathroom. You're an ethereal, so don't act like you're any kind of normal creature.
だから主にトウコさんがブクブクに。
The way Toko's acting is similar to how Aoko, this is the thing that makes them so similar as sisters. They both want to drink everything in, and if anything is a bit to their disliking, they let it be known.
ベオくん、それ本当？数値は変わってないはずだけど、なんかこうアストラル的に増えちゃったりしてる
？This is what Beo was talking about. Toko knew the accuracy of Beo's eye and trusted his discerning vision over even the numbers of her scale. Normally, Toko would just remove her glasses and say something like,
唐突だが、特攻兵器の有用性を確認したくなった。いや、意見は聞いていない。さあ、ベオ、この首輪をつけてみろ。思いっきりハイに飛べるぞ。
But she hadn't done anything of the sort, and it was beyond weird for her.
別に増えてないよ。昨日とちょっとの上下差はあるけど、そんなの人間なら当たり前だし、いちいち本気にするとか見苦しいからやめてほしい。
本当？こう後でボテッとくるような気配とかない？
ないってば。昨日取った栄養分はきれいに分配されてるし、いつも通りのトウコさんだよ。
The last part was a lie. She was not the same Toko Beo had always known. Even though she was physically the same, there was something still odd about her since a few days ago. That strange, floaty, lingering scent was still there. It was a change that only a wild beast like Beo could discern, but it was getting stronger with each passing day. Beo was annoyed because he could not figure out what that scent was.
それなら安心安心と。私は出かけてくるから、お留守番よろしくね。
Toko failed to notice Beo's poor mood and left the old school building in her usual carefree mood. This was how it had been for a few days now. Beo stared at his own reflection in the window and contemplated for a while. Unfortunately, this wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't change the fact that his employer was still acting strange, and it wouldn't get rid of the uncertainty he was constantly feeling in his chest. He knew he didn't have much of another choice.
トウコさんを尾行しよう。
He decided to let go of his principles for just one day and tail her. They say winter's going to be colder than usual this year. Make sure you've got sufficient food, clothing, and shelter. We should be fine on clothing, but make sure the shore Make sure to shore up the other two. He listened to the talk around the town as he passed through Misaki. It was just 1 past the afternoon on the weekday. Workers had returned to the office after their lunch breaks, and the kids were still at school. The main street was fairly calm and relaxed, with mostly housewives out and about. Yet one person stood out in this calm and gentle sea of people. Toko endured the stares of housewives out shopping, salespeople in their shops, and salarymen out on business as she walked through the main street. It wasn't just her sense of style that stood out, but also generally her powerful presence that attracted eyes. To put it simply, she walked with the confidence of a model on the runway.
人には目立つなっていうくせに本人は腫れたもんな。潜伏期間中、相手に見つかるのは僕だけのせいじゃないと思う。
Bayo kept about 10 yards behind Toko, careful not to actually mutter the words he was thinking in his head. In Toko's defense, she was fully aware of how much she stood out in the crowd. If she was out at a busier time of day, she always wore an accessory inscribed with a rune that diverted people's attention away from her and made her stand out approximately 40% less. Toko finished up her shopping headed towards the residential part of town. She walked up to a house that looked completely normal, rang the doorbell, and after stating her name, the door opened quietly. It looked as though things she had brought were for the resident of the house. The nameplate outside read, Asagi. Misaki was in the mountains, but for just a moment, Bayo got a whiff of sea brine. Assuming he must have just mistaken it for some other smell, he put it out of his mind. Toko came out of the house about 30 minutes later. She stretched her arms above her head and took a deep breath. Whatever had gone on inside seemed to be rather serious. It was as if a weight had been lifted off her
これ
shoulders.
で根回しは終了っと。あとは、最後の念押しね。めんどくさい。
Toko murmured, exasperated. But lurking behind her words, Bayo could still detect that a lofty scent emanated from her mouth. Oh, her next stop was another plain-looking apartment. It looked as though she had just happened to walk by, but Bayo's nose was not so easily deceived. Toko made it look like she was just aimlessly killing time, but she had in fact arranged to arrive at this apartment at exactly 2:30 p.m. In the parking lot of the apartment, Ritsuka-sus stepped out of a room on the first floor.
はーい、お久しぶり。こんなところでばったり出会うなんて奇遇ね、リツカ。
嘘、トコちゃん？あなた帰ってきてたの？
ちょっと前にね、こっそり人目を忍ぶように窓から侵入するサンタクロースさながらに。言うまでもなく目的はこの町をぶっ潰すこと。私の過去ともどもきれいさっぱり清算するため、この度準備万端でやってまいりました。なので邪魔になる教会の人間とか教会の人間とか気づかれる前にやっちゃうぞ。
あらあら、それはご丁寧にどうも。トコちゃん、それ私のこと。教会の人間って今私しかいないんですけど。
She's part of the Mages Association? What? I thought she was linked in with the church somehow. I was so confused. I had to ask my Discord the other day, my Discord community, on what her relationship was with the nun because they looked so similar. I thought they were the same person for the longest time. But I guess they're sisters, and they both work at the church. But one's a nun, and is the other part of the Mages Association then? I'm so fucking confused. I'm the only one in the association now, you know, she says.
あら不思議。むしろラッキー？懐かしくて散歩していたらまさか標的の一人に出会うなんて。一つ手間が省けた感じ？
A sister? Yeah. To think I'd run into one of my targets while out here on a walk like this, I guess that saves me some trouble now, huh?
関係ないの。私教会と関係ないから。 だってここ1年真面目に仕事してないし。
She hasn't done any work for the association in over a year, though, so she says she's innocent. Don't come after me.
というか仮にも兄弟子を捕まえて本気で殺すとか言わないでほしいです。
The woman was tearfully flailing her arms at this point. She had nothing to worry about, though. Beo could even see from here that he was peering through the fence that Toko had no real intent to kill anyone. She had a terrible habit of messing with people for her own entertainment. This time was no different. Unfortunately, the pleasure she took in it only made the target of her jokes feel doubtedly worse.
それを言うなら姉弟子でしょ。
だってトコちゃん妹って感じしないんだもん。間違っても姉弟子なんて胸を張って言えません。
そうよね。技量的にもとても先輩なんて言えるものじゃなかったし、律香の特技なんて今じゃ深夜販売の商品以下だし、そろそろ食害考えたら？いいとこ紹介するよ。イタリアで見つけたもう廃業寸前のサーカス一だとかどう？
そんな日給バイトはコリゴリです。せめて週休のところを紹介して。
うわー、通販以下ってところは否定しないんだ。
なぜ？トコちゃんの指摘は正しいわ。だって私何にもできない役立たずですから。魔術協会一のお荷物、ここに参上。
Maybe she was taken aback by Ritsuka's guileless smile, but Toko couldn't help but grin back at her. If one didn't know better, they would seem like good friends.
私への疑いは解けたと見たわ。それなら寄ってく？これから用事があったんだけど、別に後回しでいいし。久しぶりだもの。お互い積もる話とか楽しそうじゃない？
ほんと相変わらずゆるゆるね、律香は。確かに気が変わったわ。その様子じゃ教会との関係なんてないようなものだし。そう、本気で青子の味方なんだ。
もちろん。アコちゃんはまだ半人前ですもの。つかず離れず、あくまで他人行儀に。アコちゃんが死ぬような目にあっても遠くから見守るわ。
それは結構。青子もほんといい性格をした理解者に恵まれたもんだ。
Toko took a step back away from Ritsuka. She looked a bit regretful as she signaled that the conversation was over.
あれ？寄っていかないの？私コーヒー入れるの上手くなったよ。
ありがとう。けど遠慮しとく。こっちはまだ潜伏中だし、町攻略の準備もあるしね。ここ。
あらまあ、真面目さ。でもそうよね。トコちゃんはそういう人でした。根を詰めすぎて目的より手段そのものに熱中しちゃうタイプ。ほんと、どんな準備かはわからないけど、トコちゃんに狙われる人たちは大変だ。
別に普通でしょ。基本魔術戦やってこっちが勝ったら刻印をもらうだけ。時代遅れの魔女じゃあるまいし、倒した相手に呪いとかかけないわよ私。
Oh, the irony. Toko said, it's just a usual magecraft battle. The victor will take the other's crest and that'll be it. I'm not an old-fashioned witch. I'm not going to put a curse on whoever I defeat in battle, you know? Oh, the irony. Because she got a curse placed on her to turn her into a fucking frog.
だからそこです。相手の命より収集を優先してるじゃない。その人たち、目玉だけになっても生きているなんてことにならなければいいけど。
I just feel sorry for them if that became their sole purpose in life. Again with the foreshadowing.
あなたは気を使っているつもりだろうけど、相手にとっては拷問だからね、それ。
You might think you're going easy on them, but that's like living under constant torture. Toko nodded to show her agreement. Her collection of crests would appear that way on the outside. Toko sought profit in combat. If a mage she defeated could provide her with profitable materials, she would not take their life. She would even save their life if she knew it would be to her advantage to do so. As a result, her workshop in London had a facility specifically built for the comfort of her magical suppliers. It housed mages who had either lost in battle or had willingly agreed to contribute to her cause. Toko made many magecraft patents, which earned her up to £10,000 a month in royalties. However, the majority of this money went to upkeeping that facility itself. The demands from the residents of the place for additional facilities and special privileges increased with every passing day. It was reaching a point where Toko needed to decide whether to incorporate or just let everyone go and be done with it.
でも地下ってそういうものじゃないわよ。拷問なんて手間暇かかりすぎるし、娯楽を与える方が管理コストは低いんだってば。今はいい脚本揃ってるしね。適当な映画のプロットを拝借してそれを再現するだけで喜んでもらえるし、仮想であれ現実であれ自分が主役になれる物語なんて最高じゃない？
Okay, Nasu, fuck you. There are so many good stories out there these days. I can just steal the plot of something and recreate it to make everyone happy. Real or fake, everyone wants to be the hero of their own story.
つかぬことをお伺いいたしますけど、上演ジャンルはどのようなバランスで？恋愛3、活劇3、サスペンス3、アニメ 1？
Anime? Wait, what the fuck? Why is Nasu just fucking... Nasu's just talking about himself here, bro. What the fuck? Just out of curiosity, what's the ratio of genres you use? 30% romance, 30% action, 30% suspense, 10% cartoons? Self-insert?
は？そりゃ基本ホラーでしょ。エンタメのすべてが詰まってるんだし。
Basically only horror, actually. Horror films have every element you could ever want.
私、トコちゃんのそういうところ素で怖いわ。というか、女の子なんだからもっとロマンを求めてほしいの。
You're a girl. You should be more into romance instead of that kind of stuff.
今回捕まえる候補に上がっている人間に言われると、さすがに考慮せざるを得ない。囚人を放り込む箱庭のバランスに気を使ってみればいいの？ホラー8ぐらい？
恋愛9でお願いします。それがダメなら推理9でぜひ。
90% romance, come on, please. If not romance, do 90% mystery. This was clearly a response from someone who knew she'd lose if she had to go up against Toko.
了解。そういう事態になったら善処する。
はーい。そういう事態ってどんな事態？
誰かの味方をするのはいいけど、私の敵に回った時かな。あと、今日のことを口外した瞬間、足元からパクッといくから気をつけて。え？
足元って影のこと？あれ、そもそもなんていうか、トコちゃん、私一歩も動けないんだけど。
ごめんなさい、リツカ。実は1週間かけてあなたの部屋に罠を仕掛けてたの。ドアの境界に影で作った使い魔を仕込ませたみたいな。しばらくはあなたの影に住み着いているから、私に不利な証言したら大変だぞ。
私すでに大変だったのか。悪魔、人でなし、天才悪魔。トコちゃんはもう少し一般常識を学ぶべきです。もう道理で夜な夜な泥棒さんがピッキングしてると思った。
What? Ritsuka hadn't noticed the shadow familiar, but she had sensed Toko as she was setting her trap last night. Toko didn't think Ritsuka could speak about common sense, since she had ignored an apparent burglar trying to break into her home for a week straight.
その使い魔、年明けには解けるから安心なさい。
The familiar will disintegrate at the beginning of the new year, so Toko had always planned for it to be done at the end of the new year.
じゃあね、リツカ。縁があったらまた会いましょう。その時は自慢のコーヒーをご馳走してね。あと深夜販売の商品だってバカにできたもんじゃないわ。あのシンプルさ、結構好きよ、私。
Toko winked at her old friend and left the apartment behind her. Hopefully we'll meet again. Toko realized those were empty words. Her plan would not spare her mortal body, be it a success or be it a failure. Aoko Aozaki would be erased from this world. Still, that was no reason not at least say something about meeting again. What? Perhaps Toko had more affection for Ritsuka than she had realized. Even so, she left that friend behind in a state of paralysis. Toko had indeed returned home. That fact alone revealed much to Ritsuka. 2 years older than Toko, Ritsuka had been contracted 10 years prior to monitor Toko's grandfather, the mage who discovered the fifth magic. That made her both Toko and Aoko's senior. She knew both sisters rather well.
そりゃ口止めの一つもしないとね。トコちゃんを見て真っ先に警戒するのは私と。
One other person. Another with more seniority than the Aozaki sisters, in the truest sense. There was one other beautiful person. One who had taught Toko.
ま、そっちはそっちで根回ししてるかな。トコちゃんならそのあたり完璧だろうけど。もうちょっと敵には非常になった方がいいわよね。トコちゃんは相手の人権を尊重しすぎっていうか、根本が甘いっていうか。殺すと決めた相手に顔を見せるとか、どうかと思うの、私。
Toko was a researcher more than she was a mage. Generally, she wasn't a fighter. She was cruel, but not cold. Despite her capability for vicious, ruthless treatment of people, she always displayed a measure of compassion for others. Ritsuka sighed as if the problem were her own, and hoped that that inconsistency wouldn't end up hurting Toko. Toko left the neighborhood and began heading towards the largest park in the town. It was 3 in the afternoon, on this early winter day on the boulevard. If it were autumn, the street would be lined with people out for a walk, to look at the colorful trees, but now Toko was alone. Though, to be accurate, she wasn't quite alone. Beo was walking along the grass more than 10 yards behind his employer when he noticed a change in her scent.
トウコさん、こんな街中でメガネ外してる？
Toko's personality changed significantly depending on whether or not she was wearing glasses. Beo wasn't sure which side was her true self, but he did know that she was much more serious and cruel without her glasses. It wasn't quite the level of a split personality, more like a reordering of priorities. She mainly took off her glasses when she was about to fight someone. Doing so made her less human. It pushed all of her sense of compromise, concern, and sympathy out of her brain.
ってことは、さっきから近づいてくる匂いは、トウコさんの敵。
Beo furrowed his brow as he hid behind a tree. He could certainly smell hostility and anticipation emanating from Toko, but at the same time he couldn't help but scrunch his nose at the strange scent that kept getting stronger.
こんにちは。なんとなしに散歩していただけなのですが、また出会えるとは奇遇ですね、トウコさん。
ああ、たまたま続いた偶然だ。世間話をする仲でもなし、挨拶を交わす程度に済ませよう。
Beo had no idea who was talking to Toko. His name was Eri Fumitsuka. What was the house she was at? I thought that it might have been this guy's house that she was at when she bought a bunch of stuff in town and delivered them to a house. Whose house was that? Because it had the name on the house and I had recognized it and I assumed it was the the church guy, but obviously it's not if she's meeting him here. Who else would have been in the story that would have gotten in her way? His name was Eri Fumitsuka. He was a priest at the Ada Church and an enemy to Beo and Toko. However, it was impossible for Beo to sense this. He had no personal hostility towards the clergy anyway. As far as Beo could tell, he was just a regular person. There was no chance that Toko could be at a disadvantage here. He would later learn a harsh lesson from someone who seemed similarly harmless, but that was a tale for another time. My fucking goat, Soujuurou.
そちらの状況はどうなんだ？神の家は働き者揃いだからな。利権を漁りに来る欲深は現れそうか？
いや、働き者というのは全力で肯定しますけど、欲が深いとか、そんな人は少ないですよ、こっち。彼らがやってくるときは、大抵は競技のためですから、欲望より責務で動く人たちって怖くないですか？
無駄話はしないと言っただろう。
I thought we said we weren't going to waste time on small talk.
結論を言え。お前の腰巾着は金を鳴らしそうか？
やれやれ。人のことは言えませんよ。トウコさんだってワーカホリック寸前じゃないですか。もっとこう、余裕のあるコミュニケーションを取りませんか？立場上、いつ最後の仰せになるかわからないわけですし。
She said your follower is not going to sound the alarm, is she? And I assume she's talking about the sister, the other sister? The sister?
ふざけろ。いつも何もこれが最後だよ、エリ。
Toko curtly rejected the smiling priest's request for a chat. She was being as blunt as she could.
だいたい次があるとしたら、その時は殺し合いだろう。お互い手の内は知っているしな。顔を合わせた瞬間、どちらかが死んでいる。
それはトウコさんだけの思い込みですけどね。どうしてこう、邪魔者は始末するという方向でしか物事を考えられないんでしょうか、あなたたちは。
Eri shrugged his shoulders in frustration. Toko kept her gaze fixed intently on his overcoat. No matter how many times he said he wanted to resolve this peacefully, she would bet her pride that he didn't actually mean it.
まったく、そういうところも成長して帰ってくるんですから。育つのは女性としての魅力だけに留めておいてほしいものです。ああ、そう睨まない。本題に入りますから。目下、教会への報告は私が一任されています。司祭への報告は、現在、管理者は異端者と交戦中、中立の条約に基づき、司祭代理権限で監督中。なお、異端者の所属は不明。現在履歴を調査中。といったところです。
The church calls heretics the mages, right? So I am entrusted with all reports to the church. My report is now the second owner is currently battling a heretic. So by second owner, I assume he means Aoko is currently battling a heretic, another mage. I am monitoring them under my clerical authority in accordance to the neutrality pact, because the church has a neutrality pact with the Mages Association to not get involved, right? The affiliation of the heretic is unknown. So the affiliation of the outside mage is unknown, meaning Toko, and I am investigating their history.
この町に現れた魔術師は所属不明ということになっているんだな。
ええ。シスターユイカは私とは別所轄の方ですが、彼女は異端者の攻防はおろか、その姿さえつかめていません。彼女が単独で敵の正体を暴くまで、教会から横槍が入ることはないんじゃないですかね。
So Sister Yuka, that's who I assumed the person or the house that she visited, but maybe not. Sister Yuka reports to a different jurisdiction from my own, but she has not even seen this heretic, let alone uncovered their workshop. There will most likely be no interference from the church until she is able to reveal who the true enemy is.
今まで通り土地を狙いに来た馬術師同士の小競り合いだと思っているんじゃないですか。
そうか。では取引成立だな。お前が私の帰国の剣を握りつぶしている間は、私も多少回り道をする。
よかった。東子さんは無差別な破壊工作はしませんが、とにかく最適な道筋を好みますから。勢い、どこぞの工場とかオフィスビルとか秘密基地にしそうでしょ。私がこちらに赴任している間、流血事件が続くと困るというか、私の評価が落ちるようなことは何とも。
Okay. So the church dude's deal that he's making with Toko is essentially as long as you leave the city out of it, and as long as you choose not to get the city involved in any way, and as long as you lay low and don't actually sabotage things indiscriminately and do things as efficiently as possible, he doesn't have an issue with it, I don't think, which is why Toko slowly over time took out over all the spirit fonts, right? The ley lines. And then chose to strike only when she knew for sure that she'd win. Or so she thought. Toko had to resist the urge to object and ask just what kind of person he thought she was. She did hate wastefulness, but she wasn't about to entirely abandon society and its norms just for the sake of doing things optimally. Besides, criminal activities were always a pain to clean up later, and thus far more inefficient.
まあいいさ。お互いの利益が一致したんだからな。では、あとはことが済むまで生還を決め込んでおけ。
もうお帰りですか。名残惜しいですね。結局一度も今のあなたの素顔を見られなかった。
私は逆だ。そのカマキリ面もこれで見納めかと思うと、せいせいする。
ああ、待ってください。お別れの前に一つ質問を。
Aries spoke just as Toko was about to take a step back. He had effortlessly stopped her from
所
leaving.
感なのですが。
Didn't he know her too? Like when they were growing up, because he knew of Aoko's story like personally well. Like he knew all about Aoko and Toko's story on like a personal level. Like he had experienced it. So I assume they like either because they were mages and he was part of the church, they knew each other because of that, or they went like to the same schools or something. This is the last thing I'll say.
東子さん、今大変息苦しくはありませんか？
You look quite uneasy, Toko. Are you feeling stifled here?
まさか。私はかつてないほど充実しているよ。なぜそんなことを聞く、エリ？
いえ、だって楽しそうではありますが、幸せそうではありませんので。あなた自身気づいてはいないようでしたから、知己として心配になったのです。
He said, you look like you're having fun, but also like you're not truly happy. I was just worried because it seems you don't even truly realize this yourself. And I imagine he's right on the bullet too, because he was able to figure out Soujuurou like super fucking fast too after looking at him.
幸せの定義か。思い出したよ。お前の口癖だったな、それは。全くその通りだ。私の良しとする幸福が他人であるお前にわかるものか。
いや、そりゃ細かいところまではわかりませんけどね。特に女の人の幸福感なんて、それこそ危機快快ですから。ですがほら、幸福の形は2つに大別できます。東子さんの場合、それすら気づいていないようですから、大変見苦しいなと思いまして。
ほう。ご忠告痛み入る。腐っても兄弟子というわけか。いいぞ。聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
If it happened to be something worthless, she would kill him. If it erased all the progress she had made on her plans over the past month, or even the last 2 years, she would kill him. Toko's hostility had clearly turned to murderous rage.
当たり前のことですよ。相対的なものと絶対的なもの、比べる相手がいるかいないかが幸福の違いです。自分が穏やかであれば幸福なのか、それともどんなに満ち足りていても人より劣っていては我慢できない人間なのか。
You're either happy because you yourself are at peace, or you're the type of person who can't stand if you have less than someone else, even if you're otherwise fulfilled.
幸福の定義なんて、つまるところはその2つですよ。私が言うまでもありませんが、多くの人間はただ人より少しだけ幸せでありたいのです。
It goes without saying, but most people want to be happier than those around them. The holy man smiled calmly, wrapped in his shadowy black clothing. Toko remembered clearly now. This was a man who actually didn't believe in the concept of true happiness.
ほら、そんな殺気は収めて、シスターユイカが飛んできます。トウコさんの幸福感は絶対的なもの。あなたは自分が確かであれば満ち足りるタイプの人だったんですけどね。他人が気になるなんて、そんな相対的な幸福感を持っているのは。
He stopped himself before he could say Aoko. The priest seemed to have spoken out of genuine concern for Toko, but his words had the opposite effect on her. Although he was reluctant to part on such ill terms, Eri knew it was best not to anger Toko any further.
言葉が過ぎました。お許しを、ハイマスター。それでは私はこれで、あなたたちにとっていい結果になることを祈っています。
さっさと消えろ、極つぶし。最後まで陰気臭い真似をしやがって。だいたいその服装どうなんだ？街中でマントなんて羽織って敬遠されないのか？
皆さんもう慣れてくださいましたから。それに、ほら、この格好だと獲物を刺していてもバレないでしょ。
Ooh. She's making fun of his black cloak, and he says, "Everyone's very much used to my black cloak by now. Besides, how else can I carry a weapon without people noticing? Bro, what are they called? The black keys? The church fucking knives that they have in between their fingers? I think they're called the black keys."
まあ、トウコさんには見抜かれてしまいましたが、相手があなたですからね。
I'm sure
恥ずかしながら長物を3本ほど。
I'm sure it was glaringly obvious to you, but I have about 3 on me right now. Eri turned and walked back in the direction he came, with a smile still on his face.
ふざけやがって。こっちは1本、それも担当ぐらいにしか見抜けなかった。そもそも3本ってなんだよ。魔術師でもないくせにどうやったら隠せるんだ？あのバカ、手品師にくら替えしたわけじゃあるまいな。
Toko muttered to herself as she thought back over the man who had stood before her just moments ago. She truly hated the fact he had the upper hand on her, but she also felt a bit relieved. If she had actually noticed how heavily armed he was during that brief conversation, it would have been enough to instantly set off a fight. Toko wasn't sure which of them would have come out the victor if that had happened. Eri Fumitsuka had been that kind of man for as long as she had known him. He didn't need a reason or even an opponent to fight, nor did he need any kind of connection or hatred. He was just a machine that simply needed an ignition. He was murder incarnate, with no qualms about cutting someone down. Toko had only seen that side of him once. It was back when she was still a relatively happy disciple of magecraft. Toko had been standing quietly before her grandfather, crying. The instant her first tears fell, without warning, without hesitation, Eri cut down their master in an instant.
なんで？どうしてあなたがあの人を切りつけたの？
いえ、今なら切れる。
Eri could not fathom how much this curt response would affect such a young Toko. He had not meant to say, my opponent showed a moment of weakness and I knew I could win, so I took the opportunity. All he meant was, I felt capable of killing him, so I did. This man had become her grandfather's disciple, forged an unrivaled friendship with him, and yet had still mercilessly cut him down when the desire arose. Damn, wait. He killed the grandfather's still, like, alive, technically, in, like, spirit form, due to, I assumed, the third magic. But his body was destroyed by this fucking church guy. He possessed some sort of superhuman ability that had allowed him to destroy the mortal vessel of a mage who had been infinitely chosen to be a magician. Oh, infinitely close to being a magician, because he never wielded the fifth magic, I guess. He possessed some kind of superhuman ability that had allowed him to destroy the mortal vessel of a mage who had been infinitely close to being a magician.
ああ、ほんとうさんくさい、めんどくさい。でも、目障りだから絶対殺すし、魔法を奪ってからの仕事がまた一つ増えちゃったじゃない。バカエリ。
バカエリ。Toko put her glasses back on and turned on her heel. She had completed all her major tasks for the day. All that was left was to make some money to buy food for her familiar and head back to the hideout.
ちょ、何あの乙女軸
The wolf says, wait, what was that? What was with that sudden romantic mood? Setting aside Bao's mental shout of dismay for a moment, the scent that had been bothering him for the past few days had suddenly disappeared. His employer was back to being the old Aoko Aozaki he knew, and she was headed into the entertainment district. Bao sniffed at the air. The scent had vanished, and he no longer had a reason to continue tailing Toko. But where had it gone? And where had it come from in the first place? Bao thought about it for a few moments.
さっきの男が怪しいよね。
Bao regained his composure and decided to follow the man's scent. He had no idea that where he was going was his employer's worst nightmare. Ida Church was set up to accept visitors any time of day, any time of the year. The church was the savior of the lost and the poor, and recently had even ventured into the wedding industry for some extra income. It was closely involved with the public welfare of Misaki City, and was doing fairly well for itself in that regard. However, there was one problem.
エイリ神父はまた外出ですか。律歌もサボタージュ。奉仕の生徒さんたちも日に日に減っていく一方。結局、労働力は私一人だけなのですね。
Even if their financial situation was stable, they seemed to be chronically understaffed.
だいたい、この町の人々は新人が足りなさすぎます。給金がなければ働けないなど、人生を何だと思っているのでしょう。物欲だけで構成された一日を過ごしていては、懐は豊かになっても、心が貧しくなるだけでしょうに。
What sort of life is spent demanding money in exchange for labor? Days spent chasing after material desires can only lead to a life of hollow wealth and mental poverty. Wait a second, she cooking. Throw Das Capital at her. The nun muttered to herself quietly as she picked up a stepladder with one hand. Although it was a proper stepladder, they used for cleaning the church windows and weighed too much to be carried by even two strong adults, the mass didn't even seem to faze her. She stronk.
人々の心の荒廃も気になりますが、物価の上昇も捨ておけません。消費税なるものの導入もささやかれますし、エイリ神父にはもっと一日で驚異的な成果を上げる結婚式の素晴らしさを知っていただかないと。
The desolation of the hearts and minds of our flock is a concern, but we also mustn't forget the increasing costs of living. There are whispers of an impending sales tax, and Father Airy must be convinced of the great results we can achieve in a single day if we hold more wedding ceremonies.
あの人は誰彼何彼気分で世話をして、後のこととか考えませんから。裏庭に集まった野良猫たちはどうするんですか？ああ、私ですね。それも私が受け持つのですね。 もう何でもかんでも肉体労働は私なのですね。
Strong nun. This nun mumbled to herself at a near constant pace was Sister Yuka Sus. There was a reason for her unusual behavior. Yuka was completely blind and had honed her other senses to keenly perceive her surroundings. She was extremely sensitive to the presence of living creatures, particularly humans, and could detect when someone was within a radius of about 30 feet. She could talk to herself so openly now because she did not sense anyone nearby.
今日の余り物はと。ああ、もらい物でジャムの詰め合わせがありましたね。どうなのでしょう、主よ。猫って2日経った岩のように硬いパンでもペーストすればいける口なんでしょうか。玉ねぎだけは出すなとリツカが言っていた気がしますが。
Sister Yuka was busy putting away the cleaning tools while simultaneously trying to prepare dinner for the hungry animals mewing in the back garden. When suddenly...
おや？新しい迷子ですか？
Sister Yuka suddenly sensed the presence of a small dog in the church. It's the fucking werewolf.
ごめんなさい。今日は猫限定の日なの。君が混ざってしまったら猫どもが驚くわ。
I'm sorry, little doggy, but today is for cats only. If I throw you in with that bunch, they'll be too surprised to eat.
餌ならここで恵んであげますから、中に入るのはまた今度にしてくださいね。それ以上入ったら、向かいの家の屋根あたりまでご退場願いますよ。
She put her foot in front of the small brown dog to stop him from coming in any further inside the church. Yuka was somewhat rougher in her treatment of non-human creatures.
何この神気臭い生き物。
Bayo, who'd convinced himself to transform into a small dog instead of a wolf like he really wanted, only saw Sister Yuka as an obstacle in his way. He could smell the scent of the man in the black ahead further inside. Bayo thought little of humans, and in this moment Sister Yuka was simply an obstacle. So naturally he ignored her warnings and attempted to push through the main gate.
なんでしょう、この色。この子、すごい色していますけど、もしかして高級な品種なのでしょうか。だとしたら。
He might be some wealthy person's pet. Since the dog came to the church, its rich owner might also attend church services. Yuka stopped trying to push the dog away from the gate.
ごめんなさいね。エイリ神父が目当てなんでしょうけど、また出かけてしまったの。今日一番の餌をあげますから、おとなしく帰ってくださいませ。
ああ、もう邪魔、この神気臭い人。よし、周りに誰もいないし、首を噛み寄ろ。
Bayo's front leg stopped suddenly before he could launch himself at Sister Yuka. Pop! Sister Yuka opened the lid of the bottle she had held out and poured out a glimmering liquid into a small dish. She set it down in front of the dog.
ほら、お食べ。
The mysterious unknown liquid sat in front of Bayo. It smelled like nothing he'd ever smelled before. Bayo was known to let curiosity get the best of him. Even if it was poisoned, no poison of the natural world could even harm him. He lapped up a mouthful.
何?
Is it just wet dog food? He lapped up a little more. He lapped up even more.
味!
He lapped up more and more and more.
おや、牛乳を飲むような舐めっぷり。犬ながら惚れ惚れします。
これ、もっと欲しい!
The church became filled with the echoes of Bayo's boisterous barking. At this point, he'd completely forgotten about the man's scent.
甘いですか？私も感動しました。犬どもにも甘味をたしなむ心があるのですね。
甘い？これが甘いってこと？
Bayo looked up at Sister Yuka as she whispered to him. He had the feeling that sweet was an important word he should remember. This food sent a sensation through him that was like a flash of lightning. Until this point, eating food had been nothing more than a process of refueling. He liked hamburgers, but that never amounted to more than a preference for a particular mouthfeel. He only ate them because he needed the nutrition. But this was different. This food was not necessary to his survival. And yet, he knew he wanted more. He didn't really need it, but it made him feel good. It was like food for his soul rather than for his body.
そもそもこの匂いって。
He stopped wagging his tail. The golden wolf in the form of the small dog sat with food that was the very origin of his name in front of him. It was called Beowulf. Beowulf was faced with a difficult problem he was unable to solve.
ただいま。
Wait, what is that, chat? I don't know what that is. Is there a dog food brand called Beowulf? Hmm.
はい。お帰りなさい、ベオくん。
Uh-oh.
遅いお帰りにお姉さん心配しちゃった。こんな時間まで無断外出とか心配したぞ。教育係兼飼い主としてバッボーイしなくちゃいけないから、そこに正座。
Toko, angry. Beo had transformed back into a human form and returned to the workshop. Toko was waiting for him there with a big, strained smile on her face.
あ、そうか。
Beo knew he had messed up. He had failed to get back home before Toko because of Sister Yuka.
正座は嫌です。そりゃ無断で外に出てたけど、誰にも見つかってないし、別に僕悪いことしてないし。
誰にも見つかっていない？ってことはベオくん、裏山で遊んでたの？
裏山じゃなくて町。気づかなかったでしょ。実はトウコさんを尾行していただけなのです。
Toko froze at Beo's completely unexpected response. But she was used to him by now. She just sighed and rubbed her head, now throbbing from a terrible headache.
いいでしょう。見つからなければいたずらじゃないと教えたのは私だしね。主人の尾行禁止とは命令していなかったし。今回の尾行については不問に付します。でもどうやって人目を避けたの？その格好だったらさすがに気づくと思うんだけど、私。
そこは企業秘密です。教えたら今日みたいなトウコさんもう見れなくなっちゃうし。楽しそうだったよね、あの人と。
Oh. Toko's response was both honest and out of character. Even Beo was surprised at how taken aback she was at this statement.
それは違う。どんな勘違いをしたのか知らないけど、あれはただの交渉よ。教会の神父相手に町を人質に見立てて不干渉を念押ししただけで。
いや、楽しそうに見えたのは女の人の方だけど、あの全身ぐるぐる巻きに自分を縛ってた方。
Woman and wolf stared at each other for a silent moment. Bale looked satisfied with himself and his secret information.
つまり、あれってトウコさんのつがい？
Toko nearly choked at the utterly fearless question. The puppet master wordlessly removed her glasses and tamped down her emotions.
なんでそんな言葉だけ知ってるんだお前は。耳戸島にも程があるぞ。
こんなの生き物として普通の言葉じゃない。まあトウコさんが普通の生き物だとは思っていなかったから。僕、それでどうなの？ あのパッとしないポテトみたいなオス。何？
Who is that plain potato-looking male anyway? Bale was suddenly irritated. He was irritated, but he couldn't figure out why.
何も何も、お前の言う通り、しなびたフライドポテトだよ。少なくとも私にとってはね。気にする価値もないし、食べたくなるような魅力もない。
本当？ただの敵？トウコさんにとって特別なのは僕だけ？
Okay.
ああ、今のところはね。焼けぼっくいに火がつくかとも思ったが、完全にしけっていた。あれを前にしてどうこう思うのは、もう二度とないだろうさ。
Yeah, so they were close when they were kids for sure. I thought it might rekindle something, but there was absolutely nothing there. I don't think I'll ever think about him again like that. I don't think I'll ever think about him like that again.
そっか。なんでもないならもう忘れることにします。でも、焼けぼっくいって何？
What do you mean by rekindle anyway?
思い出を蒸し返して前後不覚に陥ること。まあ、その可能性だって少しはあったと思うよ。
He was my first
私の
love.
初恋の相手のようだし。
What? That's crazy.
え？
Beo had no first-hand experience with love, but he at least understood the concept of first love.
初恋ってトウコさんに？
菅井はありで初恋はなしとか、どれだけ私を動物的に見ているんだお前は。
Beo, why do you think a mate is more believable than a first love for Toko?
昔の話だよ。私が10代になったばかりで、あれが祖父の弟子だった頃の話だ。奴は魔術ではなく、精神修行の一環として祖父と付き合っていたが。
Did I just hear a cut there too? That's rare to find in Japanese media.
昔の話だよ。私が10代になったばかりで、あれが祖父の弟子だった頃の話だ。奴は魔術ではなく、精神修行の一環として祖父と付き合っていたが。
There's a cut there for 2 takes, huh? That's rare to find in Japanese media. I spot it all the time in games for English, but I don't think I've ever caught that in a Japanese dialogue piece before.
昔の話だよ。私が10代になったばかりで、あれが祖父の弟子だった頃の話だ。奴は魔術ではなく、精神修行の一環として祖父と付き合っていたが。
Huh. That's cool. So he wasn't studying mage. I thought he was a mage in training and then went to the church. So that would have been weird. So he wasn't studying magecraft. He was training under grandfather to hone his mind, I guess. And then destroyed his fucking vessel just because he thought he could. Toko spoke indifferently, and it was clear from the look on her face that there was no longer any attachment there. Oh, I wonder because it said... We can try to piece together some context clues here. When the priest was talking to Soujuurou, he made it seem like he had a first-hand account, or he had witnessed Aoko having to be chosen to be the new heir, and Toko, and how it destroyed her life when she was no longer going to be the heir. And he probably witnessed that. That sounds like the moment where Toko threw her glasses at her grandfather, because the dialogue said that when he had killed the grandfather's vessel, it was right after Toko was in tears because of like something the grandfather had said to her. And I at the time when I first heard that, I thought it was a training session they had, but it was probably right when that happened, right when the grandfather told Toko she would no longer be the heir for the 5th magic, and it would instead go to Aoko. And then after hearing that, the priest himself fucking cut the grandpa in two, cut his fucking vessel. That's crazy. Toko spoke indifferently, and it was clear from the look on her face that there was no longer any attachment there. Yet there was still a tenderness in her words that caused Beo to furrow his brow.
トウコさん、まだ好きなわけ？
But do you still like him?
いや、自分でも呆れるぐらい何もなかった。ただ青春の幻影というのかな。そういう頃の象徴のような知人とは話すだけで懐かしいものなんだよ。人間的には全く魅力を感じなくなったが、奴と話しているだけでこう昔の自分を思い返して笑いたくなる。
Bale grew only more confused at Toko as Toko spoke with such passion. He couldn't wrap his head around the concept that she hated him yet somehow also still liked him.
そういうの僕わかんないな。
お前には好き嫌いがないからな。ロジックだけじゃ人の関係は解けないよ。
Sometimes you can't use logic to understand human relationships, Bale.
そんなのあります。食べ物だって襟好みするじゃんか僕。
I do have likes and dislikes, Beo says. There are certain foods that I like more than others, you know.
お前の基準は有益か無益かだけだろ。野生動物にとって味覚は十分な栄養値があるかないかを測るセンサーでしかない。栄養値を度外視して食事をとるのは人間だけだ。自分の体に合っているからその食材を好むではないんだよ。人は楽しいか楽しくないかで食事をとる。
甘いもの、好きなものって甘く見えるの？
ものの例えだが苦くは見えないだろ。まあ人によってはそれもありだが、そのあたりはあれだな、性癖の問題だ。卵が先か鶏が先かの話さ。好きだから甘いのか、甘いから好きなのかとね。
でも僕、トウコさんは甘く見えないけど。
そりゃそうだろう。そもそもお前はまだ生きていないからな。あるだけのものと生きていることはまた別の話だ。皮肉な話だがね、その違いを知ったとき、お前は無敵ではなくなるよ。ベオ。
Oh shit, foreshadowing. You exist, Bale, but you're not really alive. There's a difference. It's kind of ironic, actually. If you were to ever figure out that difference, you wouldn't be invincible anymore.
さあ、夕食だ。今日も大勝ちしたからな。霜降りのいいところを買ってきたぞ。
Toko walked into the classroom back in her usual mood. Bale lingered in the hallway looking dejected. You're not actually alive, she said. Those words pierced right through Beo's heart, but he didn't quite know why yet. Pierced right through his heart, huh? Jesus Christ, Nasu. Come on. Soujuurou. 3 weeks would pass before he got a hint of why that was the case. Lou Beowulf was perfect, and yet he would lose at the hands of a particularly imperfect creature. My goat. The sound of a phone ringing echoed through the empty hallways of the school. It was January, and both the mage, who had remodeled the building, and the magician who had expelled her from it were long gone. The telephone that Toko had installed on a whim rang and rang without letting up, as if it were for sure that someone was there to answer it. Wait, this is after the battle? After the end of the story now? Yeah, it's January now, okay. Both the mage who had remodeled the building and the magician who expelled her from it were long gone. And now the phone rings.
うるさいな。
Something rustled inside, though. There were definitely no people inside the school building, but there was one non-human creature sleeping there.
はい、こちら伽藍の道第二出張店。天使は尻尾巻いて逃げ出した後ですので、ご用のある方は発信音の後にメッセージを。トウコさん？うん。はいはい。どうぞ行ってらっしゃい。僕のことはお構いなく。
What is What's that facial expression? The classroom was occupied by a young boy with blonde hair. Even before the phone rang, he was in human form. It used to be that when he was alone, he would always doze off in his wolf form, but not anymore. There was no real need for him to stay in his human form, but he did anyway. It was now his normal state of being when he was not in combat.
じゃ、必要になったら呼んでよね。契約は切れたけど、僕はまだトウコさんの使い魔だし。うん、そう。嫌味なんかじゃないって。狼はね、誇り高いんだよ。
Bayo couldn't help but wonder where Toko was traveling to. She had accepted her loss and ended her contract with her familiar. She said it was because she had fulfilled her promise to let him fight magic. However, that was actually the fault of her familiar, and not her responsibility at all. Bayo had not fulfilled his duty as her bodyguard yet.
で、トウコさんは今どこ？
It was the name of a country he wasn't familiar with. After the battle, she had promptly left Japan to develop a new way to break the curse.
何が敗北を認めただよ。それって、まだ諦めてないってことじゃん。
Toko laughed at the other end of the line. Somehow, Bayo sensed a tropical scent coming through the phone. Whether that was a mystical effect of Toko's handcrafted phone, or the werewolf's super senses was unclear.
じゃ、さっさと帰ってきてね。僕はこっちに残ってるから。おいしいお土産よろしく。
Toko asked him why. If he had really decided to stay on as her familiar, there was no reason for him to stay there.
実は僕も、よくわかんない。
As he stumbled over his words, Bayo patted his chest a few times and remembered the pain he had felt.
まあ、なんと言いましょうか。ここにいれば、甘いってどんなものか、わかるような気がするのです。
The wolf who had learned to accept being wasteful expressed his future goal, a vague hint of delight in his voice. Thus concluded an exceptionally rare case of first love, sweet as honey. That was it. Wait, that wasn't that long. Oh, now there's another fucking book, though. Okay. So that was the honey adventure. Little bit of cool characterization for both Toko and Beowulf. That was nice. I think I'm gonna take a short break because I am hungry. I'm gonna get some food before we read this one. So the last book, it looks like this is actually the last book on the bookshelf. Anyone Can Sleep, But Not Laugh. It's the final one. But yeah, I'll be right back. We will read this one when I get back. But I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back. See y'all in a few minutes. And we back. Sorry if that took a little longer than my normal breaks. I made a sandwich. It was very good. Got some more caffeine because we gotta lock in here for a few hours. So this is the long one y'all were talking about. The last one we read wasn't even the one that took multiple hours. All right. 3 hours into this broadcast, we're hopping into it. We're in for a long one. Let's lock in for the actual final chapter of Mahoyo, Witch on the Holy Night. Anyone can sleep, but not laugh. Let's hop into it. What the hell's going on there? Who the fuck is that? Got like every character here. And a new one. Warning, welcome to the Kuonji estate in Misaki Town in the fall, a year after Witch on the Holy Night. What follows is an extra chapter that's pretty long. If you just finished Witch on the Holy Night, we recommend you take a break first. Okay. Long chapter, here we go. Noon. Central Park. I finished making extra prints at the store, and threw away the disposable camera, so I didn't have to carry it around. It was a beautiful day out. The sky was clear, and the autumn air was crisp. The troubles of the summer were gone, and it was a brand new day. I, Konjika Kumari, was about to spend my long weekend at the strangest of events. Kumari is that
お待たせ
that one girl that talked to Soujuurou about the birds in the park, right? I think that's her. The one up in the top left. I think I knew that this chapter had something to do with her, and that's why I threw her up there on stream. I don't know who the new girl is, though, the one in pink, because I've seen sprites of her, too, and I guess she's only in this. Which is kind of crazy.
あれクマったら大荷物なんでそんな大きなボストンバッグなんて持ってきたの
An hour had passed already, and it was 1 p.m. Aoko Aozaki arrived at our meeting place. Aozaki was my classmate, friend, and comrade on the student council. That's right, they had that conversation about going and hanging out after winter break and all that, because that's when supposedly Aoko was said to be done dealing with her sister, right? Or that was the plan, at least. We'd only been friends since high school, but it oddly felt longer, like we'd always known each other. As you can see, she was bright and lively as ever. If she was a drink, she'd be a soft drink, a carbonated soda. She was that kind of person who solved a tough problem by hitting it until it surrendered.
今日のクオンジテーパーティーはこっちでいろいろ用意してあるから手ぶらでいいって招待状に書いてなかった
They're having a party at the mansion?
何それ聞いてないまったく間違いだらけね誕生日を祝うから連休始めに来てほしい各自料理持参としか書かれていなかったわ
The invitation said there's a birthday party, so come at the start of the long weekend and bring your own food.
そうなのごめんアリスったらこういうのまだ慣れていないから朝一でやっぱり迎えに来てって電話してきたのはそういうわけだったのねまあそれはそれとして後ろのなんとも場違いに地味な方ってもしかしてお連れの方
Who's that dull guy behind you?
あれ嫌だなこのスーツ昨日下ろしたばっかりなんだけどおめかしして見えないかい
So is this extra chapter just going to have like every character in it? Because I assume it's just supposed to see it's a catch-up chapter, or not a catch-up, but like an epilogue that is supposed to just tell you what everybody's doing a year after the events of Mahoyo.
コピーペーパーと見間違うほどいつも通りです山城先生
You look as plain as copy paper. And I wonder if that new girl, the one in pink, is going to be like a Mahoyo 2 character then if they're introducing her here.
それで今日は何でしょう教え子を尾行するとかあと数年したら立派な犯罪になりますから自重してほしいんですけど
Yeah, following your students around? You know that'll be illegal one day, so I wouldn't get into a bad habit of doing it. Aozaki never pulled her punches inside or outside of school. She was particularly harsh on Mr. Yamashiro. Almost like they were related.
お、ストーキングってやつだねそういうのは青崎くんの方が得意だと思うんだがいやあくまで個人的な感想だから聞き流して
Damn, bro firing back.
ほら怖い顔しないでこれを見て今朝僕のところにも招待状が送られていてね見れば生徒会の役員が参加とある
The invitation Miss Yamashiro pulled out was the same one I got. Aozaki looked surprised, to say the least. That was no act.
その字は宗十郎かあいつが変に律儀なこと気をつけておくべきだった
素晴らしい気遣いじゃないか僕はね青崎くんしずきくんはいつか多分おそらく機会さえあればやる生徒だと思っていたんだそれがこんな楽しそうなイベントに青崎が何するか不安なので監督しに来てくださいなんて書かれた招待状を送ってくるなんて成長の度合い著しい驚くべき危機管理能力だ
Aozaki let out a defeated sigh. She couldn't turn away from Mr. Yamashiro since he'd been formally invited. However, cold-hearted as she appeared, she did have a sense of etiquette.
仕方ない。こぶつきだけど案内するわ。二人ともクオンジ邸は初めて？
初めてです。地元の住人なら白犬塚にはあまり近寄りませんからね。今年の夏だってほら。
People around here don't usually go near Shironizuka. Take what happened last summer, for instance. What happened last summer? Oh, wait, wouldn't that have been Mahoyo 2? Didn't y'all say that? Wait, is this after Mahoyo 2? What the fuck is with Nasu and making fucking 2.5 stories? Saber Wars 3.5? What the fuck?
"私はそうでもないけど、そもそもこの山、この辺りの子供にしたらちょっとした聖地なんだし。
Maybe sacred ground wasn't an exaggeration, but I couldn't think of a better way to describe it. For years, there had been urban legends circulating about the hills here, like the demon dog of the slope, or the one where if you went into the woods on a foggy day, you'd come out either as someone different or someone with strange powers. Those stories were probably the reason kids came here, to test their courage. The demon dog of the slope? Supposed to be the werewolf reference. In elementary school, if you went into the woods and touched the mailbox of the haunted house, you were officially awesome right up until graduation. I guess that's why the sacred ground seemed to fit the area.
なるほど。青崎くんは2年半この道を通学路に使っていたんだね。そりゃ足も鍛えられるってもんだ。
Mr. Yamashiro gazed down to the city excitedly. Maybe it was his first time he'd seen it from this angle. I'd like to feel that excited too, but I couldn't relax given the situation, because...
青崎くん、受験勉強ははかどってる？ま、君はきっちり自己管理できる子だから心配するまでもないんだけどね。
言われなくてもきっちりやってます。山城先生のお手は煩わせません。
ならいいけど、青崎くん推薦蹴っちゃうんだもんな。そんなに地元の大学は嫌かい？
いや、というわけではありません。選択肢を狭めたくなかっただけです。
いや、くまりくんは鉄板でしょう。もうみぞらの推薦取っているんですから。ご両親もくまりくん自身もみぞらへの進学を決めているわけですし。
I silently tried to tell Aozaki to ignore the topic. So is this all from her perspective, I guess? Let me take a moment here to talk about my history and what was happening today. My name is Kojika Kumari. I'm a third-year senior in high school. You know what students are like, struggling through exams without any hopes or dreams. Well, I'm not a typical student. I want to attend a college in the city. I'm planning to attend a local university. Given my current academic performance, that should be a piece of cake. My parents insist I get a job. They don't want me attending a college at all.
お前はうちの家業を手伝うんだから、大学に行く必要はない。
That's my old-fashioned father for you, as big and as hard-headed as a bear. Luckily, my older brothers managed to convince him to let me go despite his archaic ways.
マッドダディ、小鹿にはまだ学生生活が必要だ。特に体操競技とか。あん馬をやらずして何が青春か。だからお前は長男なのだ。釣りはこそ司法。あん馬とか軟弱すぎて話にならん。ばっかじゃねえのダブル兄貴。かっちょいいのは鉄棒でしょやっぱ。縦回転のグルーヴ感とか脳内麻薬ドッパドパ。ありゃハマったら社会復帰とか難しいから。そして自慢したい。
How many brothers does she have?
美咲で一番可愛いって自慢したい。クソいけすか ねスケート部のやつらとか間違いなく俺たちに土下座するよね。妹さんをスケート部にくださいって。
Honestly, my brothers are idiots. Those gymnastic events were male only, for goodness sake.
なんという無屈的兄弟愛。お前たちのような脳筋をこれ以上増やしたくないが、小鹿ならそんな悪夢はおきまい。しゃあねえ、みぞら大なら俺も許す。地元の大学だし、うちの常連さんも増えるだろうしな。
Holy shit. That was the decision my 4 brothers and my father came to in their little huddle. Just thinking about my family makes me want to die, but that's how it is, and that's how it's been since elementary school, so I'm used to feeling like that. Didn't y'all say Nasu and like part of the reason, I think we were talking about it last stream, the reason why like every single one of his stories is all about like a regular like weak dude most of the time that's surrounded by like really powerful women that could snap him like a twig? Because it's like that in Garden of Sinners, it's like that Fate Stay Night, Witch on the Holy Night, Tsukihime, like all of the stories are kind of like that. And one of y'all in chat said it was because Nasu is the youngest sibling of like 7 sisters or something like that. This is like the opposite of that. It's funny. I did as my father asked and set my sights on Mizora Sports Science University. That put him at ease, but I had other things in mind. I convinced him to let me put down a college in the city as my safety
先
school.
生への建前上、進路希望には3つまで志望校を書く必要があったの。形の上だけだから。受験代の用意はしなくていい。
My father believed every word of it. Of course, I fully intended to go to my second choice in the city. That's why I secretly worked a part-time job. I'd saved enough over 3 years to cover living costs if I go in. I'd have to get a loan for tuition fees, but it was the only way to make the plan work. My father was stubborn and brash, but he appreciated hard work and diligence. If he saw that I passed my exams while saving up enough money to pay for myself, he'd probably let me go. Not that I wouldn't even if he disapproved. Everything was going according to plan so far. The only thing that could stop me was a sudden illness preventing me from taking the entrance exam. Oh right, there was one other thing.
そういえば、青崎くんは彼氏とかいないのかい?
Aozaki did not reply. It's a beautiful day, and Mr. Yamashiro had been invited to the party, so he couldn't be thinking straight. He'd unknowingly spoken a word forbidden in Misaki High. Strangely, then again, maybe it's not so strange. Aozaki was single, so she was undoubtedly attractive if she wasn't speaking to you. But she was permanently in a bad mood and didn't bother with small talk.
山城先生、徹夜明けですか？
いや、だってほら、気になるでしょ？もうすぐ生徒会の役割から解放されるわけですしね。青崎くんほどの子が青春を謳歌しないのは教師として僕も心苦しい。
お心遣いありがとうございます、山城先生。でしたら今から付き合いましょうか、私たち。とりあえず恋人同士らしくそこの暗がりに連れ込んでいいですか？ええ、これからすることとかあまり人目につくとまずいので。
Aozaki beamed. If looks could kill.
ごめん、確かに正気じゃなかった。だから明日にも僕から職を奪いそうな企みはやめてくれ。そもそも受験生に恋はご法度だったしね。いや、健全で大いに結構。
Mr. Yamashiro laughed uncomfortably.
まったくです。くれぐれも口には気をつけてくださいね、山城先生。これから行くところでそんな浮ついた頭のやつとかいませんからね、クマ。そうね。パーティーといってもあくまで誕生会って話だし。
I was starting to feel a little inadequate. I wasn't as attractive or as cool as Aozaki, I mean, I wasn't even sure my college plan was really going to work. I felt more anxious every day. Pathetic, I know. If I didn't already have enough to worry about, there was the equally big problem of a boy at school.
けど、よくクオンジさんが承諾したわね。青崎の話じゃ、彼女の父親でさえめったに入れないんでしょ？
うん。それには私も驚いてる。人間、変われば変わるもんだってね。しずきくんのお友達なら上がってもらって構わないけど。なんてセリフ、アリスから出ると思わなかったわ。
The gate to the Shiro-Nuzuka stood tall, as it were designed to ward off visitors. Aozaki opened the gate. It wasn't even locked. I felt like we were passing into a different world. Was it just me, or did the trees and mountains look different inside? Decision A. Wait, what the hell? We're choosing shit? What the fuck? I wasn't expecting a choice, chat. The big surprise of this chapter, there are choices, which means there are bad endings, and yes, you can lock out of the good ending if you pick wrong, so think carefully. I might be an ill omen. Maybe it's always unlocked. I could enter by myself. Maybe it's always unlocked. I spaced out, and random thoughts filled my mind.
くまりくん、何しているんですか？行きますよ。
あ、はい、すぐ行きます。
The other two had already set off. I picked up my things and followed them. Aozaki was verbally sparring with Mr. Yamashiro as they walked down the tree-lined path. I hurried after them. Looking up at the sky, I saw ominous clouds starting to roll in.
あれ？今日の天気予報どうだったっけ？
Oh, save and save often? Wait, you're right. Hold up. Oh, decision A. Dub.
Kumari.
Oh.
Aozaki was verbally sparring with Mr. Yamashiro as they walked down the tree-lined path. I hurried after them. Looking up at the sky, I saw ominous clouds starting to roll in.
今日の天気予報どうだったっけ？
The heavens looked like they could open up at any moment. Would I have to trek back home in the rain? Once we were past the woods, I could see it more clearly. In the clearing stood a large building that felt out of time.
おや、これはまた立派な洋館だ。幽霊屋敷なんて誰が言い出したんだろうね。誹謗中傷もいいところだ。
そうでもないですよ。火のないところに煙は立たないって言葉。ここに限っては本当ですから。お化けが出たくらいで騒がないでくださいね、山城先生。
青崎くんがそんな冗談を口にするなんて、僕らとしてはそっちの方が怖いな。
I wonder if he actually believed her. I've known Aozaki for 3 years and I think she's never told a joke with that expression before.
青崎、今の話、本当？
お化けが出るかは別にして、不思議なことなら起こらないこともないわ。大丈夫。おかしなものを見てもスルーすれば害はないから。
I agreed with Mr. Yamashiro. Ignore anything weird, even ghosts, was kind of a scary thing to say. The foyer of the Kuonji estate was colder than I expected. I knew the mountains were colder, but this was something else. It felt like winter in here.
中も驚きですね。外見から典型的なチューダー式かと思いましたが、ロビーの作りはロマネスク建築に近い。隣の通路とロビーとでも大きく年代が違いますね。まるでここだけ違う建物から持ってきた。おや？
不思議！山城がいるよ！
I heard a stupid, irritating voice behind me, and sure enough, there was an idiot standing in the foyer.
お、小鹿も一緒じゃん。そっか、会長ったら朝からいないと思ったら2人を迎えに行ってたんだな。
ちょっと、なんでホウスケがいんのよ。
Look at both of their faces.
宗十郎が声をかけたんでしょ。あいつ、今日はみんなを喜ばせるとか張り切ってたから。ま、適切なチョイスじゃないけど、最悪ってわけでもないんじゃない？
おう、任せとけ。ご期待に沿うよう今日は大量に新ネタ仕込んできたからね。階段もモノマネ芸もそう簡単には品切れにはならねえぜ。
騒がしいだけならガチョウでも代用は効くでしょうに。しずきの考えってほんとわかんない。ホウスケ、バカッとしてないで荷物持ってよ。
Luggage?
そこはボケだよね。ボケって言うんだよね、普通。
I ignored him and put my overnight bag down on the floor.
中身見ないでよね。
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えとかもう No thanks, no future, no tax.
What? I don't want to see your boring grandma underwear anyway. How did that translate to that?
頼まれたって見ないっしょ。小鹿の色気のない着替えとかもう No thanks, no future, no tax.
What?
いや、にしても重いな。体に似合わず重装備じゃねえか、おい。
Are your granny panties made out of chainmail? Hozuke picked up my bag and carried it towards the hallway of the east wing. Of course, it was heavy. Couldn't come here without my trusty wok, cleaver, rice, and chisu. What? What if I wanted fried rice later?
あっちが今よ。基本パーティー会場はこっちだから。それとアリスの気遣いで客室も用意されているから、疲れたらそっちに移動して。着替え。
In that case, decision B. I should head to the drawing room. I'll check out the guest room first. I'll do something random. Let's check out the guest room first. I'll check out the guest room
コウ
first.
スケ、やっぱり荷物返して先に自分の部屋を見てくるから。クマの部屋は2階の東館の手前から2つ目。鍵は開いてるわ。部屋の机の上に鍵があるから、出てくるときはそれで施錠して。
Oh wait, we had to save for that too. Shit. Decision B. I nodded before making my way to the stairs. On the second floor, I found my room, as described. It was unoccupied. It's like the same one Soujuurou was in, but I don't remember Soujuurou having like a cupboard on the wall there, or whatever that is. I checked to make sure I was alone, and then put down my luggage and stowed my wallet in a pocket. I considered keeping my favorite bunny-shaped computer pass and Lucky Charm with me, but all it contained was a yearly school festival photo anyway. I left it on the table. I was going to be spending the night in an unfamiliar building. It was best to travel light.
鍵は、ああ、これね。
It was a brass key, with an old-fashioned and elaborate design that was perfectly complemented the mansion's European theme. I stepped back into the second-floor corridor. In the corner of my eye, I spotted an old man in the hall. Must be one of the guests. I set off in his direction to greet him.
あれ?
As soon as I did, the old man had vanished. I checked the foyer downstairs, but he wasn't there either.
西館の方に行ったとか?
It was a little concerning, but it would have been rude to wander around the house without greeting the owner first. I headed for the East Wing drawing room where laughter was ringing from within. Aozaki was waiting in the East
ごめん
Wing.
待たせた？ん、別に。私も今のところやることないし。とりあえず中に入って。顔見知りばっかりだけど、一応挨拶はしておかないとね。
That's Aozaki for you. Always likes to do things properly. With her characteristic sincerity on full display, she turned the doorknob. The moment I entered, I had to stop myself from jumping out of my skin. The parlor was cozy compared to the lobby, but I didn't have time to appreciate it. I was too distracted by a familiar face I hadn't expected to run into. First was Alice Kuonji. I was nervous because I had only met her once or twice, but she wasn't the one who surprised me. Next was Bayo. He was a child who often hung around the shopping district, almost like a guardian spirit or perhaps a greedy little goblin. I had spoken to him before, so he wasn't a shocker either. Last was the student council vice president. Come to think of it, he was acquainted with Aozaki and Suzuki, so it made sense that he would be at this birthday party. What's his shirt say? Bring you luck? It did make sense, right?
ちょっと、なんで築地がいるの？あら、飛び丸も来るって言ってなかったっけ？というか、いちいち言わないとダメだったかしら？ダメってことは別にないけど。ならいいじゃない。生徒会じゃ毎日顔合わせているんだし、気にならないでしょ？学校の中と外は別よ。だいたい私、これ普段着なんだし。
Aozaki gave me a look that said, and? Of course there was a problem. Could you blame me for hiding it? To be frank, I had a crush on Tobimaru. I'd felt this way for 3 years. 3 whole years and I still hadn't said anything. I knew it was spineless of me. This might not mean much coming from me, but I wasn't always a coward. During my freshman year, I was vaguely aware of him as Aozaki's coworker. I only really became aware of my feelings during my second year. He spoke to me often, maybe because he trusted me as Aozaki's friend. And whenever he did, I went home happy. At the time, I didn't know why. The realization hit me when we happened to be cleaning up together after a school festival in my second year. We were just tidying things away, when bam, I realized maybe I'd liked him all along. They say love's a poison, but yeesh, talk about delayed effects. Anyway, nothing really changed after that. In an act of rebellion against my simple-minded family, I decided to never inherit the family business. That was why I like to believe I've been hardworking and disciplined since middle school. It's a personal point of pride. And it made it all the more excruciating to accept that I'd been overtaken by teenage infatuation. You could say I lacked courage. Eventually, the school year passed by, even as I did nothing about my feelings, but I never got over him. We entered the fall of my 3rd year, graduation was close, but I still had no idea what to do about my crush. Then, I learned to my surprise that Tsukihime would be attending a local college. I had this on good authority since I'd flexed my powers as a student council member to dig into it. It wasn't Mizora, but if he was going to a nearby school, that would be unfortunate. After all, if I also went to college nearby, I wouldn't be able to cut my ties with him. Aozaki told me once.
飛び丸、クマのこと気に入ってると思うけど。だってあいつ、好きなやつとしか世間話しないでしょ？
I wanted to believe it was true. I mean, he even broke his arm to save me during the craziness last summer. Okay, they keep hinting about what happened last summer. Is that all Mahoyo too? Or at least, I think we can... context clues we can believe it is at the moment, because there was that foreshadowing in the main story too about them going to the beach next summer or whatever when they were at the aquarium, right? This takes place after Mahoyo too, yeah. Forgot to mention that. I deduced that earlier too when I mentioned Nasu just has a thing for making 3.5 stories or weird shit like that. Fucking Saber Wars 3.5. Everyone's like, what happened to the other two? It's Saber Wars 1 and then you just jump ahead to like 3.5. You're like, what? I didn't know if Tsukiji had a girlfriend, but I was sure I had a chance if I had asked him out. But giving in felt like throwing away everything I had fought so hard for. Ever since I was a kid, I had planned ahead. I used to look down on classmates who were obsessed with childish dreams and romance. And now, here I was, actually willing to give up 6 long years of hard work for the dumbest of reasons. That wasn't me. That wasn't the Kojika Kumari I was trying to become.
小鹿？どうしたの？ちょっと頭冷やしてた。おかげで落ち着いたから問題なし。さて、クオンジさんに挨拶しないとね。
I was hoping she would have said a-okay. So, I said, but I couldn't shake a slight tinge of regret. I should have listened to Aozaki instead of laughing through my nose when she said to wear something nice to the party. Well, it's not like I had a nice dress to wear anyway, so there isn't much I could have done to impress him. I clapped my hands to my cheeks to get my head on straight, and I tried to carry myself as I always did. After greeting the mistress of the house, I went into the adjacent sunroom. I recognized the other guests here, so there was no need for introductions. The sunroom and drawing room were connected, and you could see each room from one another. Miss Kuonji sat on a sofa in the drawing room, elegantly sipping a cup of tea. Chatting nearby were Hosake and Yamashiro. Didn't expect to see him here.
ほう、裏庭の方にちらりと見えたのは多くの木なのですか。日本で言えば奈良ですが、僕の記憶には該当しないな。
The house actually does like move around, doesn't it? Weird.
何か特別な品種なんでしょうね。日本のものとイギリスのものは見た目からして違いますし、多くの品種はそれこそ400以上ありますから。
相変わらず自分の言いたいことしか言わないよね、この人。ハルシちゃん、この先生は人の心にズカズカ踏み込んでくる蛮族だから無視しちゃっていいぜ。それより俺と冬休みの予定について話し合わない？ハルシちゃん、スキーとか苦手そうだな。そこでこの頼れる木の実宝介が手取り足取り教えたいな。
二人とも退屈とは程遠い人なのね。理解したわ。木の実くんと先生はしつけられたウッドペッカーのよ
う。Where's Robin?
あの木をつつくか喋ってるだけのアホ踊りと同格っすか、このシャバゾウども。アリスさんから鳥認定されないソウの字に比べてちょっとだけ格上と見たっす。
Speak of the devil.
まあ死ぬか生きるかだけの自分に比べたらどっちも小物っすけど。
何？あのまるっとした鳥。
There was a blue robin flitting to and fro around Miss Kuonji's head, chirping adorably, but whenever it tried to land on her shoulder, she batted it away. Is that how she raises her pets? Aozaki was nowhere to be seen. She was probably in the kitchen or the bathroom. With nobody to talk to, I took a seat and let my thoughts wander until...
クマリも招待されてたんだな。随分と遅かったが、またアルバイトか
Tsukiji kicked off a conversation in his usual casual way. His slender arms were picturesque, even while holding a glass of juice.
アルバイトは休み。今回の3連休、全部休み入れたから。お金も予定額たまったし。
そうか、そりゃよかった。岬脱出ロケットはもう秒読み段階ってことだな。となると、早朝のコンビニで顔を合わせるのもいよいよおしまいか。そういえば、俺がタバコを吸おうとしたら水ぶっかけてきたの、お前さんだったっけか？
W。 That took me back. Back in my freshman year, there was a student cocky enough to smoke in my store's parking lot. He was from a different school, but that didn't matter. I ran up to him, warned him, and then hosed him down with water. Can you believe I did that to a stranger? I got flustered and tried to apologize, but the boy was already reaching for another cigarette before I even finished. He turned out to be Tobimaru.
いやあの後まさか生徒会室で再会するとは思わなかった。俺はあれかね。気に入った女どもにはまず水か喧嘩をふっかけられる運命なのかね。
たまたまでしょ。それより築地、いつから来てたの？
俺たちは午前中からだよ。木の実の野郎が張り切っててな。仕方なくだ。誕生会は夕方6時からだからまだ時間に余裕はある。疲れてるなら部屋で休んできたらどうだ？ちょいと顔色悪いぜ。
If I had to describe the most unfair aspect of Tsukiji, it was his ability to be sensitive even while coming off as rude. For my part, I was just too shy. It took a serious effort to talk to a lot of people in a new place, even if I already knew them.
そうね。ちょっと客室で一息入れてくる。
おう、そうしろそうしろ。くまりの部屋は確か。
ねえトビー、宗十郎さんどこ行ったか知らない？
宗十郎なら買い出しじゃないのか？飲み物が足りないとか言ってたしな。
ほんと？もう行くなら僕に声かけてくれればよかったのに。まあそこが動物っぽくていいんだけど。
As I mentioned earlier, the blonde boy's name was Bayo. I didn't know his full name, nor had he formally introduced himself. Tsukiji, Aozaki, and Suzuki all called him Bayo, so I just followed their lead. He seemed to be fond of Suzuki. Whenever he had a chance, you'd hear him go,
宗十郎さん、今度のお休み、遊園地に行きたいです。宗十郎さん、お腹減っちゃってません？ぜひご一緒しましょう。宗十郎さん、特に理由はありませんけど、頭撫でてほしいです。
and so on and so on. He clung to him like a cat to a curtain. Was Suzuki even the kind of person that was popular with kids? All the Soujuurou every day was starting to grate on me. Anyway, I went to find my guest room.
くまり、部屋は分かってんのか？
はじめに青崎に聞いた。30分ぐらいで戻るから。
Bayo's a good boy now. I wonder if it's something. It's gotta be. That'll probably all be in Mahoyo too. But I bet you, like, I want to see that character development though, because I bet you that Bayo probably wants revenge at first or something, and then something happens that, like, makes them bond together. Because the way I like the little bit of characterization we got in the honey one, with Bayo's characterization with Toko, because by the end of it, it seemed like he was, like, learning what it meant to be alive, and I'm sure that there's some cool characterization there. I asked Aozaki earlier. She'll be back in about 30 minutes. Wait, what happened?
あら。
Kamari, do you know where your room is? I asked Aozaki earlier. She'll be back in about 30 minutes. Wait, we already went to our guest room, though. What? I'm so confused. Out in the hallway, I ran into Aozaki. She seemed to be on her way from the bedrooms to the hall.
青崎も休憩？あの突き当たりってあんたの部屋なの？そうだけど、別に部屋には寄ってないわよ。私はちょっとした探し物の途中だから気にしないで。
Aozaki took the stairs down to the first floor. I unlocked the door and entered my room. Okay, is this going to be like... Is this going to be like a Clue? It's definitely shaping up to be like Clue. Like, is it going to be a murder mystery? Because the way that like certain characters are acting suspicious, and we know where certain characters are at different times. The guy at the end of the hallway, the old man at the end of the hallway that disappeared when we couldn't find him. Aozaki acting all weird. Like, it's totally going to be a game of Clue, isn't it? Oh no. I unlocked the door and entered my room. Nobody was inside, and there was no sign of any items having been disturbed.
疲れた。
Sussy. I plopped my butt down on the bed. I was always self-conscious about Tsukiji, but Miss Kuonji made me nervous in a different way. For some reason, I always felt a pang of guilt whenever she looked at me. It was like being gently interrogated, being confronted with all of my life's failures. I doubt she meant to make me feel that way. It was just how I reacted to her. Nobody was perfect after all.
青崎も雫もよくあの子と暮らせるもんだわ。
I could only respect them for that. Aozaki simply had an iron will. I bet she lived without any regrets. Suzuki was completely different. It was clear he was just oblivious to how scary Miss Kuonji's gaze could be.
それはともかく。
I fell backwards onto the bed. Outside my window, the sky was overcast. The weather forecast had said a 3-day weekend was supposed to be sunny. Not so in the mountains, I suppose. At this point, I'd met 6 people staying here. Aozaki, Miss Kuonji, Suzuki, Tsukiji, that idiot Hosuke, and Mr. Yamashiro. Bayo, Miss Kuonji had implied that there were other guests staying here too. The old man. This was the Western-style house people didn't take their shoes off at the entrance. This was a Western-style house and people didn't take their shoes off at the entrance, so I couldn't guess their number by counting shoes. For now, I had no idea how many other people were here. I decided to rest my eyes and take a short nap. Funny story about taking shoes off at the Western households, not taking your shoes off at the door. My family is originally from the east side of the United States, but we moved to Washington State when I was younger. And when my family originally moved to Washington State, it rains here constantly. Like, Washington State and like the Seattle area is just known for being rainy a lot. Very, very rainy. And when we moved here initially, like, every household, my mom used to always tell this story about how every household we go to, everyone would always say, take your shoes off at the front door, take your shoes off at the front door, take your shoes off at the front door. And the reason for that was because it rains here all the time and you're gonna track mud in if you don't take your shoes off at the front door, right? And so that became a standard, but my mom's initial reaction to that was like, what the hell where are we living in Japan? Because it was just something she was not used to. But yeah, here in Washington State, it rains so fucking often that taking your shoes off at the front door is just a normal thing here. I decided to rest my eyes and take a short nap. One trick I'd picked up from my years of part-time work was the ability to sleep in exactly 15-minute intervals. 15-minute intervals? Are you fucking Splinter Cell? Fucking, what's his name? What's the main character, Splinter Cell? Is it John something? Or was the most generic fucking name? That guy has the ability, I remember reading the books as a kid, and he had like a unique talent where he could sleep in 15-minute intervals, so if he had to like go assassinate someone, he'd fucking sleep in a vent before an assassination or something like that. As I drifted off, I heard a laugh. Or was it a scream?
Yoshi.
A laugh, or was it a scream? 15-minute nap done. I checked myself in the mirror. I took a hairbrush out of my bag, quickly brushed my hair, and left the room. As I locked the door behind me, I heard an unfamiliar voice coming from downstairs. A new guest? I didn't hear a peep until I left the guest room. It must have great soundproofing.
いやー、降ってきましたね。連休中は晴れるという話でしたが、2日目からこれとは我々もついていない。
どうでしょう。ここに集まった人間に問題があるとも取れますが、まあエイリ神父に問題がないかといえば、それはそれで首を縦に触れないのですけど。そういうことは思うだけで口にしちゃダメよ、ゆいちゃん。
Look, the first time they're both on screen at the same time, chat. What the hell? They are different people. Bro, why is this the first time they're both on screen at the same time? I thought for so long that they were like the same person because they were never on the screen together and they have the same colored hair. They kind of look alike facial structure wise. She's my favorite though. I love her kind of dumbfounded positive energy. She thought art's so cute, her facial expressions. I can get why you thought that though. Yeah, I mean look at their hair. It's very similar. Ritsuka is great. I love her.
あ、お洗濯ちゃんと片付けてきた？お布団とか出しっぱなしじゃないかしら。それはご心配なく。今日のメンツを聞いた時点でしっかり取り込ませていただきました。不吉な予感しかしませんでしたので。
The guests were from Ida Church. Miss Kuonji appeared to have overheard them, and she came out of the east wing to greet them.
面目ない。せっかくお招きいただいたのに遅くなりました。おかわりはありませんか、アリスさん。
Honestly, this chapter is fun. Only frustrating part is lining up the choices properly. We honestly might, I mean, shit, are there achievements for every different, like, choice you can make? Or different, like, I assume there's, like, different endings based off the choices, right? I've been bookmarking every different choice at the very least. Forgive our tardiness after you personally invited us. Are you well, Alice?
あなたを呼んだ覚えはないけど来てしまったのなら仕方がないわね。どうぞあちらに。リツカさんの席しか用意していなかったけれど、急いで椅子を用意するわ。
Interesting. Only Ritsuka was invited because she's a mage, right? Whereas, or she might not be a mage, but she's at least like an envoy of the clock tower, at the very least, it sounded like. Basically doesn't consider itself complete until you get the right path, but it's not like Fate Stay Night with super different branching paths. Okay.
別段お構いなく。リツカはともかく、私とエイリ神父は早々に立ち去りますから。それと、椅子も間に合っています。いざとなればリツカが椅子になると。
What?
ゆいちゃんひどい。何がひどいって、本気で人間椅子にさせられる現実とか、実力行使できるゆいちゃんと私のパワーバランスがひどい。お姉さんに対して当たりきつすぎると思うわ、私。
Let's just call these guys Team Church. Miss Kuonji led Father Eri and Yuka into the drawing room. Father Eri looked like he was enjoying himself. He was always so laid back, with a permanent smile on his face. It was hard to tell how he really felt about being there. Sister Yuka was clearly unhappy. Then again, like Father Eri, her expression rarely changed, so who knew how she really felt? And then there was...
あ、コジカちゃんだ。チャオ。
Ritsuka. I wondered what manner of beast lurked beneath that cheerful veneer. Probably not even a kitten.
こんにちは、リツカさん。リツカさんたちも誘われたんですか？パーティー。
ええ、ぜひ来てくださいってあっちゃんから。エイリさんとユイちゃんにはアコちゃんから手紙があったみたい。もしかして招待状の差出人ってそれぞれ違うのかしら？
そうみたいですね。 私はしずきからだったし。
Ritsuka and Yuka's sister, or Ritsuka was Yuka's sister, and not a real member of the clergy. She was just a regular citizen of Misaki. I saw her every now and then in the shopping district.
それよりリツカさん、雨降ってきたんですか？
パラパラとね。すぐに止んでくれればいいけど。
Ritsuka glanced outside, concerned. Decision B. Wait, what did she ask? Hopefully it'll clear up soon. I should just go home. Do we get an ending right now if I say I should just go home? I should just go home. Maybe I should just go home.
天気予報はずっとお日様マークだったのに。本降りになったら帰りは大変かも。ほら、山の中ほどまでしか上がってこないでしょ、タクシー。
Ritsuka was right. If you really wanted to go home, you'd have to be ready to be soaked to the bone. Thinking about it, I couldn't believe Aozaki stuck out a commute from here to school over the past 2 years. I was impressed.
あれ？どうしたの、コジカちゃん。みんな今にいるんじゃないの？
いえ、部屋に忘れ物があるんです。皆さん、先に行っていてください。
What was she grabbing? I retrieved my overnight bag from the guest room and returned to the foyer. Oh, we're actually leaving. I could hear Ritsuka and the others laughing in the drawing room. Reluctantly, I left the Kuonji estate. I'm not exactly sure why I wanted to go home. Maybe I felt overwhelmed by the mansion. Maybe it wasn't my scene. Or maybe it was because Tsukiji was there. It was probably a combination of all three. The sun was nearly below the horizon. If I could just get home before dark, I could end the day without an incident. I wasn't really ready to face Tsukiji with the entrance exams right around the corner. Walking down Shironozuka, I told myself this was for the best. But then, I suddenly recalled another urban legend. Descend the mountain alone in the witching hour, and a cannibal will be waiting for you at the bottom. Long before the Kuonji estate was built, this mountain was home to a monster who attacked and killed anyone foolish enough to stray too far from their group. The words attacked and killed made it sound more humane than ate. It was probably someone who was cast out of their village. Wow, these are some dark thoughts. Oh. I must have taken a wrong turn. I was back behind the Kuonji estate now.
おかしいな。ちゃんと下に向かってたわよね。
I thought out loud and tried to ease my tension. Wait, what was that? A shadow in the shade of the trees. It looked human.
誰？
My voice rang out. Who's there? No response. It was getting dark out. There wasn't even a breeze. Now I remembered why I wanted to go home. Yeah, I had a feeling that something bad would be happening if I stayed. Something impossible unfolded before my eyes. I felt a sudden shock in my stomach. Reflexively, I brought my hand to my mouth. Too late. I fell to the ground. Warm blood flowed out of me, along with my strength. My hands helplessly reached to the sky for help. I took the last of my strength, but I managed to catch sight of the shadow.
ダメじゃないか。始まる前から終わるなんて。
Monka. Something axe-shaped came swinging down. The last words I ever heard came from someone with the face of a monster. Dead end. I have a strong feeling Father Eri was meant to have some crazy fight in a future Mahoyo. He is gassed up way too much in this, yeah. For sure, the 3 weapons when Toko could only see 1 on him. Bad ending. Alright. Let's go back to the last decision, I guess. The rain's going to get worse. The rain might turn into hail. I like how the killer's voice was a mix of masculine and feminine to mask it was two voices overlapped, one masculine, one feminine. So you couldn't really guess the gender of who it was. That's right, this chapter is a murder mystery! Clue. The rain's going to get worse. The rain might turn to hail. The rain's going to get worse. I'm sorry, Ritsuka, but it looks like the rain's only going to get worse.
寒っ。ここ外より寒くない？
ですね。今に移動しましょう。
賛成だけど。ま、宗十郎さんには宗十郎さんの仕事があるんでしょうしね。待っててあげようと思ったけど、余計な気遣いかも。
しずき、外にいたんですか？
ええ。山道の方で草を刈っていたわ。すごい勢いで。ヘリポートでも作るかっていうぐらい。
He was outside when she got killed? Wait a second, chat. I could never figure out what made that guy tick. Wait, what did he... He was cutting grass near the road. He was going at it hard like he was expecting royalty. It was too tiring to even try to figure out what made Soujuurou tick. We moved to the drawing room in search of warmth. The rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. The sun hadn't set yet, but it was already getting dark as night outside. The party had yet to begin. Looking over the drawing room and the sunroom, I saw everyone engaged in conversation. The card game Hozuke brought had caused a stir in the drawing room. It was getting competitive, mainly. Apparently, they were playing a fantasy-themed construction game from Germany called Puppet Pass. It was basically the kind of game where players try to sabotage their opponents, so everyone was putting on forced smiles while they schemed against each other. In contrast, the older people in the sunroom were drinking wine and watching the students intently.
驚きましたね。誕生会が始まるまで館内は自由に歩いていい決まりだとは。アリスさん、どんな心境の変化ですか？
別に。入られたら困るところはそもそも壁に変えたから。今日だけの変更だけど、それなら遭難者も出ないでしょう。
壁に変えたって何を？それに遭難者とかアリスちゃんたら大げさなんだから。そりゃでけえ屋敷だけど迷子になんかなりませんよ。
私たちの客室も用意してくれたのね。夜になったら帰る予定だけど、心遣いは助かっちゃうな。ゆいちゃん、せっかくだし服着替えてこない？お姉さんのチャイナドレスとか貸してあげるから。さすがにパーティー会場にシスターはどうかと思うし。
結構です。魔女の家で礼装を脱ぐなど自殺行為。私はあなたのように遊びに来ているわけではありませんので。
The nun outfit's a mystic code?
いや、遊びに来てるんですけどね。私ですら手ぶらで来てるのに、シスターユイカと来たら。
We are actually here for just fun. Even I came unarmed, says father, but Sister Yuka came armed because she insisted.
どうしてこう、いつでも臨戦状態、よらば切る出刃包丁みたいな性格になったんだか。
あなたたち二人が不真面目な分、私が引き締めなくてはいけないだけです。
It's funny. The clock struck 6. Outside, it was completely dark. With Mr. Yamashiro and the church staff here, it would probably be safe to go home tonight, but the rain gave me pause.
そろそろ支度をするべきではないかしら。トッキーはどこに？
Toki. Miss Kinyonji declared at the end of the card game an unexpected question.
トッキー？トッ キって誰？
Who is Toki?
誰って時津のじいさんだろう。あれ、もしかして小鹿じいさんに挨拶してねえの？
知らない。まだこの家に人がいるの？今さらだけど、全部で何人の予定なの？このパーティー。
The old man leprechaun?
私、青子、しずきくん、築地くん、木の実くん、くまりさん、トッキー、その他で合計13人。さっきから一堂には揃わないみたいだけど。
What is that sound? Sounds like a helicopter.
13人か。
1, 2, 3. I counted the people in the room. Decision E. The numbers add up. The numbers are off. I haven't seen Suzuki come to think of it. Decision E. Place bookmark. I haven't seen Suzuki. Just then. Oh, it is a helicopter. I heard a strange sound outside, like something cutting through the wind. It grew into a loud roar that seemed to pound the very walls of the building. While we were all distracted by that.
こんなメルヘン女、私をのけ者とかざけてんの？
Who the hell is this? Here's the I've seen her sprites and I can't believe she's really only in this chapter? I've seen her sprites before.
こんなボンクラどもはホイホイ呼んで、大本命かつ大人気、この超英国美少女であるリデル様を、なんであんたの誕生会に呼ばないのよ！
Is she someone from Britain and she flew all the way here to be at Alice's birthday party? The girl who arrived was several times louder than the storm. Maybe she was the storm.
リデル、お前今日はよそでイベントだったじゃねえか。どうやってここに来やがった？
Oh, is this the fucking blonde girl that the blonde... What the hell? The one I've been talking about this whole time that I kind of got confused with Bayo because she's some rich family that was going to be like married into his family, but he like didn't want anything to do with it. He was like, "Dad, can't you see the family's just trying to play you?" Who was she yelling at? You call these dimwits to your birthday party, but not everybody's favorite English beauty, May Riddle Archulette? Well, he knows who she is, obviously.
決まってるじゃない。ヘイリ、覚えておきなさい、飛び丸。あんたたちみたいな早くと違って、私に不可能なんてないの。ちょっと一声かければ、地球の裏側からだってミサイル飛ばせるんだから。
With the snap of my fingers, I can send missiles flying from the other side of the earth.
決まってるじゃない。ヘリを飛ばしてよ。
いや、ミサイル飛ばされてもな。
Without so much as a glance in our direction, the girl walked right up to Miss Kuonji. She was dressed in pink from head to toe. It was more accurate to call it a strut than a walk. Her boots made an aggressive clacking sound as they struck the ground.
ほら、忙しくて引く手あまた。史上初の億超えウィッチ。自他共に認める業界ナンバーワンのアイドルがわざわざ専用機飛ばしてまで来てやったわよ。
Which star in history to pass 100 million fans has taken time out of her busy schedule to come here for you? So she's a fellow witch from the association?
悔しい？悔しいでしょ。夢にも思わなかったぐらいサプライズでしょ。いいわ、遠慮なく喜びなさい。
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day Miss Kuonji's stoicism replaced with pure irritation. The girl in pink nodded smugly down at Miss Kuonji before finally noticing the rest of us.
何このトンチキなメンツ。
せっかくの誕生会だってのに人選どうなってるの？親の敵まで読んじゃって。あんたそこまで病んじゃった？ほら、そこの神父。とりあえず私たちに土下座した後全裸になってチキン食べながら切腹してくれない？
I was wondering who she was talking to. You have terrible taste in company. Are you really so sick in the head as to call your parents enemies here? And that's the church. Hey, you priest boy, why don't you kiss our feet, strip, eat chicken, and then hang yourself? What?
あなたにだけは言われたくありませんね。アリスさんに謝罪というのなら、まずあなたがするべきではないですか？奪ったものはきちんと本人に返さなければね。
私はいいのよ。ちゃんと後でお金払ったし。
When you steal something from Alice?
アリスだってキャッシュで受け取ったんだし、あれはもう私のもの。外野がいちいち口挟んでんじゃないわよ。
なんとアリスさんが貴重なプロイを売却すると。
Oh, it's a ploy. She has one of Alice's ploys.
はあ、お金で解決できる問題じゃないと何度も言ったのだけど、この子資本主義の犬だからどう言っても返してくれないの。
She's a materialistic dog.
また照れ隠ししちゃってこの。あんたも取引上手よね。お金では譲れないとか言って巧みにレートを上げていくんだから。
なあ殿下、あのすげえ女どっかで見覚えあんだけど、アリスちゃんの知り合い？
She might be one of the main antagonists of Mahoyo too. Interesting.
気のせいだ、忘れとけ。ありゃ関わったら破滅する系の女だ。百害あって一理もね。
そうですよね。俺もあそこまでキラキラしている人はちょっと。
Where did he know her from? I guess Mahoyo too. You're imagining things that you've seen her before. Forget about it. She's nothing but trouble, all harm, and no good. Despite whatever Tsukuji was thinking, I knew the truth. Her name was Riddle. She stayed at Tsukiji's house for some time. Oh. I swear, I think she has to be that other girl that was supposed to marry Tsukiji, maybe. Because that was kind of foreshadowed. I thought it was the fact that he said, I don't even like blondes, I thought was way too much of a descriptive factor for that not to come up later. Apparently, their fathers were business acquaintances. It is. She's the one that he was going to be forced to marry or whatever. Or that, what's it called? Courting, I think? When two families court together their kids. That's, she was going to be the one that was courted off to him. Well, I say she stayed with him, but the Tsukiji estate was so large they were basically in different houses. Or at least, I hope that was the case.
一応聞いてあげるけど、リデル、あなた何をしに来たの？
何ってあんたの誕生会でしょ？飛び丸の家に電話したら、坊ちゃんならクオンジさんの家の誕生会に出かけたとか言っちゃってさ、もうカーッと頭ハイになっちゃってライブキャンセルして飛んできたってわけ。
あなた、私の誕生日覚えている？
当たり前じゃない。自分のは忘れてもあんたのだけは忘れな。あれ？まだ秋よね、この国。
よかった。脳はまだ正常ね、リデル。
Is it not actually her birthday?
ほら、私、あなたの頭を叩きすぎたでしょ？
I hit your head a little too hard last time, didn't I? Remember? Oh, yeah, it's definitely a Mahoyo 2 thing.
それで気の毒な結果を招いてしまったのかと、少しだけ心配してしまったわ。
You had me ever so slightly worried that I might have caused you brain damage.
ちょっと飛び丸、何嘘言ってんのよ。今日はアリスの誕生日じゃないっての。
いや、でも招待状には確かにクオンジ邸で誕生会をするからぜひ参加するようにとだな。
そうそう、俺も会長から2000円と引き換えに招待状もらったよ。
That invitation cost me a fortune. 2,000 yen from the prez.
ところで、料金取られたの俺だけじゃないよね。
知らない方が幸せな話ってどこにでもあるんですね。ああ、私もクオンジ邸で誕生会をすると覚えてきましたが。
でもあっちゃんの誕生日じゃないのよね。
なぜそんな勘違いを生んだのかしら。確かに誕生会だけど、私じゃなくてトッキーの誕生会よ。
Oh, it's Toki's birthday.
彼、私に祝ってほしいと言うから、この屋敷を会場にしただけなのだけど。
I reread the invitation. You are cordially invited to a birthday party at the Kuonji estate. Now I see. It didn't even say anything about whose party it was.
やっほー、盛り上がっちゃって何の騒ぎ？ってリデルリトル？あんたなんでここにいんのよ。ライラは？ねえ、今 NK ホールでライブやってんじゃないの？私ビデオ録画してるんですけど。
Oh my god, she's an idol. She's like part of a band that Aoko really likes. Fuck.
サボタージュ。ランチのカレーが辛かったから。そんなバカな理由でコンサートをドタキャンするやつがいるか。音楽の神に謝れ。ファンをなんだと思ってんのよ、あんたは。やっぱりこいつマジうざい。だいたい私音楽とかどうでもいいし、ファンなんて私に貢ぐだけの働きありだし、ライブが跳ねた後はいつも虚しくなってディスカするし、スポットライトは当たっても本当の私は誰も見てくれないし。
Whoa, that took a dark turn. Chirping sweetly, a blue robin landed on the girl's shoulder.
さすがリデルさん、感情のオンオフ激しいっすね。本当の私を見てとか見る辺全開で恥ずかしくないっすか？恥ずかしくないんすよね。すげえ、やっぱリデルさん魔術師よりアイドル向けっす。
そうよ、悪い。どうせ私は報われない。自分を主役と勘違いしている小じきみたいな最下層な生き物なのよ。道家なのよ。分かってるからほっといてよ、ロビン。後できっちり細切れにして犬に食わせてあげるから。
She referring to Bayo? Our newest guest was talking to the bird. She really was one of those crazy pop stars you hear about in the tabloids.
なるほど。時津さんの誕生会でしたか。私たちもどうして呼ばれたのか半信半疑でしたが、それなら合点がいきます。シスターユイカなんて、これは罠だから完全武装で行くべきですとか。
しかしクオンジさん、肝心の時津百合彦氏はどこに？私たちも挨拶をしていないのですが。
そういえば、そう。アオコ、トッキーは？
Toki is he's the leprechaun old man guy, right? The green one?
え、いないの？夕食の手配全部あの人が担当なのに。とびきりのシェフ団を手配するから君たちはゆっくりしていなさいって自慢してたじゃない。
そりゃおかしいな。そういう段取りならシェフ団とやらは4時には到着していないと間に合わねえぞ。誰か時津のじいさんを見なかった？
お昼まではここにいたけど、それ以降は見てないよ。
私は一度も見てないわ。何度か席を外したけど、その時も見かけなかったし。
昼過ぎから今まで5時間近く誰もトッキーを見ていないの。
We did. The room was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to say something. Even Hosake and the pink girl didn't have any banter to offer.
あ、なんすかこの空気。カラオケ始まるっすか？自分テディボーイブルースとか得意っすよ。フリッキーにも歌つけてくれないっすかね？
Why'd the place go all Simon Said? Are we about to do some karaoke? Don't you know I'm so good I'd knock your rhyme in blues right off? I'm a rockin' robin, you see. Just stick a microphone under my beak and... The only one making any noise was the robin on the table. It was bobbing its head in a strange way. My goat!
みんな揃ってた。夕飯の支度は終わった？
The voice cut through the tension. A young man, looking calm and composed, had arrived. He must have picked up on the mood in the room, right? With his staple, unreadable grin, Suzuki looked around at everyone that had gathered.
ところで、屋根裏で時津さんが死んでいるんだけど、どうしようか。
Soujuurou.
なんだって
Jesus fucking Christ.
これはひどい。
We were on the 3rd floor. A hellish scene greeted us in the attic directly above the hall. In the center of the room was Yorihiko Tokitsu. Or so we believed. The faceless body had been burned and most of its limbs mangled. Only the torso remained in a vaguely recognizable shape. A burning stench filled the air inside the soot-covered walls.
顔はもうわからないが、こりゃ時津のじいさんのスーツだ。間違いない。
How do we know it's the body then?
俺見ないからね。絶対見ないから。
トッキーったら素敵な人ね。死に様までお祭りのよう。
焼肉が食べたい。
I'm in the mood for barbecue now, says Beo.
ねえ、部屋に鍵はかけてあったの？宗十郎のいえ、屋根裏部屋に鍵はついていないわ。常時誰でも入れる状態よ。シット。これ死因は爆発による損傷とやけどね。
シット。
爆発元は見当たらないけど、ゆり彦爆弾で遊ぶ性癖があったとか？まあ芸術家らしいけど。
みんな冷静になりましょう。これは犯罪よ。犯罪の匂いがするわ。
どちらかというと、
Is this flour? Hosake remained on the 2nd floor trembling. The rest of us took turns surveying the scene.
みんな、現場には手を触れないようにね。
My goat Ritsuka.
見るときは2人1組で、どちらかが偽装工作をしないか監視しながら調査して。あっちゃん、警察に連絡を入れてもいい？ありがとう。それじゃあロビーの電話借りるわね。
Following the orders of a now quietly animated Ritsuka, we moved around in pairs. Since Hosake ran off, I ended up paired with Tsukihime.
しかし、とんでもねえシーンだな。爆発って、犯人は何考えてやがる。
I was surprised Tsukihime already saw this as a murder. I'm not convinced it's actually him, because Nasu is pretty deliberate with his writing choices, and the fact that they said that they couldn't even, like, his body was burned and his limbs were all mangled, it sounded like you wouldn't even be able to recognize the body, and the only proof that it was him was that his suitcase was nearby. Yeah, a little sussy, right?
これ事故じゃないの？
時津のじいさんがクオンジ邸で爆発物を取り扱う可能性はゼロだからな。ほら、この胴体ちょっと見てみろ。腰のあたりに妙な焼け跡がある。これ、ロープじゃねえかな。
There's faint scorch marks around his waist. Could be rope burns.
時津のじいさんはこの部屋でロープで縛られて軟禁されていたと見るのが妥当だろう。
They were held prisoner. Tied up and killed with a bomb without anyone noticing?
でもなんだって。
ああ、なんだってそんな回りくどいことをしたかって話だ。爆発物を使う利点は、そうだな。起爆までのタイムラグを利用した時間操作と遠隔操作が挙げられる。
Wow. Dead body or not, Tsukiji didn't skip a beat. He stayed calm and composed as he analyzed the situation. At times like this, he seemed so perfect. Actually, whenever I saw him get serious about anything, he was so damn cool.
だがまあ、凶器は分かった。パンだ。
Huh? But now, I know what the murder weapon was. Bread.
はい。
Huh? A voice called out to us from below.
みんな、ちょっと来て。電話、つながってないわ。
The phone line has been cut, chat? Gasp. Tsukiji and I looked at each other.
曇り、行くぞ。
I nodded, and we exited the attic together. Father Eri closed and locked the door behind us after we returned to the second floor. The sound of the rain was deafening. We gathered around the telephone.
電話線が切れている。じゃなくて、電話線そのものが抜かれてるわ。これじゃあ警察に通報するのはおろか、外部への連絡も不可能よ。
じゃあ直接呼びに行ってきます。
I'll go tell them in person.
いえ、それは待ってください。今単独行動をされるのはよろしくありません。
The priest pointed towards the skylight. Monka. Raindrops struck. The glass hard with a thundering cadence. We need the Monka. At this point, we were in the midst of a full-blown storm. We'd all come on foot, so it was a bit risky to go back down the mountain in this weather. However, Father Eri hadn't stopped Suzuki for his own safety. If someone wandered off by themselves, those left behind would be in a precarious position. For instance, it would be easy to destroy the evidence without any witnesses around.
とりあえず、今に集まりましょう。警察に連絡を入れるのは、話を整理してからでも遅くはありません。
Everyone agreed with the priest. Everyone except Hosake. He seemed to be waiting for someone to reveal that this was all an elaborate prank. Feeling a slight chill, I glanced at the floor. Just faintly, I had the sense that something was off. Outside, the rain became a torrent. With my mind in a haze, Decision F. Whoops, I needed to save, not load. Place bookmark. Something horrible is about to happen. Something crazy is about to go down. I'm glad I was paired with Tsukiji. Something horrible is about to happen. I feel like something terrible is about to happen. I silently agreed with Aozaki's muttering.
外の天気も荒れる一方だ。こりゃ土砂崩れの一つも起きてもおかしくね。そうなりゃ陸の孤島だな、ここは。
嘘？マジ？ラッキー！そうなればお泊まりじゃん。何？これフラグ？怖がるアリスちゃんを励ます係とか、俺立候補しちゃっていいの？
どうぞご自由に。ま、一人死んでるんだから、もう一人増えてもいいんじゃない？
Oh my god, if Alice gets scared, can I be the one who comforts her? By all means, go ahead. Another dead person's not going to change anything. Your funeral, buddy. Aozaki, Tsukiji, Hosake, and I grouped up. For now, the four of us were Team School.
エイリ神父、先ほどの死体ですが。
分かっています。明らかに殺人事件です。ですが、場所が場所ですからね。
来たわー。新規臭い趣味だってアコちゃんに罵られて早6年。
Oh my god. Ritsuka's giggling. 6 years. 6 years it's been since Aoko made fun of my sketchy hobbies. Her sketchy hobby includes fucking real, what are the fucking white girls into? The real crime or whatever? True crime, that's it. True crime podcasts? Oh no.
夢にまで見た殺人事件の現場が来た
Team Church was made of those three. I'd expected them to be the most cohesive group, but that didn't seem to be the case here.
ちょっと宗十郎、お茶もスコーンも出ないの？せっかくスターが訪問してあげたのに、ろくな歓迎もなし、いきなり殺人事件とか。あなたたち礼儀ってもんがなってないんじゃない？
いや、しかし待ってほしい。人が一人死んでいるのにお茶とお菓子を要求するのは礼儀以前の問題ではないだろうか。
ああ？何？番犬のくせにご主人様に意見しようっての？どうしてここぞという時に常識人ぶんのよ、あんたは！
Is the dog barking orders at his master? Don't pretend you're the one with common sense here. Wait a second. What the hell happened in Mahoyo 2? The girl in pink grabbed Suzuki by the collar and shook him viciously.
Aozakiが2人。
Suzuki's eyes began to glaze over, probably because her fingers were digging into his carotid artery.
そこのピンク。まずそうな人間だけど、それ以上宗十郎さんに触れたら、頭から丸かじるぞ。
Damn, and Beo really likes Suzuki now. You don't look very tasty for a human, Pinky, but hands off Sojiro before I bite your head off.
はあ、やれるもんならやってみれば？ふん、あんたの弱点なんて分かってんだから。また返り討ちにされて、ネズミ大の大きさにしてほしいわけ
？What? I know your weakness. Want me to beat you again and shrink you down to the size of a mouse? This is all foreshadowing for fucking Mahoyo 2. God damn it, Nasu. Shrink you down to the size of a mouse?
へ、あれがこっちの本気だと思っていたなんて、目利きが悪いにも程がある。所詮は産業革命の陰でポッと発生したススの魔女の末裔ってこと？ほんと、格落ち品らしいスカスカの脳みそだよね。
Hey, yo, don't forget your ancestors were a bunch of soot witches born in the Industrial Revolution. I don't know how you've done it, but you're even dumber.
よし、死んで。犬同士仲良く2匹これ以上ないってぐらい愉快に死んで。もう1人死んでるんだし、あと6人ぐらい追加されても構わないわよね。
Meanwhile, the disagreeable team mansion was centered around Miss Kuonji, who was sitting on the sofa. The pink girl, Beo, and Suzuki were bickering bitterly about something or other. Miss Kuonji, the mistress of the house, remained silent, with her expression pensive. That blue robin had gone off somewhere again.
はいはい、みんなそこまで。この素敵な展開。
We're in a wonderful.
異常な事態を前にして喧嘩している場合じゃありません。
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny how she's a true crime fan.
状況は火を見るより明らかです。時津百合彦氏が死亡していたことと、屋敷の電話線が消失していたこと。この2つの事件は偶然ではありません。これは連続したある人物によって引き起こされた事件と見る方が論理的です。
殺人事件。時津氏を殺害した何者かは警察に連絡させないために電話を使用不能にしたということですか？
そう、その通りよ、小鹿ちゃん。これはもう立派な殺人事件です。そして犯人はこの中にいるといいな。
This is a perfect murder case, and the murder is someone here, or I hope so anyway.
これそういうイベントだったの？
そうよ、木の実くん。これはそういうイベントなの。
It's a game of Clue.
油断していると後ろからバッサリなんだから。さあ誰から持論を披露しましょうか。
Who wants to tell me their theory first? I've never seen Ritsuka so excited. Maybe this is how she reacts to fear.
リツカ。
申し訳ありません。うちの者が不穏な発言をいたしました。しかし全くの狂言でないことも理解してください。時津氏を殺害した犯人がこの中にいるというのは先走りすぎですが、状況の整理は必要でしょう。
That sounded reasonable enough. Father Eri kicked off the proceedings.
まず屋根裏の状況から。あの部屋は鍵がなくて誰でも入れる状況だった。この中で時津のじいさんが屋根裏に向かうところを見た人、あるいは相談された人はいる？
We saw him when we went to our room. No takers. Either Mr. Tokitsu entered the attic by himself without telling anyone. He was taken by the killer.
時津氏を最後に見たのは誰でしょう？
I'm assuming maybe our character doesn't know who Mr. Tokitsu is, so we can't say that it was him for sure.
私たち3人は夕方から入館しましたが、その時点で時津氏の姿を見てはいません。
俺たちは午前中からいたけど朝は一緒だったぜ。アリスちゃんの隣を奪い合ったからこれは間違いない。でもそうだ、あのじいさん時計を見て時間だとかつぶやいて今から出て行ったんだっけ。
Despite appearances, Hosake had a pretty good memory. When it came to anything besides studying, that is. In the end, Hosake's statement was the last eyewitness account we had of Mr. Tokitsu.
となると、時津氏が消えたのは正午過ぎからですか。
You saw him when you went to his room because of a decision you made. What else could you have seen instead? A mirror? Oh, you mean the decision? What the other decisions? Yeah, like different decisions. We could have seen different things. I know what you're saying. I'm just for a visual novel that's kind of based on the choices here, though. It's not seeming like the choices are really mattering at the moment. It seems like or at least the one bad end that we got, it seems like just different choices you can make just lead to different bad ends at the moment. Right. The time between his disappearance and discovery had been too long. Even though I arrived in the afternoon, I'd been to the bathroom a few times. The same went for Aozaki and Mr. Yamashiro. Everyone had been alone for at least 5 to 10 minutes at some point this afternoon. The only exception who had stayed here with someone the entire time was Miss Kuonji.
アリス、エイリたちを迎えに行く時しか動いてないものね。鉄壁のアリバイだわ。
細かく証言をすり合わせていけば、より確かな不在時間が出てくるでしょうが、あまり効果はないでしょうね。ここはアリバイより動機、あるいは凶器について話し合いますか。
動機の線でいけば俺たちは全員白ですよ。むしろ外部による犯行とした方が通りがいい。時津のじいさんはあれで大企業のトップですからね。親族による利権絡みで殺されたってのが普通なんで、動機をあれこれ想像するのも無駄骨かと。
そのセリフ私が言いたかったのに。ゆいちゃんのボディーブロー痛すぎ。
Poor Ritsuka.
なるほど。ではあなたは凶器について、殺害方法について考察するべきだというのですね。
そういうことになりますかね。凶器を特定させれば誰なら殺害可能かって問題に移れるでしょう。幸い凶器ははっきりしていますから。エイリ神父は気づいていますか。
ええ、それなりには。今と屋根裏間でなぜ聞こえなかったのかという不思議は残りますが、皆さんはわかりますか。
It was a rather mean-spirited question. Father Eri observed everyone's faces as he waited for a response. So how was Yurihiko Tokitsu killed? Decision G. It was some kind of bread? Yeah, why did he say bread earlier? Place bookmark. Bam. Realistically, a small explosive? A dog or something chewed him up. His arms were mangled. He was burned to a crisp, so I think that's why everyone thought it was an explosive, right? It was some kind of bread. What the fuck does bread mean? A dog or something chewed him up. Can we blame it on Bayo? As crazy as it sounds, maybe he was eaten by a dog or something. But why?
何って一目瞭然でしょ。手と足と顔にダイナマイトつけたんじゃないの？
当然の論理的帰結ね。だって手と足と顔がないんだもの。
Aozaki was a thorough realist, but she could arrive at some pretty wild conclusions sometimes.
その可能性もなくはないが、今回は別だ。
If I say bread, does she at least mention that, like, we have no idea what that means, but what's his name mentioned it? Broadly speaking, I think the weapon used was bread.
何って一目瞭然でしょ、あんなの。何って一目瞭然でしょ、あんなの。
手とだって手と足と顔が。
Aozaki was a thorough realist, but she could arrive at some pretty wild conclusions sometimes.
その可能性もなくはないが、今回は別だ。時津のじいさんがどういう経緯であの部屋にいたかは不明だが、あの部屋で何が起きたかはわかる。粉塵爆発だ。
はあ？粉塵爆発って大気中に可燃性の石炭が舞っていて、花火とかで引火したら爆発するっていうあれ？
大雑把に言うとそうですね。石炭に限らず、そこが密室で一定量の可燃性の粉塵であれば爆発は起きるんですよ。他には鍋のサビとアルミホイルでテルミットも作れますが、まあ状況からして粉塵の方でしょう。
でもならどうして胴体だけ残ってたの？そもそも粉塵爆発ってそんなに強いの？
それはこれから探るところだが、じいさんのコート、あれ防弾ジャケットなのかもな。それと死因は粉塵爆発とは限らない。殺した後に爆発を起こしたって線もある。爆発自体は小さいもので、手足と顔はあらかじめ焼いてあったのかもだ。
そうですね。それなら爆発の音が今まで聞こえなかった説明にもなる。あの粉塵爆発の後は何らかのカモフラージュという説も捨てきれません。
カモフラージュって何を隠すって言うんですか？
ですから不自然さをです。例えばあの遺体が時津氏ではなく全く関係のない人間の死体だったらどうです？
That's what I said! For instance, what if the corpse wasn't actually Mr. Tokitsu's, but someone else's?
その場合、顔があってはあの死体が時津氏でないことは明白です。犯人は何としても顔を隠したい。しかしだからといって顔を焼いてはその行為そのものが証拠になります。なので焼かれていても不自然ではない状態を演出するために、あえて不自然な粉塵爆発を使って大元の不自然さを隠したと。大きな嘘の前には小さな嘘が消えてしまうというやつですよ。
それも言いたかった言いたかったのに。
Y'all are stealing Miss Ritsuka's lines. They're so cruel. Everyone seemed impressed by Tsukiji and the priest. Heck, I sure was. Even if I pinned down the possibility that there was a dust explosion in the room, I wouldn't have figured out why.
なるほど。粉塵爆発にそんな意味が。
Hozuke nodded solemnly.
でごめん、それってどういうことなの？
とりあえず凶器の所在を明らかにできるってことだ。宗十郎、台所に小麦粉はあるか？
今調べてる。ないな。買い置きがあったのに袋ごとなくなってる。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
誰かが台所から小麦粉を持ち出したってことでしょ。それが示すところは
That the culprit knew their way around the kitchen, right? Or was this another possible misdirection? Just then, the blue robin, which had been gone all this time, came back flapping into the drawing room. It perched itself on Miss Kuonji's shoulder and let out a small chirp.
Ma.
Oh dear, she says. Miss Kuonji stood up from the sofa and looked at all of us.
真剣に討論をしているところ申し訳ないのだけど、皆さんに大変なお知らせがあります。その前に、しずきくん、少しいい？
She gestured Suzuki over to her and spoke to him in a hushed voice.
ちょっと、そこ、近いんじゃないの？隠し事とか感じ悪いんだけど。
ごめんなさい、リデル。でもその前に、しずきくんからあなたに、きっと素敵な話だろうから、聞いてみてあげて。
ああ、こんなことでいいなら、ぜひ聞いてほしい。リデルの心を打つこと受け合いだってアリスが。君には何度か助けられたし、喜んでもらえるなら俺も嬉しい。
いいじゃない。聞いてあげるから言いなさいよ。
ジュティム、ジュテーム、モナムー。
What the fuck?
は
What?
なにそれ、おかしいの似合わない。そうじゃろ、アリスに遊ばれてるってば。今のセリフどんな意味だかわか
Huh?
いきなり吐血して倒れ込んだ。
I rushed over to the girl in pink. What the fuck is happening? No pulse. She wasn't breathing either. Pupils unresponsive. No sign of life at all.
完全に死んでいるわ。
The atmosphere in the drawing room turned frenzied. Some looked shocked, while others looked cautious, and a few were utterly dumbfounded.
やっぱり困ったことになったわね。
Things are getting worse.
どういうことアリス？リデルのやつ、なんで死んだの？
説明するのは簡単よ。トッキーの殺害現場で気になることがあったから、さっきロビンに保管庫の様子を見に行かせたの。
I had my suspicions when we found Toki in the attic, so I had Robin go and check the
そう
vault.
したら一体分、プロイキッシャーが空席だって。
One ploy kickshaw is missing.
プロイが？じゃあ、じいさんとリデルをやったのはそのプロイだっていうの？
正確にはプロイのルールに引っかかったというべきね。
They were caught by Ploy's rules.
隠していても仕方のないことだから、はっきりと言うわ。これから朝まで笑うのは絶対に禁止よ。
Laughter is strictly forbidden.
なんで？
だってこの洋館、笑ったら死ぬ世界になったから。
The mansion has become a world where those who laugh die. You laugh, you lose.
そんな笑ったら死ぬとかマジ怖いじゃん。アリスちゃんったら冗談うまいんだから。
Bro exploded into money. Hozuke bucks.
マジのようね。
木の実くんのおかげでよりルールが見えてきたわ。自分から笑う分にはノーカウントで、愛想笑いも除外。
Laughing of your own accord doesn't count. Neither does insincere laughter.
でも人の言動や仕掛けで心の底から笑ってしまったらアウトと判断されるのね。
Laughing of your own accord doesn't count. Neither does insincere laughter. However, a laughing from the gut about another person's words, actions, or tricks, and you're out. Eh? I had no idea what was going on. Laugh and you die? Really? I knew Miss Kuonji wasn't exactly normal, but I didn't know she was insane. Then again, 2 people died in front of me after bursting out laughing. So it had to be true after all, right?
プロイキッシャーが稼働しているというのですか。しかしそんな魔力の流れがあるのならシスターユイカに気づかれないはずがありません。
これは完全先行型のプロイ。それにユイカさん。
はい。クオンジ邸の中で魔力の高を測るのは馬鹿げています。エイリ神父、私たちは一つの巨大な神秘の中にいるのです。魔力の流れなんてこの山に入った時点で測りようがありません。
そうでしたね。お恥ずかしい。私も混乱しているようです。
Being calm in this situation would be weirder. Father Aries seemed to be cold at first glance, but maybe he's actually a more feeling person than I realized. But what on earth was a ploy? The conversation was starting to leave me in the dust.
一ついいか。笑わされたら死ぬってのはいいよ。あんたのことだ。それぐらいあるかもしれない。だが、死に方が一致しないのはどういうことだ。じいさんもリデルも木の実もそれぞれ違う死に方だ。ルールと言ったが、そこはランダムなのか。
死に方はその人の人間性によるわ。
人間性？トラウマとか本質とかそういうのを表すの？
ええ。隠された性癖も暴露されかねないわ。
ああ、そういうことだったのね。ようやく合点がいった。いくらなんでもおかしいと思ったのよ。
木の実くん、札束まき散らして死ぬとか、どれだけゴージャスな人生を期待していたのかしら。
その札束もこれじゃあ救えないがな。
Bro.
リデルは普通なんだな。彼女のことだから俺はてっきり飛行機とかクルーザーに変形するかと思ったのに。
そうっすね。さすがリデルさん、見かけ倒し度が半端ないっす。吐血して突然死とか本気で地味すぎるっていうか、木の実の旦那以下とか、これだから三下は出落ちすぎて救えねえっせ。誰か三下だっつーの。生き返った。なめんじゃないわよ。心臓止まってくれる。死んで
うわ、心停止を気合で耐えた人類初めて見ました。あの程度の笑いじゃリデルさんは殺せそうにありませんね。
すごいな。今度その秘訣を教えてほしい。
ええ、完成されたゾンビのよう。私は信じていたわ、リデル。
あんたたち褒める前に謝るのが先じゃない。だいたい試すならそこのウェアウルフの方が適任でしょ。殺してもほっとけば生き返るんだから、なんで私を狙い撃ちなのよ。
え、だって私たちライバルなんでしょ。 なら殺し合いをするのは当然だと思うけど。
そうよ。ライバルってそういうものよ。やるじゃない。隙あらば仕掛けてくるなんて見直したわ。
やっぱりあの女殺しても死なない系だったか。たまんねえな。
Damn. People don't die when they're killed, chat. Though clearly shocked by the girl in Pink's horror show, Tsukiji was taking this way too well. Because he's fucking courting her, I assume.
ちょっと築地、あんた今のおかしいと思わないの？人が死んだのよ。ホウスケとか紙吹雪になって死体もないのよ。笑ったら死ぬとかなんだっていうのよこれ。もしかして私とっくに夢見ちゃってる？
落ち着け。信じたくねえが現実だよ。クオンジの言う通り、この洋館はそういうルールの世界になって、リデルはそれに引っかかったが、自力でルールに抵抗したってわけだ。
Yo, Theo, after dark, thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Raiders, welcome in. We are finishing up the extra chapter of Witch on the Holy Night today. Going through the clue-like murder at the Kuonji estate.
頭の痛いことだが、クオンジとリデルはその手のオカルトがありな奴らなんだよ。俺も具体的には知らねえけどな。というか、踏み込んだら巻き込まれる。ギリギリ外から眺めた結果、あの二人が本物だと判断した。今
納得できない。だってホウスケ死んじゃったのよ。
くまりさん、木の実くんの死を悲しむのはまだ早いわ。彼やトッキーはアウト扱いで退場しただけ。現実ではまだ行方不明状態よ。
They're not really dead, they're just missing. Hello, Theo After Dark. How you doing? How was your stream?
誰かがこのゲームをクリアすれば、ゲーム内容はすべて無効扱いになって、彼らも元通りになるわ。
死んでない？ゲームをクリアすれば元通りになるですって？
I feel like we should have started out with this. How does one win the game? I understood what Miss Kuonji was saying, but for better or worse, I was a realist like Aozaki. This sci-fi and fantasy nonsense was too hard for me to swallow.
クマ、落ち着いて。気持ちも心情もわかるけど、今は話を聞きましょう。アリス、もっと詳しく話して。プロイの仕業なのは分かったけど、具体的にどういうルールになったの？クリアって何？
このプロイは確率変動型のプロイなの。使用者が定めた条件が満たされたら発動して、あとは丸一日稼働し続ける。これがゲーム。ゲーム中は現実世界に新しいルールが一つ追加される。今回は笑わされたら死ぬでしょうね。
Wait, what? A probability shifting ploy. Once the user's conditions are satisfied, it will activate and then operate for a full day. That's the game. During the game, a new rule will be added to the real world. In this case, dying when someone makes you laugh. So you just have to survive for the day?
またゲーム中は区域からの脱出は困難になる。この区域から脱出する方法は2つだけ。
There's only two ways to end this.
一つは誰がプロイの使用者なのか暴くこと。
The first is to expose the Ploys user.
でも軽率に犯人を指名するのは避けるべきね。もし間違えていたり証拠が欠けていた場合、犯人を指名した人物もアウトになるから。もう一つはゲームが終わるまでプロイ以外の参加者が一人でもいいから生き延びること。このどちらでもクリアになるわ。クリアさえしてしまえば何人犠牲者が出ようと帳消し、
Their memories
み
of
ん
the
な生
game
き返っ
disappear
て
though.
ゲーム中の記憶は失う。
どうなることかと思いましたが、それなら問題はありませんね。
The sister seemed relieved, but I wasn't. Not by a long shot. Maybe it was because I was having a hard time wrapping my head around the situation, but I felt so on edge. Decision H. I think we should focus on Tokitsu's death. It's easy enough not to laugh for one night. I should point out that we're one person down. It's easy enough not to laugh for one night, right? One night at the Kinyonji's. There's an imposter among us, 6-7. That's what I was thinking. Surely it's just one night, right? How long is the one night? I think it's easy enough to not laugh for just one night.
どうかしら。そうはいかないと思うわよ、ゆいちゃん。
リツカ、それはどういう？
木の実くんやリデルさんはともかく、時津さんは無理やり誰かに笑わされた可能性があるんだから。それにあっちゃんはこう言ったわ。使用者が定めた条件だって。このプロイは事故で起動したんじゃなくて、誰かが意図的に起動させたってことでしょ。
では犯人がいるってこと。そいつが誰かはわからないけど、こんなルールを作った以上、何としても私たちを笑わせようとするんじゃない？いえ、そうでなくても犠牲者は出るかもしれない。こんなこと言いたくないけど、疑心暗鬼から来客たちが自滅し合うのはミステリーの定番でしょ？リツコ。
Why don't we all just bring down our sleeping bags and sleep in what's this room called? We sleep in this room where it's, I was gonna say the foyer, but the foyer is cold. We sleep in this room and everybody just takes a nap for the night, because isn't the name of the chapter or the title of the chapter anyone can sleep but not laugh? Can't we all just go to sleep then, surely?
その通りなのです。さすがアコちゃん、わかってる。このルールの底意地が悪いところは、殺害方法が犯人だけの特権ではないことよ。要は他人に笑わせられなければいいんだから。
やられる前にやれ。自分以外の人間を先に消してしまえば安全だ。まとめるとこういうことですか。1、今洋館は笑うと死ぬ世界になっている。2、その状況を望んだ人物 A がいる。3、俺たちはその人物 A が誰なのかを見抜くまで安心できない。なぜならその人物 A はすでに時津老人を殺害しており、他の人間を殺さない保証はないからである。4、必然俺たちは自分以外の人間を疑い、正体を暴くか朝まで身を守るか笑わせて消していくしかないと。
生き残れるのはただ一組。
何かっこよくまとめてんのよ、あんたは。アリス、これ何番のプロイ？
What does she mean only one group can survive? What ploy number is this?
15番。まじないと確率変動、二神同体、願掛けによる魔力強化のプロイキッシャーよ。
What? Shifting 2 minds and 1 body in a prayer.
あっちゃ
Bollocks.
やっぱりスイーツハーツだったか。最悪。あんなの使うやつがいるなんて、どんだけ優柔不断なのよ、日本人って。スイーツハーツ？それがこのプロイの名前なの？アリス。イエス。一定のルールを作って その中で生き延びたパーティーの魔力を向上させる戦闘前の運試しみたいなプロイよ。大抵はみんな全滅してスイーツハーツの一人勝ち、生存者はいないってデスゲームだけど。じゃ私はアリスと組むから。
は？何をその組むって。
これはパーティーサバイバルなの。ゲームは二心同体、二人一組で挑んだ方が勝率は上がるわ。だって最終的には面倒な犯人当てより力ずくの笑わせ合いになるのは明白でしょ。誰だって最後に生き残るのは自分でありたいんだし。その点私とアリスなら絶対よ。アリスは笑わないし、私はパーティージョークを担当できるしね。そうでしょアリス。
そうね。しずきくん、お願いできる？
そうだね。聞いた限りアリスなら安全だ。
優しさとかないのあんたたちには。
なるほど。自分が犯人ではないと思う信じられる知人をパートナーにして協力し合うのですね。シスターユイカ、よろしいですか？
そうですね。恐ろしいことですが、この中で最も信用できるのはエイリ神父のようですから。
私はのけものか。アコちゃん、私と組む？
リデル、組みましょう。今夜だけは過去のことは水に流して。
流しましょう。私のことも水に流しましょう。
ふん、いいわよ、好きにして。いざとなれば二人で洋館ごとコッパみじんよ。
自然な流れだな。じゃあまあ常識人らしく俺たちは俺たちで組むか。くまり。
I didn't see that coming. All the weirdness and murder mysteries were bad enough, but now this?
宗十郎さんと組めないんなら僕は一人でいいや。どうせ遊びだしさ。
残念。それじゃあ私は山城先生と。あれ？
That motherfucker's been gone this whole time, huh? We all looked at each other. I'd been wondering when someone would notice. Mr. Yamashiro had been missing for a while. We began a manhunt for Mr. Yamashiro. Once we separated into groups to scour the mansion, Ritsuka, in charge of the second floor guest room, called us together.
ここ、山城先生の客室ね。鍵はかかっているの？
かかっていなかったわ。留守だと思って中を覗いてみたんだけど。
Ritsuka trailed off. Was it my imagination, or is she stifling a laugh?
とにかく中を見て。話はその後にしましょう。
Following Ritsuka's direction, we stepped into the room. There's something silly in here? Oh, inside. There was a field of flowers. In its center lay the body of Mr. Yamashiro.
ファラオ眠りって。
Kawasaki desperately tried not to laugh. It took a serious effort from me, too. Inappropriately, I couldn't help but see the image of Mr. Yamashiro lying serenely on a bed of flowers, more as a Kohaku New Year's singing contestant than as a coffin viewing.
いやはや、至って健全な方だと思っていたのですが、山城先生は普段どんな人生を送りたいと思っていたのでしょうね。
何これ？ただの教師が私より派手な死に方とかふざけてるの？
皆さん、詮索はそこまでです。個人の人間性をどうこう言うのはデリカシーが欠けています。今後、新たな犠牲者が出たとき、その死を笑うようなことはないように。いいですね。
はい、 すみません。確かに不謹慎でした。やはりこういう時は頼りになりますね、ゆいかくんは。
大人として当然の注意です。学生を監督する立場なのですから、営利神父も軽はずみな行為は控えてください。
The room felt colder after Sister Yuka's scolding. After we finished examining the room, Miss Kuonji locked it behind us, and we returned to the drawing room. Monka. A somber mood settled over the parlor. The gloom wasn't from any sense of grief, but rather a certain feeling that pervaded the group after we split into pairs. Suspicion between the teams.
客室に乱れた様子はなかった。山城を客室に誘い込んだのか、山城が客室にいる時にやってきたのか。どちらにせよ、親しい中での不意打ちだったんだろう。山城はルールを知らなかったから、あっさり笑わされたんだろうが。
Tsukiji spoke to everyone in the room. Usually, Father Eri was the one leading the discussion. But now that he was silent, maybe Tsukiji felt he had to step up.
何飛び丸。あんたにしちゃ歯切れが悪いじゃない。今の憶測に間違いはないと思うけど。
いや、教会組やクオンジはともかく、俺や青崎、クマリは山城先生をよく知ってるだろ。あのヒルアンドンが他人の冗談に心から笑うっていうのはかなりレアな出来事じゃないか。
He was right. Mr. Yamashiro smiled a lot and was easygoing, but he was neutral to a fault. He never responded strongly to people's opinions, almost to the point of utter indifference. For him to laugh hard, he must have been taken by surprise, like victims on prank TV shows.
まあ、どうやって笑わせたかは後回しだ。どうも敵さん、本気で攻めてきてるみたいだからな。仲良し時間は終わりにして本題に入ろうぜ。
そうですね。この中の誰が A なのか。
Oh, he said it, chat! He said it! He said it! Agreed! Who among us? Among us! Among us! He said it! He said it! He said the thing. Who among us is the most likely suspect?
犯人探しを始めましょう。
I don't think anybody wanted to hear that, but we all knew it needed to happen. There was no way around it anymore. Someone here intentionally made both Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro laugh. In Tokitsu's case, they even used explosives. Wait.
ごめん。今更だけど、時津さんの死因ってもしかして。
うん。パンに殺されたんだろうね。
トッキーらしいわ。この世に小麦粉がなければ、僕は前衛美術で世界を救っていたとかよくこぼしていたもの。
Tsukiji scratched his head apologetically. He looked frustrated with himself for thinking so much about the time of death and the identity of the killer. I guess he did have a more sensitive side.
犯人探しなんてするまでもないと思いますが、これがプロイキッシャーによる犯行なら、第一容疑者はクオンジ・アリス、第二容疑者は青崎青子、第三容疑者はメイリデル・アーシェロット、以上の3名に絞られます。彼女たちをここで笑わせてしまえば解決です。脇腹をえぐるなり、足の裏をそぐなりすれば、人間は笑います。物理。
ゆいちゃん、ちょっと落ち着いて。
You were trying to torture him.
冷静になりましょうみんな。喧嘩は良くないわ。犯人の思うツボよ、きっと。もっとミステリ的に考えましょう。まずはアリバイ検証とか、ほら、物理的に穏やかな方向で。
No physical interrogations.
律香に賛成です。ゆいかくんもそれは最後の手段として取っておいてくださいね。築地くんやくまりさんが同席しているんですから。
アリバイ検証はちょっと待ってもらえますか。その前にスイーツハーツだっけか、そいつの特徴を詳しく聞きたいんですけど。クオンジ、知ってることを話してくれ。ルールがどうたら以前に そいつがどういう形なのか俺。
そうね。肝心なことを説明していなかったわ。スイーツハーツは卵型のプディングよ。王冠を逆さにしてゆで卵を乗せたような形。
Sweets Hearts is an egg-shaped pudding. It kind of looks like a hard-boiled egg on top of an upside-down crown.
斬新ね。プリンに殺されるミステリとか今まで聞いたこともなかったわ。
バカなの？バカしかいないの？それは発動する前の形よ。スイーツハーツは自分を食べた相手にそっくりそのまま擬態するの。というか、スイーツハーツを食べちゃった時点で食べた人間、これが使用者ね。使用者は卵の中に閉じ込められて、外にはスイーツハーツが擬態した使用者が現れる。活動を始めたスイーツハーツは人間の形をしているってこと。
理屈も道理もあえて聞かないが、要は本物と偽物が入れ替わるんだな。
前言は撤回してあげる。飛び丸だけは去る以上ね。そう、スイーツハーツは使用者に化けるプロイなの。それも完全によ。何しろ起動してしまったらスイーツハーツすら自分が犯人だとは思っていないんだもの。完全に化けるってそういうことでしょ。犯人と思わしきやつをどんなに詰問しても拷問しても、それがスイーツハーツだっていう客観的かつ絶対的な証拠がないと正体は暴けない。
That seems a little problematic.
使用者は証拠を突きつけられて、ようやく自分がスイーツハーツだって気がつくのよ。
何そのロジックパズル。
Oh my god, the sprite, look at her. That's amazing.
たまんないです。正直もうたまんないです。
一流のスパイはまず自分はスパイではないと自己暗示をかけると言いますが、厄介ですね。
いえ、それはおかしい。犯人は明確に笑わせに来ているのでしょ。それで自覚がないというのはどうも。
スイーツハーツとスイーツハーツが代行している人間はオンオフで切り替わるの。普段は代行している人間そのものだけど、ルール実行可能な条件になると、その時だけスイーツハーツの人格に切り替わる。もちろん代行している人間の時の人格にはスイーツハーツを起動した時の記憶は消失しているわ。
Or it's actually among us. They're venting. What kind of setup was this? So we were dealing with a formless butcher, a murderer with no ill intent? That meant the murderer could be anyone, even me. Any one of us could have used sweethearts.
みんな落ち着いて、冷静になりましょう。楽しいからって騒いだり喧嘩したり、もう我慢できない私は家に帰るぞとか叫んで飛び出していったりしちゃダメよ。絶対死ぬから。
If we start having too much fun, or start fighting, or get tired of this and try to go home, we're all as good as dead.
私としてはまずあなたに冷静になってほしいのですが。
If anyone needs to calm down, it's you, Ritsuka.
ダメ、冷静になんてなれない。お願い、夢でも覚めないで。盛り上げるためにみんなあと半分ぐらい殺されて、そして当然最後に生き残るのは
そこまでのとんでもプロイとは思わなかったわ。
Maybe Ritsuka was the one that used it just because she knew it'd be fun to try to figure out who the murderer was, even if the murderer was herself. Ooh.
これは真面目にアリバイ検証するしかなさそうね。
そうだな。誰がスイーツハーツかは判明しないが、誰なら2人を殺せたかは見えてくるかもしれねえ。それぞれこの一日の行動を証言しよう。もし自分の記憶と違ったところがあったら容赦なく指摘してくれ。それじゃあまずは俺からだな。
No one objected to Tsukiji's initiative. If he didn't want to go first, he'd look suspicious.
俺は午前10時にベオと木の実、時津のじいさんとクオンジ邸に到着した。俺たちはクオンジに挨拶した後、それぞれ与えられた客室で休憩。11時には居間に再集合し、昼食をとった。
Beo, Kinomi, and Yurihiko. Wait, Kinomi is the one guy, right? The redhead that died? Who is Yurihiko? I don't know these fucking names, man.
そうだな。確かその辺りで時津のじいさんはいなくなってたな。午後になって青崎、山城、くまりが到着。夕方になってリデルが呼ばれもしないのに乱入。何度かトイレで席を立ったが、基本的には居間とサンルームで過ごしていた。俺が居間にいた間、常に姿があったのはクオンジだけだ。
私は午前中は街で買い物をして、そのまま昼過ぎにクマリと合流。なぜか山城先生もいたわ。
The idol girl. It's not the idol girl. The idol girl is Riddle. Unless you mean a different idol girl. Yurihiko is Tokitsu. Who's Tokitsu? Am I gonna have to look up these fucking sprites? Hinomi is the redhead guy, right? Yeah. Hozuke, that's how I remembered his name. Hinomi, I'm not used to. Hinomi Hozuke. Yurihiko Mahoyo. Who's that? That's the old man. Yurihiko is the old man. That's the first guy. So he came with two. The Beo is the only one that hasn't died yet that he came with. This morning I went shopping in town, then met Kumari straight away. In the afternoon, for some reason, Mr. Yamashiro was also there.
3人で洋館に到着したのが2時過ぎ。居間で飛び丸たちに挨拶して、あとは居間とサンルームを行ったり来たりだったかな。ご不条で何度か席を立ったけど、一度もトッキーとは顔を合わせていないわ。
僕もするの？いいけど、みんなと変わらないよ。3連休だったので、昨日はトビーの家で寝泊まりしてあげてたよ。ホウスケも一緒だったんで、うるさいことこの上なかったです。で、朝になってから3人で一緒に公園まで行って、じいさんと合流して、ロールスロイスでここの門に到着。10時にはアリスに挨拶して、あとはずっとゴロゴロしてました。
Decision I. Tsukiji's story doesn't add up. Aozaki's story doesn't add up. Beo's annoying. Tsukihime and Aozaki's stories don't add up. Tsukihime and Beo's stories don't add up. Oh, what was Beo's? Because it's probably Tsukiji and Beo's. This morning I went shopping in town and I met... It was a long weekend, so I hit Tobimaru up and spent the night at his house yesterday. Hozuki was there too, so it was wild. In the morning, we all went to the park together to meet with the old guy before coming here in a sweet Rolls Royce. At 10, I said, "What's up to Alice?" Since then, I've been chilling here the whole time. And what did Tobimaru say? So this adds up. After saying hi to Kuonji, we each went to our rooms to rest, and then met again at 11 o'clock in the drawing room and had lunch. That's when Yorihiko went missing. At 11. Didn't he say at 10? At 10, I said, "What's up to Alice?" And since then, I've just been chilling here the whole time. Beo's annoying. Tsukiji and Beo's stories don't add up.
ほとんど屋敷にいたんだけど、パーティーの準備が忙しくて、あまりみんなと話していないな。誰かさんと誰かさんが手伝ってくれないから。それはともかくとして、基本的には居間にいたよ。買い出しとか庭の手入れもしたけど、あれは午後だったかな。夕方になって部屋に戻ったら、時津さんが大変なことに。
私はそうね、人手がなかったからトッキーが来る前に自分で西館の施錠を済ませて居間に移動したわ。プロイの保管庫を含めて西館には立ち入り禁止の部屋が多いから。それからはずっと居間でゲストの様子を見ていたけど、誰がいつどのくらい席を立っていたかまでは把握していないわ。
私も青崎と同じだけど、一応証言はしとく。午後1に青崎、山城先生と合流して午後2時過ぎに久遠寺邸に到着。客室で一度休憩を取ったのが3時半から4時。4時にロビーに神父さんたちがやってきたのを覚えています。あとそうだ、仮眠中誰かの笑い声が聞こえた気がするけど、気のせいかもしれないし、これは推理の材料にしないで混乱させるだけだわ。
The laughter she heard was probably the teacher, yeah? In his room, because he was probably right down the hall. Decision J. This bookmark. Suzuki's story doesn't add up. I don't think what I said adds up. Suzuki and Miss Kuonji's stories add up. I don't think what Suzuki and I said adds up. I don't think what Miss Kuonji and I said adds up. Well, we never mentioned what, let's say I don't think what I said adds up, because we never mentioned that when we came back, we went to our room first, and then we saw the old man, which is like an important detail. I don't know why our character isn't listing off some shit like that.
私は午後の業務を済ませ、青子からの招待状通り、平和的ないでたちで洋館を目指しました。午後4時に洋館に到着し、サンルームでお茶をいただいているとリレル君が乱入し、その後時津氏が殺害されていることが判明しました。こちらに来てからは時津氏と出会っていません。また山城先生の姿が消えたのは時津氏の事件が発覚する前だったと思います。
私もエイリ神父と同じです。この屋敷に到着してから事件が起きるまで一度も居間から離れてはいません。
私はあっちゃ何度か席を立っちゃったな。おトイレとちょっと洋館探索に。だってあっちゃんが家にあげてくれるなんて珍しいじゃない。レア物も見たいなーと歩き回ってたけど、案の定どこもロックは完璧でした。あ、でも2階には行ってないわよ。これは本当。
Sister Yuzuka's story doesn't add up. Or Ritsuka's story. What the hell, Ritsuka? The mood was a little tense, but there was no obvious contradictions between the alibis. The room grew silent. There wasn't enough evidence to pinpoint the time of Tokitsu's death. Nobody heard an explosion, and apparently thanks to the Ploy kickshaw nonsense, even rigor mortis wasn't a reliable indicator. Since there was no way to deduce the exact time of death by examining the body, we could only estimate it based on the last time Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro were seen. Mr. Kotsitsu likely died between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Mr. Yamashiro between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. However, everyone was together at 7 p.m., so it had to have been sometime between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Only 3 people had solid alibis: Miss Kuonji, Father Eri, and Sister Yuka. Tsukiji and I have alibis when it comes to Mr. Yamashiro because we were both in the drawing room at the time. Aozaki, Suzuki, and Bayo were unknowns.
でも怪しいのはプロイのことを知っている青子とアリス、あとリツカだよね。
そうだな。前もって知る機会があったかは別にして、まずはそこから検討しないとな。今日ここで知ったのか、初めから知っていたのか、この違いは大きいぜ。
He was right. We needed to know when the ploy was activated. If it was me or Mr. Yamashiro, once we arrived at the mansion, we'd have needed to find Sweet's Hearts and activate it without knowing what it was. Not impossible, but not realistic. That would classify this game as a type of murder mystery involving sudden crimes, the kind of scenario where unexpected tragedies occurred one after another. On the other hand, if someone knew about the ploy and had access to it anytime they wanted, that would make this a predetermined crime. There was no need to figure out when the ploy was found. Person A would have already switched places with the ploy and executed their plan at their leisure once everyone was gathered. Currently, that was the most likely scenario.
初めからプロイを知っているという前提で絞るなら、怪しいのは青崎だな。青崎なら両名を殺せる時間があった。律香さんの場合、時津じいさんの殺害は難しい。クオンジはずっと今にいた唯一の人間だ。犯行には及べない。
そうね、それは否定しないわ。その二人に関してなら私はいくらでもやれるチャンスはあったでしょう。ではやはりって何をやはりってあくまで可能性の話でしょ。それを言うなら洋館にやってきてすぐにプロイを発見して勢い食べちゃって、それでスイーツハーツになっちゃったって偶然もあるわけだし。怪しさで言えばみんな同じよ。水かけ論だわ。
私とエイリ神父は潔白だと証明されましたが、
あんたらがどんな経緯で洋館に来たかは不明よね。ロビーで話し声が聞こえたからアリスが出迎えたんでしょ。それ以前あんたらがどこにいたかなんて誰も証明できないじゃない。
そうね。可能性で言うならエイリさんとユイちゃんと私が共謀してるというのもありだし。
姉さん、あなたはどちらの味方ですか？
兄さん。
私は論理の味方よ。マニアの矜持に誓ってどちらにも肩入れはしないから。
I'm on Logic's side. I swear on my pride as a detective fan to remain totally impartial.
まあそれはそれとして、プロイを知っているって条件ならもう一人とびきり不自然な子もいるんだけど、それは誰かが指摘するでしょう。
Aozaki and the sister glared at each other so intensely I thought I saw sparks flying. They probably didn't get along, even at the best of times. Given the situation, it's no wonder they were at each other's throats.
青子、あまりユイカさんを挑発しない方がいいと思うけど、今回のルールでは彼女は最強の切り札なんだから。
は？最悪の敵の間違いじゃない？
切り札よ。だってあの人、この中で一番安全だもの。そうでしょ、ユイカさん。
ええ。私には笑いがわかりませんから。冗談で笑うなんてことはまずありえません。ですから先に退場するのは青子さんの方でしょうね。
Kuonji appeared to have only meant it as a warning, but I could tell that the room was getting more tense. Just then, the blue robin appeared in front of Miss Kuonji. It landed on the black table and started chirping.
自分犯人分かったんすけど、言っていいっすか？
It tweeted. Miss Kuonji mercilessly squashed it with a karate chop.
ともかく、いつまでも笑い話と思っていると全滅するわよ。
そうだね。ユイカさんはともかく、笑い上手な人はどこかに隠れていた方がいいんじゃない？
That made sense to me. Decision L. We should each stay in our rooms until morning. We should check Riddell's alibi. Yeah, what about her? Hang on, let me save there. I felt that we needed to dig more into the pink girl's alibi.
え？私にもやれって言うの？私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってたんでしょ？だいたい私にはスイーツハーツなんて使う理由がないし、何不自由のないアイドルだし、願い事なんて大抵はお金で解決できるし、どうせ嵐を呼ぶなら自分の手で起こして周りを犠牲にしてもすっぱり成就させまくるし。
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。てめえだって怪しいだろ。プロイとやらを知っていて、青崎とクオンジに恨みがあって、おまけに慢性的なヒスときた。そもそもなんで呼ばれもしていないのにやってきた？わざわざヘリ飛ばしてまでよ。つうかあれだ。てめえ、ヘリでやってきた時、全く雨に濡れていなかったよな。
Lay gasp.
ありゃどういうことだ？それまで屋敷に隠れていて、ヘリを呼びつけたタイミングで登場すれば、さもたった今着きましたって状況になるよな。
何よそれ。あたしちゃんとヘリで来たってば。雨に濡れないのはゴブリンで弾いたからだし。なんであたしがあんたらを皆殺しにしようなんて思うのよ。
いや、思ってたじゃないか、実際。
ええ、した。
あれはあれ、これはこれでしょ。もうマジ頭きた。あたし帰る。帰って第二次ブリティッシュ作戦の準備する。もちろん標的はここだからね。
Operation British。
できるの？脱出は困難だってアリスが。
ええ、スイーツハーツの確率変動で道は土砂崩れになっている可能性が高いわ。電話線もなくなってるから外部と連絡も取れないし。
ふん、地上がダメなら空があるわ。いいわよ、ヘリでしょ。お望み通り呼んでやるわよ。あたしのゴブリンネストを舐めるんじゃないっての。
The girl in pink stormed out into the hallway.
ハロー、パパ？あたしだけど、今すぐ三崎町の白犬塚までヘリ飛ばして。そう、あの三崎町。はあ？まだ諦めてないのかですって？ブーカ、頭ん中かぼちゃになってんじゃないの？勝つまでやるのがあたしだし。第一、まだ全然負けてないし、あんなの引き分けに過ぎないわよ。
Who is this VA? What do you mean give up? Have you gone senile, you old codger? Codger? I decided I'd keep trying until victory is mine, and I never lost in the first place. That was just a draw. Referring to Mahoyo too, I assume.
ほら、座標はわかるでしょ。さっさと飛ばして。10分以内よ、10分以内。は？死者にあるヘリじゃ無理？嵐がひどくて近づけない？それでもこの私が今すぐミサイルみたいにかっ飛ばせって言って。飛ばしたくても機体がない？このハイトンチキ、あんたそれでも商人？頭使いなさいよね。近くに軍用基地あるでしょ。そこに試作の最新鋭機があるって話よ。教習用のそれ1機チャーターして。あー、もう無理無理、うるさいわね。それしか言えないの？は？会社の立て直しでキャッシュがない？機体プラススタッフごと買い取らなきゃならん？上等じゃない。その程度私がいくらでも稼いであげるっての。アラブの坊ちゃん宅だろうが、チャイナの金満家のところだろうが、プライベートライブ 2,3 発ぶちかましてあげるわよ。それでお釣りが来るでしょ。泣いて喜ぶとか本気でやめて。お金のためよ、お金のため。音楽業なんてどうでもいいんだから。
What the fuck?
分かったら10分以内。最新鋭機のスーパーかっこいいの。クソアパッチなんかよこしたら親子の縁切るから覚悟しておくことね。
The pink girl's vicious berating could be heard throughout the house. She was speaking English so quickly and with so much slang mixed in that I couldn't quite catch it all. Listening wasn't a particular strength of mine anyway.
あのバカは本気で軍用ヘリ呼びつけやがった。
お待たせ。あと10分もしたら救いの天使が来るわ。スイーツハーツのルールはこの山限定だから、外に出てしまえば何もかもチャラ。私は一足先に家に帰って豪華なディナーとしゃれ込ませてもらうから。ああ、けど安心なさい。私だって鬼じゃないし、どうしてもって言うなら乗っけていってあげてもいいわよ。こんな犯人当てゲームにコリゴリな人は今すぐ私側に来ることね。
待てそこ。どうしてすぐ強い方につこうとするのか。
いやしかし自ら救いの天使だと。
Her VA is Natsumi Takamori. You probably don't know much of her roles though, because she's mostly in the cutesy idol or high school kind of anime. Gotcha.
やめとけ、宗十郎。そいつが救いの天使だってんなら、青崎なんざ癒しの女神クラスになっちまう。根本的に例えを間違えてるぞ、あれ。
くまりはどうする？飛び丸たちはこう言っているけど。
私も辞退。帰るなら一人で帰ってもらえばいい。
To be honest, if rescue was coming, I really didn't want to leave. Or I really did want to leave, but I wasn't about to owe this pink princess any favors.
この状況でも仲良しごっことか。ドリーマー極まったわね。いいわよ。好きにすれば？明日の朝刊の見出しが山の上の洋館、宿泊客全員行方不明かなんてもんにならないようせいぜい気をつけなさい。
逃げ出す女がよく言ったものね。
Snark? Wait a second.
そもそもこの天候で助けなんて来るはずないし、外の天気嵐というより地獄でしょ。夢見がちなのはそっちの頭の方だと思う。
And then, before even 10 minutes had gone by, there was a bizarre noise outside that was separated from the howling storm.
予定よりすっごく早い。さすがパパ。なんだかんだ言ってコネクションも行動力もあるんだから。
In the midst of the tempest, a demonic bird came bearing down upon us. Bright spots that I'd thought were eyes turned out to be a powerful searchlight, its beam stretching out for miles. The steel helicopter struggled against the winds in excess of 50 miles per hour, and then... Oh!
Ah, 落ちた。
Oh, it crashed. Kind of saw that coming.
いや、この天候でフライトとか常識的に考えて無茶でしょう。アリスさんでもそこまで世間知らずではありませんよ。
I thought it was gonna be because of the bounded field or some shit though.
ええ、必ず落ちると思ったわ。リデルの作戦がうまくいったことなんて今まで一度もないのだし。
あらよ、あんたさえ関わらなければいつだって私はパーフェクトだっつーの。それに今のはただのテストよ。本命は後からやって。ちょっと待って、タイム。
The pink girl went out into the hallway. Maybe she had a pager in her pocket or something.
責任問題になった？今特殊部隊が本社ビルの屋上から侵入してきてるですって？
Her yelling resonated through the hallway.
落ち着いて、下手な抵抗はしちゃダメよ。すぐ無線で相手のトップと交渉して。え？損害賠償？プロジェクトごと買い取らないと殺すって？つかもう拘束されてる？ああ、もうカイは何やってんのよ。でいくら？何その金額、桁2つ違くない？払えない、そんなのすぐに払えない。ちょっと待って、なんとかなるかも。今年のツアー延長と私の持ち株とタヒチの島を売却すればなんとかなりそう。いいわ、契約成立。買い取っちゃって。軍事産業とか畑違いだけど、とりあえずパパの安全が最優先。
I was a little curious now. Decision M. I'll go peek in the hallway. I think I'll leave it alone. Surely we go peek in the hallway. I think I'll take a peek in the hallway. There, I saw...
失った。すべて失ったわ。
Her face was haunted, as if she'd looked upon the end of the world. I quickly shut the door and pretended I didn't see anything. She deserved a warrior's dignity at the very least. A moment went by. After about a minute.
まあ、ヘリのことはきっぱり忘れるとして。もっと前向きな話をしましょう。
She returned, acting as if nothing had ever happened. We were enemies, but I had to respect her sense of pride.
リデル、
飛び丸。前向きな話をしましょう。
わかった。とりあえず、お前さんが潔白だってのだけはわかった。というか、これでスイーツハーツがお前だったら、ひどすぎて目も当てられね
え。そんなの当たり前でしょ。さっきから私は関係ないって言ってるじゃない。だいたいね、この私、希代の天才マイスター、新世代魔女であるリデル様が、こんなバカっぽくて古臭いプロイに引っかかるわけないじゃない。
いや、引っかかっただろ、あのヘリ。
ヘリはヘリ、私は私よ。さっきだって笑ったけど耐え切ったでしょ。言っとくけど、私は絶対笑わないからね。ここでゆっくりあんたらが古臭いプロイなんかにやられて消えていくのを眺めてやるから。
She sounded aggressive, but I think the pink girl was more concerned than she let on. With one last huff through her nose, she plopped down on the sofa. She seemed to make up her mind to work with us for tonight.
ごめんなさい。少し席を外すわ。すぐに戻ってくるから。
Miss Kuonji was the bathroom.
しかし、図らずも脱出は不可能であることが証明されてしまいましたね。誰がスイーツハーツなのか特定するか、朝まで全滅しないように注意を払うか。
賛成。ヤブをつついてヘビを出したら、それこそ全滅の可能性も出てくるし。くまりは？
私はどっちでもいいけど。築地はどうなの？
俺か？俺は犯人特定に1票だな。こんな状況を作り出した間抜けにはきっちり文句言わねえとな。
私はどちらでも。リデルさんではありませんが、どちらに転んでも安全ですので。
私は築地くんに賛成。推理しましょうみんな。
Of course she wants to fucking keep playing detective.
俺はそうですね。外の天気も荒れる一方だし、みんな部屋に立てこもった方がいいとは思う。
つまんないでーす。宗十郎さん、ここはもうちょっと様子見ようよ。青子の死に方とかすごく興味ない？
Hey yo.
レオ、そういうのは冗談でも。ん？
Suddenly, the room was pitch dark.
落ち着いて。電気が切れたようです。皆さん、むやみに動いてはいけませんよ。
That's so stupid. If I found out who turned the lights out, I'll knock their lights out. Someone tried to not laugh. That was a close one. I heard several people almost fail to suppress their laughs.
何考えてんのよ、エリー。全滅するかと思ったじゃない。
He would have killed you, maybe. But I decided to keep that one to myself.
いや、今なら切れると心が騒いでしまいまして。
うん、タイミングはバッチリだった。つまんないダジャレも切り出し方次第で人を殺せるんだな。
顔が見えないのがまた効くよな。
まったくよ。この私ですらちょっとブルッときたわ。
Our conversation continued in the dark. It reminded me of telling ghost stories on a school trip. It's just fun to talk in the dark sometimes. For whatever reason, I could tell we were all tempted to make each other laugh.
あ、ろうそく見つけた。誰かライター持ってない？もしくはマッチ。
ちょっとマッチ。
What? When my Italian plumber lost weight, he got a lighter.
え？今のも神父さん？
ひどすぎる。
脳が退化しているとしか思えません。
いや、この原子の状態じゃエスプリ聞かせてもインパクトねえぞ。シンプルイズベストだ。
みんな静かに。電気つきそうだぞ。
Flashbang. Did the Kuonji estate have its own power generator? It wasn't clear who restored the power, but the drawing room was flooded with artificial light.
あら、古臭い屋敷のくせに設備はしっかりしてるのね。このまま暗闇で朝まで過ごすのかと心配しちゃったわ。
Riddle had moved next to me at some point, and she looked up. I followed her gaze. What? Oh my god, this is so stupid. What the fuck? Why? Oh my god. You laugh, you lose! The pink girl took what looked like several impacts to the chest, spun around dramatically, and collapsed.
リデル、ちょっと何があったの？
Alice, get back here! Riddle, what happened? Aozaki runned over to her side. I'd narrowly avoided the same fate. If she hadn't started laughing first, I would have busted a gut for sure.
リデル、しっかりしなさい、リデル。死ぬ前に教えて。何を見たの？犯人ね。
そんなつまんないやつよりもっとおぞましくてプニプニした悪魔がばったり。
Bleh. Aozaki burst into tears, clutching May's lifeless body in her arms. May? Is it May Riddle? They were probably more alike than they cared to admit. Amidst the commotion, Miss Kuonji returned, not appearing to have noticed the death.
何かあったのかしら。
わからん。わけもなく爆笑して自滅した。今度はさすがに復活は無理っぽい。
Perhaps out of pity, Tsukiji covered her with a tablecloth and lay her to rest at the side of the room. I quietly shuffled over to Miss Kuonji and whispered in her ear.
クオンジさん、今の何？
着替える服を間違えたの。みんなには黙っていてね、くまりさん。
Yeah, right, dude. Especially with the teacher dying. Maybe Alice just gets in the penguin outfit and runs around when people are alone and makes them laugh.
いいけど、犯人じゃないのよね、あなた。
ええ。今のはただの趣味だから安心して。
What?
昔からあの子を見ているとなぜかいじめたくなってしまって。
It's really too bad, she sighed. Her face. Again, I felt a little sorry for Riddle. That made 4 victims. Everyone seemed resigned to locking ourselves in our rooms for the night. Decision N. I agree, sounds dangerous. Surely we just get an ending if we agree, right? We all just lock ourselves in our rooms and that's the end? I agree. I agreed that it was the best option we had.
ここで腹の探り合いをしていても虚しいだけね。いい加減ケツを取りましょう。自分の部屋に閉じこもって朝を待つに賛成な人。
I raised my hand. In favor were Aozaki, Sister Yuka, Suzuki, and Bayo, who voted along with Suzuki. Those against were Ritsuka, Father Eri, Tsukiji, and Miss Kuonji. With Bayo as the tiebreaker, our side won.
決まりね。それじゃあ各自部屋にこもってしっかり鍵かけて朝まで外に出ないこと。必要なものがあったら台所から持って行って。あとトイレは精神的に耐え切って。
Everyone had to be exhausted from the long night of deduction. We barely spoke as we headed off to our respective rooms. Maybe it's an ending where we survive until morning but we never find out who the killer is then. I locked the door and lay down on the bed. Just in case, I decided not to change into my pajamas. The day was almost over. Once midnight passed, the first day of our 3-day break would come to a close. I never imagined spending a vacation like this in a million years.
まず、すごく眠い、私。
My eyelids grew heavy the instant I laid down. I knew I still had things to consider, but warm slumber embraced me in moments. I was roused by the sound of wind. The lights were out. I didn't remember turning them off before I went to sleep. I got up and tried the light switch, but nothing happened. I wanted to check the time, but that wasn't happening in this darkness. I tried my best to go back to sleep and pretend everything was okay, but I was too on edge. I could barely even stay still.
青崎の部屋が 一番近いよね。
I moved as quietly as I could to the door, unlocked it, and peeked into the hallway. It seemed empty. The only sound came from the wind and the rain. As if led by something, I ventured into the hallway and down towards Aozaki's room. I placed my hand on the doorknob. It was unlocked. Inside her room, I found a dead body. The corpse of a woman I've never seen before. Did I scream? Did I manage to hold it in? I couldn't tell. The rain tonight was too intense. Creak, creak. Oh, that wasn't the rain. It was the sound of hinges. I realized a door was swinging and looked in its direction. It was coming from the room next to Aozaki's. Suzuki told me before that it was her study. Something was on the door. A liquid, thick and red, like paint. Inside the study, I found the gruesome sight of Aoko Aozaki. I ran down the hallway. I didn't care about making any noise anymore. The storm was too loud to hear anything. I threw open the door to each guest room. In the third room, I found the lifeless body of the boy who had been on my mind for 3 years. Panting, I nearly rolled down the stairs. Too fast, I fell. My body bounced off the steps and I rolled into the foyer. Nobody was around. The front door was wide open as if we had a visitor. My instincts told me that the church members were already... I heard faint footsteps then. The sound of the storm faded. All sounds around me washed away. In front of me, I felt nothing. No fear. No anger. My heart was as calm as a lake as I laid eyes on the stormy night killer. 2 eyes flashed in the darkness. Light glinted off the weapon in their hands. Their face was unworldly, twisted, and demonic. It was the last thing I ever saw. Dead end. Frick! Was that Toko in Aoko's room? Because I noticed Toko's there, and I was wondering if Toko was the killer. But I was like, Toko getting into the estate doesn't make sense because she was banned from the premises for 10 years. Unless maybe the entire mansion was able to teleport around or some shit. But Toko's there in the bookmark, or in the image here. It said the lifeless body of a woman I've never seen before. Okay. Let's load. 5 big booms for Aoko. Title. Search for bookmark. Load this data. Okay, sounds dangerous. Okay, so we gotta find the killer. I think it's too dangerous to hole up in our rooms. The reason being, decision O, because there's a 13th person, we should focus on the phone, why the phone line was cut. There's a 13th person. I thought it was best to tackle the problem now.
それじゃあ各自自分の部屋に。ちょっと待って。その前に確かめたいことがある。みんな、今日のゲストは何人か。
何人かってクオンジ入れて13人だろ。それがどうかしたか。
それはリデルを入れての話。
何
Suzuki's eyes went wide. He was acquainted with Riddle, so her being here hadn't felt out of place to him, but to someone, like me, who didn't know her. She struck out like a sore thumb. It must be fucking weird because she said the body of someone that she'd never seen before. It must be Toko, because she's on the book market. We haven't seen her yet. Or she's on the cover of the chapter. She had crashed the party with a formal invitation.
そうか。リデルは招かれていない。ゲストとは数えないから。
どういうことか説明してくれる？クオンジさん。
そうね。私もうっかりしていたわ。招待状は私と青子、しずきくんで分けて出したの。最終的に9枚消費したとしか私は聞いていなかったから。私とトッキーはホストで、青子としずきくんは知っていたから。ちなみに私はリツカさんとベオに招待状を送ったわ。
私はエイリとユイカさん、木の実と飛び丸。
Fucking the funeral ass frame, dude.
自分はクマリと最後に余ったのを先生と、とても名前を口にできない人に1枚。
Oh, and someone I really shouldn't mention out loud, fucking Suzuki, of course, is the one that invited Toko. Jesus.
なるほど、数は合っているわね。ところで宗十郎、叱られる前に白状した方がいいわよ。もうなんとなく分かったけど、一体誰に招待状を送りやがったの？
いや、だって仲間外れは良くないじゃないか。
トコね、トコ、呼びつけたのはあんただったのね。
Aozaki grabbed Suzuki by the collar and shook him violently like a bobblehead.
2人、リデルが2人。
トウコさんに招待状を送った。しかし彼女は今三崎町には立ち入れないはずですが。
So this is kind of a spoiler for Mahoyo too, because Toko is supposed to be there, and also a minor spoiler for K&K. Yeah, but so she shouldn't be able to step inside of the mansion, right? But I thought she couldn't step inside of Misaki anymore, or Misaki in general. So did we teleport?
呪いならトウコさんとっくにクリアしたって言ってたよ。発想の転換だとか言って。なんでも肉体にかかった呪いが解けないならその肉体を使わなければいい。
Miss Toko said she beat that curse a long time ago, mentioned about thinking outside the box. If my body's cursed, I'll use a new one or something like that. So is she a puppet? Yeah, I remember saying like that during the story though, because she's a puppet master. The ultimate trick would be being a puppet yourself, right? So is that what she did? She just swap bodies? But how do you do that without accessing the third magic would be my question. But maybe we'll find out.
どんな理屈よそれ。相変わらずネジ飛んでるわね、姉貴。
ともかくトウコさんに招待状が送られてしまった以上、彼女がここに来ている可能性があるのね。
More complex than just sending a puppet you'll see in K&K? Okay. Well, I was gonna say, because the other thing that made me think of that was because she was able to do that with Shiro's soul in Heaven's Feel. In Heaven's Feel, like, technically she wasn't the one that accessed the third magic. Technically, it was Ilya that did that for Shiro at the end of Heaven's Feel, right? But they did materialize, they used the third magic to materialize Shiro's soul because his body was literally falling apart. And then it took them a while, but eventually the two sisters, Rin and Sakura, bring Shiro's soul to Toko, who then places Shiro's soul in the doll, and that's how he's able to live the rest of his life. And so knowing that, I also was thinking to myself, like, I wonder why she doesn't have a doll body, because you would think that'd be like the ultimate trick for a mage of her prowess to play. At any rate, if she was invited, she could be here.
そう。そこで思い出してほしいのが、電話線がなくなってた時の玄関。 あの時玄関の床には水滴がついていた。私たちは雨が降り出してから一度も外に出ていない。
Puddle. So Toko cut the line.
だから事件の直前にやってきたリデルの足跡かと思ってたけど、彼女全く雨に濡れていなかった。つまり
あの雨の後はリデルさん以外の何者かが洋館に入ってきたという証拠。あの時玄関には時津さんと山城先生以外のみんながいたから。
姿のない参加者、13人目のゲストがいるということですね。
This changed everything. I'd never heard that Aozaki had an older sister, but now wasn't the time to be asking about that. The tension in the air was enough to tell that there was a bad blood between her and the people here.
青崎瞳子ですか。彼女なら確かにプロイに精通し、クオンジの屋敷の見取りも把握しています。
One of the other two options, instead of going to your room and seeing Tuki, also allows you to go outside and meet with Toko, so you will know from the get-go that she is in the mansion. Gotcha.
何より私たち、特に青子さんに強力な殺意がある。今まで見えてこなかった動機の面でも最有力候補ですね。
Which one was that? Does it all do something random? I decided to do something completely meaningless. Honestly, I didn't mean anything by it. It wasn't even a sudden idea, just on a whim, a flight of fancy.
ちょっと落とし物したかも。外を探してくるから先に居間に行っていて。
外に戻るの？それなら私も行くわ。
何言ってんだよ会長。落とし物したのは小鹿の同時だろ。会長関係ねえじゃん。それより今に来てくれよ。会長がいないとアリスちゃんに何話していいか分かんないよ。
でもクマ一人には。
青崎くん、とりあえず今まで案内してくれません？このロビーちょっと冷えますので。
いやでもゲストを一人っきりにするわけには。
いいって気にしないで、すぐに戻るから。ホウスケ、荷物返して。やっぱり自分で持つ。
I left the others behind and headed outside. Aimlessly, I wandered the woods near the mansion, gawking like a tourist. No one was around, and the sky was getting increasingly cloudy. That was strange. I felt like someone was watching me. Decision C. Something's wrong. I should go back in the mansion. Curious, I should check it out. Time to find out who that was. It went against my better judgment, but I decided to track down whoever had been watching me. I headed around the rear of the mansion, where there was a small thicket. It looked like a slightly better than the woods surrounding the estate. There, I saw a woman. She looked terribly out of place.
おや、君も今日のゲスト？
Instinctively, I backed away. That was how overwhelming her presence was. The leaves crinkled and crunched as my heels trampled them. During my hasty retreat, the woman watched me with amusement, as if observing a small animal.
いやー、ゲストには何の期待もしていなかったんだが、いるじゃないか。いいね。青子も気が利くようになったもんだ。これなら退屈はしなさそうだよ。いやー、ゲストには何の期待もしていなかったんだが、いるじゃないか。私好みの目の保養が。
The way she looked at me was a little, no, incredibly off-putting. Where are the police when you need them?
そう警戒するな。私も君と同じゲストだ。仲良くしよう。しかし、何事か始まる前に周囲の地形を確認に来る人間が私の他にいるとはね。うん、気に入った。気に入ったし可愛いので大サービスしてあげよう。私は普段よく見えない。私は青崎の部屋にいる。そして私は犯人ではない。
I normally can't see very well. I'm in Aozaki's room, and I'm not the culprit. And I believe her too because of the when we went to Aozaki's room in the bad ending we just got. She said there was a body of a woman she'd never seen before, and I kind of figured after that like the only character we haven't seen is Toko, so it must be her. And then also the fact that Toko was on like the chapter page I saw.
え？切り札になるからあまり口外しないようにね。
She got clairvoyance or some shit? And with those strange words, the woman walked off in the direction of the mansion. I didn't feel like following her, so I re-entered the house from the front door. Once in the foyer, I could hear laughter coming from the east wing in the drawing room to my right. I had kept Aozaki waiting long enough. Picking up my luggage, I made my way over. Aozaki was waiting in the east wing.
ごめん、待たせた？別に。私も今のところやることないし。とりあえず中に入って。顔見知りばっかりだけど、一応挨拶はしておかないとね。
That was Aozaki for you. Always likes to do things properly. With her characteristic sincerity on full display, she turned the doorknob. Alright, and then this is where we were before. So let's go back.
Aozaki Toko ですか。彼女なら確かにプロイに精通し、クオンジの屋敷の見取りも把握しています。何より私たち、特に青子さんに強力な殺意がある。今まで見えてこなかった動機の面でも最有力候補ですね。
ですね。トウコさんが犯人だとしたら、部屋に閉じこもるのは得策ではありません。何をやっても力ずくで侵入してくるでしょう。
トコちゃんならやるわ。だってホラー大好きだもの。ここに来て展開がホラーになるのは残念だけど、まずは安全を確保しないとね。
皆さん、手分けして洋館内を調査しましょう。トウコさんがいるのかいないのか、そこをはっきりさせなくては。
そうよね。じゃあ私は自分の部屋周辺を調べるわ。
Okay, Aoko totally knows she's already in there, doesn't she? Look how flustered she is. I'll go check the area around my room so no one else goes there.
私は西館と念のため地下室に。くまりさんたちは危険だからここで待っていて。
With that, they left the drawing room on a mission, leaving me, Tsukiji, Suzuki, and Ritsuka behind. Time passed by slowly. My eyelids began to feel heavy from anxiety and exhaustion. The clock struck midnight.
紅茶でも入れてくるか。宗次郎、お茶はどこで？
それならサンルームのテーブルにまだ温かいポットがあるよ。
よし、取ってくる。
He probably wanted to go get his mind off things. Tsukiji strode off towards the sunroom. Oh. What the hell was that? See, like the doors close? Another blackout. There was a dazzling flash of light. Through the window in the sunroom, I could see lightning. The werewolf.
下がって
なんだ今の。誰かいたぞ。
3人ともこっちホールに移動しましょう。
Ritsuka grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the pitch dark drawing room. I definitely saw the outline of a person against the lightning. Someone was outside in the raging storm. It could only be the 13th guest. We fled into the hall. The wall lamps there appeared to be on separate wiring, so at least it wasn't completely dark.
クマどうしたのよ外に誰かいた。ちょっと見てくる。宗十郎、飛び丸、小鹿をお願い。
They should have had it been like the actual werewolf sprite. It would have been way scarier to everybody. Jogging, Aozaki disappeared into the dark corners connecting to the parlor. Father Eri and Sister Yuka came down the stairs, and Miss Kuonji returned from the west wing. They all must have heard the commotion.
屋敷の電源がまた落ちたようですが、何かあったのですか？
それがサンルームの外に人影っぽいものが見えて、つい逃げてきちゃった。
Aozaki returned as we explained the situation.
とりあえず異常なし。サンルームの窓も割れてないし、誰かが中に入ってきた様子はないわ。
こちらも異常はありませんでした。館内に瞳子さんはいないようです。そうなると
先ほどの外に人影を見たという件ですね。
They think she's
館内に異
outside.
常がないのなら、あとは屋敷の周りだけです。
She's probably hiding in Aoko's room. That's why Aoko acted all weird.
わかりました。外を調べに行きましょう。まずはサンルームのあたりですね。危険ですから調べに行くのは私とシスターユイカ、それとアオコ。
エイリ神父、この風では私はあまりお役に立てないかと。耳が聞きません。
そうでしたね。しかし私はともかくアオコを一人にするのは。
気にしないで。私は一人で身を守れるから。エイリの方こそ大丈夫？今日武装してないんでしょ？
それでしたら宗十郎君、お願いできますか？彼なら互いの呼吸を心得ていますので。
Suzuki nodded solemnly. Decision P. It's dangerous for Aozaki to go alone. It's best to wait for all three to return. Probably go with Aozaki, right? I think it's too dangerous to leave Aozaki alone.
待って、青崎。私も行く。何言ってんのよ、クマ。外は危ないんだってば。いいからクマは飛び丸とロビーで待機していてよ。危ないのはあんたも同じでしょ。友人として一人で出歩かせることはできないわ。
Aozaki couldn't refuse when I put it like that. I wanted to watch her back, of course, but I had another reason too. Aozaki was currently the most suspicious survivor. It wasn't a good idea to let her go alone for multiple reasons. If she was the killer, or Sweet's Hearts or whatever, then our lives were in danger. If I didn't go with her, then it would cast more doubt on her later. Anyone could see how dangerous it was outside. Of course, I would have liked to stay with Tsukiji. But petty feelings like that weren't more important than my friendship with Aozaki.
オッケー、了解。でも絶対に私のそばから離れないでね。それでいいでしょ、エイリ。
ええ、実のところ私もアオコに一人つけたかったのです。
Father Eri seemed to be thinking along the same lines. He had a cool demeanor, but maybe he had a genuine concern for Aozaki as well.
飛び丸、ユイカさんとアリスをよろしくね。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻ってくるから。エイリ、外に出たら右手側からぐるっと一周してきて。私、
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
宗十郎、
心配はこっちじゃなくクマリに。クマリ、枝が飛んでくるかもしれないから頭を低くしておくんだぞ。青崎はこういう時に限って不思議な効果を発揮するから。
どういう意味よそれ。
I nodded to Suzuki and made my way outside with Aozaki. The storm was worse than I expected. I could barely keep my eyes open in this wind. Aozaki extended her left hand towards me. I grabbed hold tightly. Her hand was so cold it sent a shiver down my spine. As we rounded one side of the mansion, Aozaki stopped. I couldn't even open my eyes. Aozaki paused before speaking. My words failed to reach her. Aozaki ran away from the mansion into the darkness of the woods. I screamed out in frustration. Somehow she heard me. Aozaki's voice came from the tree line. Huh? Aozaki's words hung in the air as her body suddenly flew to one side. It was as if she was hit by a high-powered rifle. She lay lifeless on the ground. I know she looked in my direction before she burst out laughing. Behind me? Footsteps. I could barely make them out in the rain. I don't have time to look back or think. I ran as fast as I could. I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. I sprinted into the deep dark forest away from the mansion. My chest burned with exertion. I'd never been pushed this hard, even during PE class. Wow, I was a pretty good runner. It's amazing what humans could do when we think we're about to die. My mind began to wander, trying to escape the reality of the situation when... Suddenly, I felt like I was floating. My feet kicked wildly in the air. I seemed to be falling backwards. Every breath sent a painful spasm through my back. I reached for my back, feeling like something was wrong, and touched something wet. I timidly looked at my hand. As much as I hated to admit it, my hand was strawberry red. I licked it. Yep, tasted like iron. I'd lost over a liter of blood, and it only kept flowing. Horrifying reality stopped me from finishing my sentence. Something was coming this way. At this point, I didn't really care. Would I sleep forever, or be captured by the killer? Either way, apparently, this is how this night would end. Dead end? Wait, what happened to her? Did she fall down a hill? This kind of sounded like. Or it was the werewolf out there. He's right behind me, isn't he? Alright, it's best to wait for all three to return. I should wait inside the mansion for all three of them to return.
それじゃあ行ってくる。20分探して何も見つからなかったら戻りましょう。
賢明です。行きますよ、宗十郎君。
Suzuki usually kept his different distance from Father Eri, but there was nothing unusual about tonight. He kept pace with the priest's side, his head on a swivel. I waited for what felt like an eternity. The power still wasn't back on.
もう今夜中の復旧はないみたい。客室の配線は別系統だから、まだ電源が生きていればいいけど。
Those rooms must have been added at a later date. All of the older areas in the mansion, like the drawing room, hallways, and west wing, were pitch black.
待て、ベオはどこに行った？
そういえばどこにもいないけど。私が探してくる。みんなはここにいて。いい？決してユイカちゃんから離れちゃダメよ。姉さん。大丈夫よ、信頼して。これでも闇夜には慣れてるわ。
Ritsuka disappeared up the stairs to the second floor of the mansion. Decision Q. I don't see this ending well at all. Come to think of it, Beo, Facebook mark. I don't see this ending well at all. Come to think of it, Beo, wasn't he the one outside? Thinking about it, they were away for a while, so like Aozaki, they could have murdered Mr. Tokitsu and Mr. Yamashiro too. After a long 20 minutes, Aozaki returned. She took off her raincoat and dried herself off with a towel.
いや、ひどい嵐だわこりゃ。もう風っていうより壁？周りの木が飛んでいってないのが不思議なくらい。
Aozaki explained that she'd patrolled a loop of the entire mansion starting from the left side. She didn't find anything in front of the sunroom.
それより、エイリと宗十郎は？途中ですれ違わなかったのですか？全然。外に出るとき、森の方が気になるとか言ってたけど。
Oh, they went into the forest.
まさかあの二人、この嵐の中で森に入ったんじゃ。
Aozaki and sister Yuka exchanged concerned glances. Then Suzuki came back inside, looking sullen and dripping wet. Father Eri wasn't with him.
すまない。目を離した隙に、エイリ神父がすごく面白いことに。
Something very funny happened to the father? Suzuki was clearly downtrodden, but he'd made a bizarre choice of words.
しずきさん、まさか。そのまさかみたいね。あのエイリまでやられるなんて、何者なのよ一体。
The foyer fell silent. Suzuki was biting his lip, clearly ashamed of losing track of the priest and falling for the killer's trap.
宗十郎、その手に持ってるのなんだ？
Looking closer, I could see something long and fluffy in his hand, about 8 inches in length.
いや、館の東側、サンルームの前に落ちてたんだけど。
He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There was a strange pattern on its forehead. Why do I feel like I've seen that before? Oh, I watched a couple episodes of True Detective for the first time a couple days ago. Maybe it's the swirl that's like on the dead body's back in like the first episode. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There was a strange pattern on its forehead. It gotta be Naruto for real. Hang on, let me look that up. The True Detective first dead body. Wait, no, it is. It's like almost the exact same swirl. Wow. Yeah, that's what made me think of it. It's almost the exact same swirl on the back of the first dead body they find in the first episode. He held up what looked like a golden dog plushie. There was a strange pattern on its forehead.
5人目の犠牲者ね。
それベオ？じゃあ、あいつがサンルームの前にいた人影？
Beo died in the sunroom?
言われてみれば、確かにベオだったな。
Chat, you telling me when Beo dies, he turns into a plushie?
あれ？もしかしてあいつ、俺たちに助けを求めていたのか？
If he was, what did that mean? Beo saw the killer outside the sunroom, was made to laugh somehow, remembered we were inside and tried to get our attention? Ritsuka was the one who warned us to stay away from Bayo. She said she was used to dark nights. Did she know that the silhouette was Bayo trying not to laugh?
ベイは何か見つけたのかもね。密かに一番頼りにしてたのにいた。それで宗十郎、エイリはどのあたりでやられたの？
西側の森だ。何か動くものがあるって森に入っていって、すぐに笑い声が聞こえてきた。その後、落雷のような悲鳴と滝のような血が降ってきて。
Everyone held their breath in anticipation. We all braced for the gruesome description of the priest's demise.
見上げたら？
木と木の間にクモの巣みたいにロープが張り巡らされていて。
What?
その中心でくねくねしたポーズで死んでた。なんか裸になってバラくわえて。
What?
え？
Instinctively, I turned to face the laughter behind me.
Oh.
It all happened so quickly. Sister Yuka had turned to stone as soon as she heard Suzuki's report.
ユイカさん、石化して死んだ！
悲劇ね。生地、耳で世界を捉える人だから。
俺は普段この人と神父がどんだけ険悪なのか気になって仕方がないが、ともかくこれで7人だ。一気に減ったな。
Unfortunately for us, all the people who posed the greatest threat to the killer were now gone. The clock approached 1 a.m. Unable to go to the drawing room, those of us left behind were stuck standing in the foyer. It was surprisingly dark in here. The guest rooms were probably better lit, and I considered going there. Might look weird going by myself though. Was Aozaki's older sister, the 13th guest, really here? I couldn't go back to my room yet until that mystery was solved at least.
とりあえず、ユイカさんの彫像は部屋の隅に移動させよ
う。Let's move her statue to the corner.
あれ、重いな。すごく重いぞ、ユイカさん。飛び丸、手伝ってくれ。
はいよ、俺後ろな。見た目通りいい曲線してやがんな、ユイカさん。シスター目当てで教会に通い詰める野郎が多いわけだ。
Even in this situation, Suzuka and Tsukihime were really friendly. I couldn't believe how calm they both were. I felt like I was nearing a breaking point. If something jumped out at me, I'd die of shock before I died of laughter.
クマ、お茶でも入れてこようか？顔色真っ青よ。ありがとう。けどいらない。
The last thing I wanted was to have to use the toilet, and I was scared of venturing far into the mansion to find one.
お、余裕じゃない。その調子なら朝まで持ちそうね。エイリとユイカさんは残念なことになったけど、ある意味ちょっと安心した。このメンツなら気心知れてるし、疑い合うこともないしね。あとはトークを見つければ。いえ、それには及ばないわ。ゲーム今までよくやってくれたものね、アコちゃん。
リツカさん。
The voice came from the stairs. Ritsuka had returned from her search for Bayo.
何よ、今のどういう意味、リツカ？だから芝居はもういいってことです。
She went into her room and found Toko, didn't she?
チェックメイトよ、アコちゃん。どうしてこんな強行に及んだのかは全然わからないけど、物的証拠が真実を示しているの。まだ断定はしないけど、十中八九、あなたがスイーツハーツ最有力候補よ。何言い出すのよ、バカリツカ。私がスイーツハーツだなんてそんなわけないじゃない。ないわよね。ないはずだと思うけど。しらばっくれるのもそこまで。ベオ君を探している時にあなたの部屋を見させてもらったわ。動かぬ証拠がそこにあるのよ。
私の部屋に入ったのよ。鍵かけてあったでしょ。私の数少ない特技、本格推理ピッキングです。
Ritsuka really can't do it all.
ないから。本格でピッキングはご法度だからそんなんで人が必死に隠してた死体を見つけるとか反則じゃない。
Oh, Aozaki was losing it. We all stared at her silently after she just admitted to hiding a dead body in her room.
あ、いや、その
てDid she kill her sister and leave her body in her room?
宗次郎、青崎の部屋は？
東館の2階の突き当たりだ。
We followed Ritsuka to Aozaki's bedroom. Our suspect tagged along, pouting and sulking.
ドアを開けるわ。
Ritsuka opened the door. We moved from the dark corridor to the equally dim bedroom. When I entered, I was greeted by the sight of a... a woman beautiful enough to make me question my sexuality. Bingo. Oh my god. Cinema. It might be cinema. Clutching a microphone in one hand, cradling a huge bottle of liquor in the other, taking a satisfied, eternal slumber. And the walls? What the fuck? Were plastered with bizarre posters.
急性アルコール中毒。
これが動かぬ証拠よ、アコちゃん。いくらトコちゃんが邪魔だからってこんな恥ずかしい姿のまま放置しておくなんて。
My room for real.
トコちゃん、私はプログレ派だなんて言ってたけど本当は演歌好きだったのね。しかもマイマイクまで持っちゃって。ああ、身内の恥すぎる。だから見せたくなかったのに。
Aozaki was squirming up a storm. However, this didn't change the fact that she concealed a victim.
そっか。思い返してみれば、青崎は自分の部屋に誰も寄りつかないよう動いていたんだ。この人の死体が見つかったら、いろいろと不便だから。
違うってば、私も被害者なんだって。昼過ぎに部屋に戻ってみたら姉貴がいきなり死んでるんだもん。そりゃ隠すでしょ普通。
残念だが青崎、お前さんの弁明はもう遅い。それならどうして13人目がいるかいないかを話し合っている時姉貴のことを話さなかったんだ。
だってあの時に切り出してもどうして黙っていたんだって追及されるじゃない。エイリとユイカさんからしてみれば私を弾劾する絶好の機会だし、それなら黙っていて私の手で犯人を捕まえようって。そうかしら。13人目がいるって状態にしておけばアコちゃんが自由に暗躍できるからじゃないの。事実トコちゃんを探そうとしてベオくんもエイリさんもユイちゃんもリタイアしちゃったんだし。だからそれはエイリたちが自滅しただけで。
悪いな青崎。クオンジの説明からするとスイーツハーツとやらは自分でもわからない犯人だ。こいつの正体を暴くには動機より状況証拠を優先しないといけない。現状最も今までの犠牲者たちを殺害できる可能性があったのはお前だ。
ええ、悲しいけどこれ推理なのよね。
Tsukihime and Ritsuka grabbed her arms. Suzuki casually helped.
どうするつもり？まさか疑わしきは殺すってわけ？落ち着いて隔離するだけよアコちゃん。犯人と思わしき者は警察が来るまで閉じ込めて強行をストップさせる。ミステリの常道ね。
Lock up the suspect and wait for the police. End the madness. That's how the mystery stories go.
外から鍵をかけられる監獄っぽい部屋はあるかしら、あっちゃん。
それなら地下室があるわ。雪山のペンションにありそうな細い階段から直通の狭い部屋が。
The cellar?
青子にはそこで一晩明かしてもらいましょう。
スキー跡！そのペンションの名前、スキー跡とか言わないアリス！
What is this, the South Pole? Don't tell me this guest house is an Antarctic research station, Alice. Well, she is a penguin, right?
青崎、お前さんがスイーツハーツでないにしろ、そこに閉じこもっていれば安全だろ。これは
確かにそういう理屈になるわね。民主主義的に閉じ込められる隙を見せた私の負けってことか。
Pesky democracy. Yeah, we should have locked her up from the start. If Aozaki really was sweethearts, no one else would die from sudden bouts of comedy. And if she wasn't, then he'd survive until the game was over. Who wouldn't protest, though, if they were labeled a prime suspect? It felt awful to be the one handing down a verdict. One of us had to be unlucky enough to take the fall.
でも、これだけは言っておくわ。相手はとんでもない切れ者よ。もしかしたら、本当に姿のない13人目はいるかもしれない。
Your opponent's
最後ま
smart,
で気を
though.
抜かないで。
The 13th person may not have a form. Don't let your guard down. Those were Aozaki's last words. After shutting her in the cellar and locking it from the outside with a padlock, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. Decision R. I can rest easy now. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I don't think we can rest easy. Wait, is there a... What if we get a bad ending if I say I can rest easy now? Place bookmark. I can rest easy now. I could rest easy now in red text. I returned to my room, alone. Even with Aozaki in confinement, we still had to stay on guard. I locked the door to my room and laid down on my bed. All that was left was to wait until morning. So much had happened, but at least I could finally sleep without worrying. God, if you're listening, make everything go back to how it was by the time I wake up. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside.
朝になってる。
It's morning. The clock read 5:30. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon. My ability to rise early was one of my few strong points, so I must have been really exhausted. I foggily examined my wrinkled clothes in the mirror. It was so quiet outside, like last night's storm never even happened. A silent morning, with no sounds of movement or talking in the house. I stepped out into the hallway, feeling a vague premonition coming on. It was quiet. The air was crisp. Suzuki's room was clean and tidy. Father Aries' room was clean and tidy. Ritsuka's room was clean and tidy.
誰か。
Anyone alive out there? I yelled into the void of the West Wing, but no one responded. My hunch was spot on. Something was wrong. This mansion was now the cleanest, quietest place in all of Misaki. It was over. I went down to the basement where Aozaki was supposed to be confined, down the narrow staircase to the door. The padlock had been broken clean off from the outside. Inside the tiny cellar, I saw a single dead body lying prone. The beautiful long hair was all I needed to know that it was Aozaki. She wasn't breathing. She hadn't been the killer. It was unclear what time she was murdered. but whoever the killer was broke the lock, made Aozaki laugh, nonchalantly went upstairs and cut off my means of escape. They were going to show up soon. They must have been hiding somewhere, waiting for me to come down into the basement. The stairs were the only way out. If the killer followed me down here, I was trapped.
まあ、もうどうでもいいか。
I was at a dead end. Game over. Victory to the real killer. My thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of footsteps. The footsteps of death. Dead end. Okay, I was pretty sure that was going to be a bad ending, but I wanted to see it anyway. Alright, surely we're almost done. Search for bookmark. This one. Load data. Alright, I'm not sure I can rest easy yet. I wasn't sure about that.
これでやっと眠れるわ。それじゃあみんな、おやすみなさい。
Ritsuka disappeared up the west wing stairs.
私も休ませてもらうわ。
Alright, everyone else is going to bed.
しずきくんはエイリ神父にあてがっていた部屋を使って。夜が明けるまでしずきくんの部屋は使えないから。
あ、そうだった。ありがとう、アリス。
Miss Kuonji and Suzuki retired to their respective rooms. It was just us left. I mustered up the courage to look at Tsukihime.
話ちょっとだけいいか。
築地、少しだけ話さない？
Oh. We smiled at each other. We'd both had the same idea, apparently. Things had gotten really out of hand tonight. It was an ungodly hour. The storm raging outside seemed to portend the end of the world. Portend? If we laugh, we die. And yet, here I am with a guy I'd have a crush on for 3 years.
お茶を入れられるな、ここ。くまりは紅茶でいいか。
コーヒー、すごく苦いの。砂糖入れないで。
そりゃ豪気だ。甘みは必要ねってか。
That sounded a little sarcastic, but I know he didn't mean it that way.
話って人物 A のこと？
お、まだ解決とは言えないからな。くまりだって青崎が 100% 星だと思ってねえだろ。
He passed me a coffee, and I slowly brought it to my mouth before taking a sip. He was right. I didn't. We were both on the same page.
青崎が該当するのは確かだけど、それを言うなら律香さんもしずきもだしね。信頼できるのはクオンジさんと事件が起きてからずっと一緒にいた私たちぐらいじゃない？
ああ、クオンジは信用できねえだろ。
I was kind of suspecting Alice for a while, but I think if she was trying to make anyone laugh with the penguin outfit, one, she just doesn't like the other witch. And two, I thought she might have been at a certain time, I think Alice decided that she might remember how they were describing the tactics earlier, and one of the tactics would be someone could make everyone else laugh and then be the last man standing and just win by virtue of that. And I think Alice might have had that in her head at one point, but I don't know.
あいつ基本的にプロイとやらの味方じゃねえか。
そうなの？確かにずっと中立っぽい態度だったけど、根拠は？
犯人探しをする気がないっていうのと、そうだな。勘で申し訳ないんだが、人物 A とやらに肩入れしている気がする。
そりゃそうでしょう。プロイってクオンジさんの持ち物なんだし、もう人物 A はプロイが化けてるんだし。
いや、そっちじゃない。今動いているプロイにじゃなくて、使ったやつに対してだよ。だってあいつ、怒ってなかっただろ。自分の持ち物が勝手に使われたっていうのに。
おう。
Oh. He was right. Does that mean Miss Kuonji knew who the killer was?
知らないとは思うぜ。だが、あえて口にしていないことはあるだろうな。例えば、スイーツハーツとやらの詳しい特徴だ。リデルの口ぶりからすると、使う人間にはある種の特徴がありそうだった。スイーツハーツは誰にでも使えるもんじゃねえと思う。ほら、妖刀とか名刀とかで持ち物が持ち主を選ぶって言うじゃねえか。あんな感じでな。
Could a thing really choose who uses it? If so, that means Miss Kuonji was supporting, no, empathetic to it.
しかし、今更だけどな。くまり、俺とコンビでよかったのか？
Well, that came out of nowhere. I tried my best to stay calm as I answered.
それはいい。私、築地のこと信頼してるし。
いや、この場合まずいだろ、それ。今夜に限っちゃ、信頼しているやつほど危ねえじゃねえか。
そうね。疑ってかかるぐらいがちょうどいい。
そういうこと。この事件で一番信用しちゃならねえのは自分だ。だから常に客観的に監視している相棒がいないとリデルのやつが二人一組で行動しようって言い出したのはそのあたりも含めてだろうよ。二心同体、スイーツハーツとはよく言ったもんだ。
We put Riddle behind us.
じゃあ築地は誰が一番怪しいと思ってる？
全員平等だぜ。怪しいってんなら俺はまだ時津のじいさんの死体が本物かどうかさえ保留してるしな。青崎が自分の部屋を隠していたこともありゃ真犯人にうまくはめられたんじゃないかって思ってる。
I was thinking
一番の強敵を真っ先に封じに来た結果かもしれん。
I was thinking Suzuki just because that's the old man died in his room and they mentioned how the ploy is able to disguise itself and switch between the person being conscious and like it could switch between being a doppelganger or having the person actually pop out whenever they wanted, and I think Suzuki is too fucking stupid to realize that was happening. And so it is possible, I think that just because the first killer was in his room, it is very possible that he fucking ate the egg without realizing. He could have ate it, like, you know, he could have taken the egg, brought it into the kitchen, and that's where the flour was too, because they mentioned how the flour that was used to kill him would have had to have been from the kitchen, and he would have had to known that whoever was the killer would have had to known that the flour was in the kitchen, and obviously Suzuki would have. And I wonder if he would have gotten the egg and taken it to the kitchen to eat, and then ate the egg in the kitchen, not knowing what the hell it was, and then when he was in the kitchen, the ploy Kickshaw took control, and then immediately just grabbed the flour and set up a trap up in his room or something like that, and then the old man went up the stairs. I don't know why he would have went up the stairs, but we saw him in the hallway, right? And he disappeared. And he could have just went up into the attic and then fucking died there and then became the first victim. And then from there, because the priest died, remember we were out with Aoko, and Aoko died out there and the killer was behind us. And then the priest, the father also died out when he was with Suzuki, and so I think it's very possible the killer is Suzuki, and Suzuki's so fucking stupid he can't realize it. He's that stupid. That's probably what it is, with how comedic the story's been so far. I think the killer tricked Aozaki into hiding whatever's in her room to get rid of the biggest threat of all. The killer tricked Aozaki into hiding whatever is in her room to get rid of the biggest threat and all that, and Suzuki was the one that invited the sister after all too.
青崎がはめられた？
ああ、事実上、あの行動力の塊みたいな女が自分の部屋を隠すことで手一杯だっただろ。それに妙なこと言ってたじゃねえか。 青崎の姉貴がいつああなったか。くまりはどう思う？
Plus, she was busy. She was saying some weird things. When do you think that business with Toko happened? Decision S. Between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. That might have been the laugh we heard. Would that have been between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m.? When did we take that 15-minute nap when she heard the laugh down the hallway? Maybe that was it. I think Toko must have died sometime between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m.
まあ、断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。それよりだ、くまり。ネックはいつ殺したかじゃなく、どうやって殺したかだと思わねえか？山城にしろ、営利神父にしろ、あの鉄仮面たちを笑わせられるのはよっぽどのセンスだ。殺害可能時間は平等にあっても、そのセンスだけは限られる。この点で言えば、まあ、宗十郎やらベオやら木の実やらは除外される。
Tsukiji had latched onto something big. Why hadn't anyone else thought of that? Hosake's jokes only made people cringe. Beo didn't even understand the concept of humor. As for Suzuki, I've met planks of wood that get jokes quicker. Yeah, but the Ploy kickshaw can, like, take their place as a doppelganger, right? Our discussion carried on until around 3 a.m. I yawned. I was by no means relaxed, just exhausted. After everything that had happened, I'd been surprised if anyone had really had any energy left.
夜更かししすぎたな。そろそろ眠り時だがどうする？ね。
He was clearly on guard for sweethearts disguised as Aozaki or someone else. I yawned again. Decision T. As long as I lock the door. But I won't be able to sleep. No helping it then? It's another bad end. No helping it then? If that's how it has to be, then there's no helping it now.
そうよね。万が一の時便利だし。私はほら、兄貴が売るほどいるから。男子と一緒の部屋とか多分慣れてるし。
As long as I lock the door, but I won't be able to sleep. It should be safe as long as the door is locked, but we still had other things to worry about.
いい。ここまで来たらあと少しだし、だいたい全員を疑えって言ったの築地じゃん。
そうだったな。俺も容疑者の一人だった。さすがくまり、余計な心配だったぜ。
Tsukiji turned to the door, ready to leave. I tried to say something.
関係ないけど、ひどい一日だったのに、築地はなんか満足そうね。
What the hell was I saying? I was just embarrassing myself.
何人も死んで、自分も殺されかけた一日か。
Luckily, he took my question seriously.
けどまあ、なんだかんだと楽しかったからな。くまりもそうじゃなかったのか？
His considerate reply was reassuring. I almost forgot my anxiety.
意外。築地はこういうの鼻で笑うかと思った。
そりゃ見込み違いだったな。こういうバカ騒ぎ好きなんだよ、俺。ふざけた人生を送りたいんでな。
何それ。幻滅。
I was being serious. It reminded me of the time I first realized that I'd fallen for him. Tsukiji was an amazing person, but he was squandering his potential. He didn't want glory or to move up in the world. It felt like such a waste of human capital. I could never do that. How long had I been watching him, wanting to kick his butt into gear?
こっちも今更だけど。築地、割と人付き合い悪いじゃない？ なのにどうして私とは普通に話すの？
そりゃお前さ、親にも教師にも頼らず6年間一人で戦ってきたやつには敬意を表すだろう。じゃあな、朝になったらロビーで会おうぜ。
And with that, the room went quiet again. For some reason, I felt a tight squeezing sensation in my chest.
なんだかんだと。くまりもそうじゃなかったのか？
Tsukiji's words replayed themselves over and over in my head. Yeah, he was right. Maybe it had been fun. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. The clock read 5:30. The sun was beginning to peek up. Is this the same ending? I was too tired to even make tea, so I just grabbed my wallet and card case off the table. The case contained my commuter pass and some pictures I took each year. I had a rare shot of Aozaki making a fool of herself at this year's school festival. She either drank champagne thinking it was a soft drink, or someone slipped alcohol in the juice cocktail. Peak? What the fuck? So that's where the bunny, the bunny, why are there so many, like, isn't there there's bunny, Shiki as well. Why are there so many Type Moon characters in bunny outfits? Or someone slipped alcohol into the juice cocktail. Next thing I knew, she was all hyper, yelling about wearing someone else's clothes. She either drank champagne thinking it was a soft drink or someone slipped alcohol into the juice cocktail. I got a great shot of her with my disposable camera. I love that photo so much I carried it with me in my card case everywhere I go. Whenever I felt down, it always cheered me up to look at it and remember how adorable Aozaki could be. It was a side of herself that nobody who knew her would ever expect, especially her comedic side. Wait a second. Did I just think of something I shouldn't have? That would be an incredibly bad thing to bring up now.
そうだ。みんなは?
I rifled through my overnight bag to see if anything might be of use. Turns out, the stuff I brought to cook with was worth bringing. I hovered over the wok, or the cleaver ultimately decided to take the wok. Wait. I hovered over the wok or the cleaver, ultimately deciding to take the wok with me. What? I went into the hallway. The air was slightly cooler than the inside of the guest room. Silence had fallen over the mansion once again. There was no sound, no sign of life. It was like the storm never happened. Is she going to use the pan? Use the pan as like a shield in front of your face if anyone tries to make you laugh, and then hold up the picture of Aoko. That's how you win. Tsukiji's room was empty. Suzuki wasn't in Father Aries' room. Nobody was in Ritsuka's room either. I called out into the void for Alice, but got no response. I was alone. I headed down to the basement where Aozaki was confined, down a narrow staircase to the door. The padlock had been broken clean off from the outside.
Aozaki?
I braced myself for whatever was to come and opened the door. Inside the tiny cellar, a dead body, lying face down. The beautiful long hair was all I needed to see to know it was Aozaki. She wasn't breathing. She scrawled something with her left hand in her last moments. It was a dying message, written in blood. I could feel the disdain in her words.
やっぱりって言うな。
Told you so. Even in her dying last words are fucking her prideful.
やっぱり
Aozaki wasn't the killer. It wasn't clear when she was murdered, but whoever the killer was broke the lock, made her laugh nonchalantly, went upstairs, and I tried to control my breathing in my racing mind. Everyone was dead. Everyone was dead. Probably only the killer and I were left. But the sun was already up. Wait, not completely. If the rules said it ended in the morning, then the game wasn't over. I had to get out of here now and figure out who the killer was. There was no winning this unless I tried something. Everyone was dead. No turning back now. Decision you, should keep running until morning, should try to guess who the killer is. I thought I should try to deduce who the killer is.
落ち着け
Wait.
もう条件は揃ってる
So wait, was the other one a dead end then? So what happens if that's how it has to be, then there's no helping it now.
そうよね万が一の時便利だし私はほら兄貴が売るほどいるから男子と一緒の部屋とか多分慣れてるし
そりゃ頼もしい。じゃソファーを借りるぜ。いい加減俺も気を張り続けて疲れた。クマリがいるならちっとは安心して眠れる。
Suzuki quickly fell asleep after raising his hand to wave goodnight. I looked at him, all wrapped up in a blanket.
何それ
Seeing him fall asleep so quickly helped me feel relaxed too. I definitely didn't want to get excited in a situation like this. Plus, I was beat. I didn't have any pajamas, and I didn't feel like changing anyway. For comfort, I did remove my wallet and card case from my pockets and place them on the table before sliding a blanket fully clothed. Sliding under the blanket fully clothed. I couldn't fall asleep as fast as Tsukiji, but I could feel myself drifting off already into a deep, deep sleep. Did I just hear laughter next to me? I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. This morning, at 5:30.
そうだ築地
I looked around the room, my vision blurry. I went to sleep in the same room as him. I finally realized that he wasn't where I had last seen him. There was nobody on the sofa. Just his clothes. They were laid out neatly like they were on full display. It was like he'd shrunk so small he'd disappeared or melted away somewhere. Maybe he wanted to die by completely vanishing.
築地
I tried touching his clothes. I touched his blanket on the sofa. His warmth had long since faded. My card case had fallen around where his hand might have been. I could guess what happened. He never really fell asleep. He pretended to, so I'd relax. Then he stayed up to watch over me all night. This was a locked room murder. It was clear what the murder weapon was, and I was finally close to figuring out who the killer was, too. I picked up my card case and left the room feeling empty inside. I'm so sorry, Tsukiji. As Aozaki's friend, of course you'd laugh at that photo. Oh, her card case was on the table and he saw the Aozaki photo and laughed at it. Jesus. It was quiet. The air was crisp. My mind was so blank I almost laughed. Tsukiji's room was clean and tidy. Father Aries' room was clean and tidy. Ritsuka's room was clean and tidy. Goes downstairs. Finds Aoko Aozaki.
まあ
Same dead end. Okay. Alright, decision U. Should keep running until morning. Keep running until morning. What happens? I think it would be best to run away until morning.
あれ
Something felt off for a second there. It was as if my decision was completely different from the words that came out of my mouth.
それどころじゃない。早く逃げないと。
No time for that. I have to get out of here. The game would end if I could just keep from getting caught until sunrise. As long as I survived, Sweet's hearts wouldn't win. The storm was over. If I could just make it to the city, everything would go back to normal.
嘘。
I'd been heading downhill all this time, so how would I end up behind the mansion? Bounded fieldo. Ah, the ground distorted. My senses went haywire. The world crumbled. I must have done something wrong. Suddenly, a voice whispered in my ear.
皆殺しおめでとう。
It was a voice of terror that I'd never heard before, yet it sounded so familiar. Bad end, not dead end. Bad end, chat. Alright. So let's guess who the killer is. I thought I should try to deduce who the killer is.
落ち着け。もう条件は揃ってる。はず。
I controlled my breathing and began to organize the facts in my head. I didn't have a decisive answer to the killer's motive, method, or identity. There was only one thing I knew for sure. Tsukiji had said it many times. It's not about who committed the murders, but rather who could have committed the murders. The first murder, Tokitsu's capture and death by explosion. We could exclude the following suspects: me, Alice, Tsukiji, Hozuke, Father Eri, and Sister Yuka. The second murder, Mr. Yamashiro's fabulous funeral. Impossible to rule out any suspects out. At a stretch, we could maybe include Alice. We don't know when Mr. Yamashiro was killed because we were all looking around after Tokitsu's murder. It's unlikely the murder was committed within that 10-minute gap, but we couldn't rule it out completely. The third murder, Hozuke and Rydell. Who cares? The fourth murder, Bayo. It can't have been me because I didn't search for Aozaki's sister. Neither could it have been Suzuki, Suzuki, or Ritsuka. The fifth murder, Father Eri's web. We were in the foyer, so it couldn't have been me, Tsukiji, Ritsuka, or Miss Kuonji, Alice. The sixth murder, the Yuka statue. This one didn't matter either. She killed herself. The seventh murder, the elder Aozaki's death by alcohol poisoning. This might actually have been the first murder in the timeline. We could exclude, maybe only Alice, barely. That's everything I knew. Now it came down to a simple process of elimination. Who was the invisible killer who made everyone laugh? I think the killer must be Decision V. Who is the killer? Oh, you actually pick. Look at that. That's cool. Toko. Wait, can I choose myself?
ダメ。根拠が薄い。これで指摘。
I didn't know who the killer was, but we were the only ones left in the mansion. If I made a random guess and ended up being eliminated, I was finished. In that case, maybe I should just make a run for it and win the game that way?
あなた
Look who it is! A shadowy figure crept up behind me. It raised its hand as if to say hello. Oh!
我々は宇宙人だ。
The primitive directness of greeting caught me off guard.
しずき、あんたが犯人だったの？
そうだ。我々はやったぜやったぜ。
いや、その演技はいいから。
I struggled to inject a calm into my voice and to keep my arms and legs from shaking. That voice really was something. So much that I was more concerned with making it stop than the whodunits and howdunnits.
我々は火星人だ。
そういう話でもなくて、いいから真面目に話せバカ。私、笑っちゃったからもうすぐ死ぬのよ。せめて最後に、どうしてこうなったのかをぶちまけて。
すまないが、それは説明できない。俺が話せるのは、俺の事情だけだからだ。
What was that supposed to mean? Suzuki could only talk about himself. Does that mean there was someone else?
くまり、君にわかるだろうか。1年間、ひたすら冗談のセンスがないと言われ続けた男の気持ちが。パーティーを盛り上げようと勇気を振り絞るたびに、お呼びじゃないと突っ返される男の気持ちが。
よし、わかった、ぶん殴る。
Oh, I didn't even want to think about this anymore, but did he seriously do all this to prove he has a sense of humor? I'd say he failed the moment he put on that ridiculous disguise, but was that any reason to help the murderer?
でも、それで笑うのは青崎とクオンジさんぐらいよ。そんな一発芸で笑う文明人が他にいるはずがない。
いや、でもくまりは。
本当にぶん殴るわよ。
ごめんなさい。なんでもないです。
あれでしょ？築地たちを笑わせたのは青崎の写真でしょ？
そうだ。あれこそ切り札だ。同時に、それは俺への報酬でもある。
And a treat for me too. Any of the guys who knew Aozaki would laugh at that picture of her, particularly Mr. Yamashiro, Tsukiji, and Father Eri.
つまり、犯人は。
I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. I'd played right into Sweetheart's hands. The killer, Suzuki, was the last person left standing, while I'd failed to guess correctly and just stood there, mind blank. I was just one step away. I'd almost figured it all out, if I had just focused more in the evening, and thought about it a bit more. Bad end. So do you get that? Do you get that ending if you choose anyone but Suzuki, I assume? I kind of wanted to see all the bad endings if we could.
Dame. あなた。
我々は宇宙人だ。
So dumb. Alright, yeah, I assume that happens if you guess anyone other than Suzuki. Alright, so if we guess Suzuki...
ダメ。根拠が薄い。
Wait, what?
あなた。
我々は宇宙人だ。
You have to uncover a piece of evidence to proceed further. That stuck me for a while too. What's the evidence? Wait, that's kind of dumb because like you couldn't use the evidence you had gotten earlier in dialogue. Is it all the way at the beginning? Is it something in his room? Get all the evidence that confirms it's Suzuki. I think I got all the dead ends at least. Oh my goodness, you actually have to do every single fucking decision, right? That is insane. All right. First one is it might be an ill omen. Where's the fucking skip button? It's not that hard. It's not that it's hard. It's just a chore to have to fucking go through the whole fucking thing again.
Oh, that. Is there a skip button? It'd be a little nicer if there was a skip button. I'll do something random. So you get to go see Toko. Excuse me. Curious, I should go check it out, of course, because we need to go see Toko.
Oh yeah. So. What?
Oops.
とりあえず中に入って。顔見知りば。
I hold like spacebar or something? No, that doesn't do anything. What about an arrow key? Oh! Wait. Oh no, that's autoplay, isn't it? No, bro. Oh, holding down does it, though. There we go. It's kind of a skip button. Maybe on the top? Oh yeah, I forgot about this thing. Wait, you're right. Jump to the next choice on the screen. Oh my god, genius. You got it. What?
What? Ah.
Where's the choice? What? Jump to choice in the next scene. Here we go. Alright, the rain's only gonna get worse.
ですね。今に移動しましょう。
The numbers are off.
これはひどい。
Where's this F? Something crazy is about to go down. I think I chose that one originally. G was... It's some kind of bread.
え？何って、手と足と顔。当然の論理。どうかしら。木の実。それに、あっちゃんはこう言ったわ。
ほとんど屋敷に誰買い出しとかには夕方
私は午後の業務を済ませ、
私にも私は関係ないじゃない。だって私が来た時、もうじいさんも先生とやらもいなくなってた。だいたい私にはスイーツハーツなんて使う理由がないし。
Trying to remember if we had heard that one before. I think we did. I'll peek in the hallway. I did that as well.
「それじゃあ各自自分ちょっと待って。みんな今日のゲストは
何人かってクオンジ入れて13。
それじゃあ行ってくる。20分。
Q is come to think of it, Bayo. R is I'm not sure about that.
これでやっと眠れる。
S is between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Oh, I did 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., huh?
ああ、そう考えないと。青崎は午前中は町で買い物をしていた。青崎姉はあいつが部屋を留守にして。
15時半ごろ、私にあの時東館の奥、青崎の部屋は演歌地獄になってたわけね。
まあ断定できない以上、憶測は憶測でしかねえけどな。
At least after this point, there are some dead ends left, but it's pretty easy to avoid/restart if you get them. Wait, what do you mean? I think I got all the dead ends looking at them, or at least experience them. I don't know if you mean to get, like, is there an achievement for getting all dead ends and the right answer or something like that? I think I'm looking at all the dead ends and bad ends. I think I got all of them.
それよりだ、くまり。
But that's because I was save scumming on most of them. Yes, there's an achievement. Oh, okay. You have to get all bad ends and then get the good ending. As long as I lock the door, but I won't be able to sleep. The only bad end I haven't gotten yet involves you have to correctly choose the culprit and then choose a bad decision, it looks like. I think that's the only one I haven't gotten. Decision T. As long as I lock the door, I won't be able to sleep.
いい。ここまで来たら。
You should try to guess who the killer is.
落ち着け。もう。
Okay, this is the same. We've seen this. So now choose the right person. Wait, is it? Okay, so let's save here. Place bookmark. What if I choose the wrong person now? Now we get that same betting? Yeah, I think so.
我々は宇宙人だ。
Amazing. It was Suzuki. If the facts were pointing to anyone, it was him. He knew this mansion inside and out. He'd been helping with the birthday party so he could move out without freely raising suspicion. But the biggest piece of evidence was the glaring discrepancy between his and Miss Alice's alibis. Suzuki said he was in the mansion in the morning. However, that's not what his landlady said. She said no one was around to help, so she locked the place up herself. If she did that on a regular basis, she wouldn't have bothered to mention that. Miss Kuonji wanted either Suzuki or Aozaki to lock the doors. Aozaki said she was in town that morning. That's likely why her sister was able to enter the room. Suzuki lied about being at the mansion at the time.
決め手がそれだけっていうのがなんとも弱いけど。
I felt that there was more I could pin on him, but I wasn't sure right now. I had to find Suzuki before morning, before someone was
あ
behind
ん
me.
たが犯人ね、しずき！
I know you're the killer, Suzuki! Eat this! I took my trusty wok and swung it as hard as I could before he could lay a hand on me. It connected, harder than it should have. Suzuki, I only saw him briefly, but I knew it was him. He collapsed on the ground, and a strange item tumbled on the floor. It was the kind of cheap fake glasses and nose you'd find in any bag of party favors.
そんなんで笑わせるとかあり？
The only ones who were Miss Kuonji, who didn't get out much, and Aozaki, who thought so much of Suzuki. Whatever, I started running. As long as I've guessed the killer correctly, I've beaten the game, but maybe Suzuki would recover and come after me. I decided to escape through the foyer. If I could make it to the forest outside, I'd win. It had to be morning by now. Eh? It was still dark outside. What? How? How was it still dark out?
よくもやってく。
A resentful female voice croaked from the foyer. Wait, female? But who was it? I thought Suzuki was the killer. Run, just run. I was confused, but I could still run. I tripped and fell. As soon as I stood up, I tried to take a second to think. I was mistaken. The game was still on. If that was true, then Sweet's hearts had won. Suzuki was the killer. I was sure of it. I'd said it out loud, and I was still alive, wasn't I? Remember the rules. If you accuse someone and you're wrong, you die. As long as I was still alive, Suzuki had to be the killer. Was I wrong? Was I missing something?
さっきの犯人当て。あれがヒントなのは間違いない。考えるんだ。順序立てて。そもそも何が原因なのか。
I heard footsteps getting louder. Morning was almost here. This is my last and only chance. Decision W. Place bookmark. So if we answer wrong here, I think we get the final bad end. Is Miss Alice a neat freak? Why did Tokitsu come to this party? Are there 2 types of murderers? Ritsuka's lock-picking skills. Names define us. I like names define us. We'll probably go with that one, but Ritsuka's lock-picking skills sounds like it's definitely wrong, so what if we pick this one? This wasn't working. I couldn't think straight. At this rate, I'd never find out who the killer was. If I couldn't use my head, I'd have to rely on my legs and get out of here. The game would end if I could just keep from getting caught until sunrise. As long as I survived, Sweethearts wouldn't win. The storm was over. If I could just make it out of the city, everything would go back to normal.
Uso.
This is the same ending we got earlier, isn't it?
Minagoroshi, omedetou.
Did that thing say what to pick here? Oh, W through Z, you just choose the correct culprit but incorrectly choose any other decision? Names define us? There had to be 2. Yeah, 2. It was impossible to explain some things if there was only one method, but what if there were 2? First, to consider the nature of the murderers. They could be divided up into the times the killer made the victim laugh, and times when the victim saw a dead body and laughed. Hosake, Rydell, and Sister Yuka fell under the latter of self-destructive category, but it might have been applied to another victim too, Bayo. Bayo died outside the sunroom after he laughed, but there was nothing in the sunroom that could have made him laugh. It was unlikely anything had been set up in the forest, not when the weather was so bad. So the trap must have been laid inside, but not in the sunroom. What about above the sunroom, on the 2nd floor? Aozaki's bedroom was directly above the sunroom. Maybe someone asked Bayo to look inside of Aozaki's room from the outside, and then Bayo had seen something. Toko, out of her mind, dead drunk. Bayo knew Toko well. There was definitely a chance he'd laughed if he saw her like that. It was ingenious as traps went. Either way, even if he didn't laugh, the person who asked him simply told him to check, so they wouldn't seem suspicious. It would only make people suspect Aozaki sooner.
殺害方法は2種類あったんだ。犯人による直接的な方法と、その後の犠牲者を利用した二次災害。
Alice,
それと同じように。
There were 2 killers. Rydell's suggestions, Tsukihime's suspicions. Teams of 2. Intimate betrayal, 2 minds, 1 body. Alice is the other one, and she probably wanted to test the fucking... test the thing, the ploy. Sweet's hearts and the prayer, ploy kickshaw, because they said earlier, too, it was like Alice was sympathetic towards the kickshaw. In retrospect, it was such a revealing name. Sweet, referring to its pudding body, and what about heart?
人間だ。敵は複数形だった。
That meant there were 2 sweethearts. In this game, the killer and prime suspect had to be separate people. The prime suspect used the ploy, while their accomplice carried out the killings. Suzuki merely played out the role of the suspect. I had guessed correctly, but I hadn't seen the full picture. That must be why I wasn't fully out of the woods yet, so to speak.
待って。
Wait 1 stir-fried second.
それならもう答えは明白。あとは、ほら、あの問題を検証すればいいだけだ。
Decision X. Who has the magical energy? Who could have activated the ploy? Who's always being watched by everyone? Are these all the same ending? Right. Our prime suspect was Decision Y. It's got to be Alice, right? Place bookmark. What if we choose wrong here? This wasn't working. I couldn't think straight. Is this the same ending? Yeah.
Uso.
But did I not go fully through this?
皆殺し
Yeah, I didn't.
おめでとう
I think I save scummed right when we got to that. There it is. Legendary Detective Kumari. Anyone can sleep but not laugh. All bad endings achieved. Cool. I was trying to get that. I hadn't gone fully through that ending, which is why we didn't get it, because I thought we had already gotten it earlier, because it is technically the same bad ending we got before. Alright, but yeah, it's gotta be Alice, so we'll go back to that decision, and I'm gonna choose Alice. Search for bookmark. Alice. Was there a simpler explanation? Decision Z, because it might have been all wrong because I'm the last survivor? This wasn't working? Oh, it's not? Ourselves? Ourselves? I'm sure now because everything happened the way I decided it should.
私だ。
It could only be. The fact that everything had gone just the way I thought it was proof above all else that I was Sweethearts. And as Sweethearts, I couldn't remember anything that worked against me. I had to look at this objectively. Who activated the ploy kickshot on the day of the party? The answer was no one. Miss Kuonji personally locked the room where she stored the ploys. No one could possibly break inside. As long as there wasn't any special tricks, we could eliminate that possibility entirely. It was only logical. Therefore, if someone took the ploy, they had to have it done. They had to have done it before today. They would have broken in before she locked the vault. Only someone who had accidentally come on the first day of the long weekend would have had the opportunity. So why did they come on the first day by mistake? Simple, the invitation itself was wrong. A birthday party will be held on the start of the long weekend. The blockhead who wrote that on the invitations sent them out to 3 people total. Of those people, Aoko Aozaki probably had it all figured out, but she laughed at something she wasn't expecting, so that took care of her. Then there was Mr. Yamashiro. He had said that he had gotten his invitation that morning. Everyone else had received theirs before that. It's highly likely it was delivered directly to his mailbox instead of being mailed. If Suzuki was working with the prime suspect, then they likely edited the invitation. Suzuki became an accomplice on the first day and then invited Mr. Yamashiro on the morning of the second day. This was to hide the fact that the prime suspect was accidentally invited on the first day. Mr. Yamashiro wasn't just invited to be killed, but to act as an alibi for the culprit. Then there was me. I was sure the party would be on the first day of the long weekend. Based on all of this information, the only people who could have activated the ploy were me and Suzuki. I could only imagine the kind of hospitality he must have offered Kojika Kumari for suddenly showing up on the wrong day. But it wasn't unreasonable that he had put out tea and snacks for a fellow schoolmate. The problem is, where did Suzuki obtain those snacks from?
ああ、気づいちゃったか。もう少しで私の勝ちだったのに、あの子も予想以上にうまくやっていたんだけどな。
Just then, from the mansion, another me appeared from the mansion, the one who had been Suzuki chasing me. Matahari?
スイーツハーツ。
I was the imposter all along! Wait, why does she look like Matahari? Wait, is Matahari drawn by Koyama? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? That's why I think it's like the same art style. It is very Matahari. Matahari is also drawn by Koyama too, right? When you were showing the art book, you shown this picture of her. That's why you never opened those books before playing the game. I don't even remember that. I do remember the werewolf, but I was thinking Suzuki was gonna turn into the werewolf. Look at fucking Matahari. Wait a second. Wait just a damn second. Are you Sweet's Hearts? I got up off my knees to face my other self. She nodded, yes, admitting defeat.
そういうあなたもスイーツハーツだけどね。私は彼に化けていた方で、あなたは彼女に化けていた方。でもあなたはクマリコジカと完全に同じだから、スイーツハーツとしての記憶を持ってるのは私だけだけど。あっそ。じゃあ消えて。これでゲームクリアでしょ。もうじき完全に日が昇るわ。いいの？クリアしちゃって。このままならあなたの勝ちなのに。勝者の報酬は惜しくないの？何それ。聞いてない。どういうこと？
Uh-oh. She's gonna make you laugh.
クマリコジカが私を食べるとき、何を願って、何を迷っていたかって話。終わりたくない。もっと今が、この半熟卵みたいな曖昧な生活が続けばいいと思ったでしょ？なんで高校生活は3年だけなのか。どうして自分はあんな無駄な時間を過ごしたのか。なんで素直になれなかったのか。そういうの全部ひっくるめて叶えてあげるのが私。願掛け卵思春期限定女の子限定のプロイキッシャースイーツハーツなの。どう？納得いった？納得なんていくわけないでしょ。脳書きはいいし何があったかなんて知りたくもないから。もうおしゃべりはたくさん。ノータイムでリセットよ。あんたはここで。だって私の使用条件は片思。
At the end of the day.
消えて。犯人はしずき。使用者は私。くまりこじかよ。そんな女の子にあるまじき。
That's so unmaidly. There wasn't anything left to wish for now that Tsukiji was dead. Aww. Oh. I woke up to find myself on the wooden floor.
あれ。私、なんでこんなところに？
I slowly picked myself up. This was the hall of the Kuonji estate. The grandfather clock told me it was almost 7 in the morning. At the edge of the foyer was a woman dressed like a nun, collapsed on the floor like me. Oh, she was just asleep. The mansion was quiet, but I could hear several noises if I strained my ears. There was the clinking of kitchenware, footsteps down the corridors, old doors creaking, and...
おい、どうなってんだこれは。なんで俺らクオンジの家で寝てんだ。
A familiar voice echoed from the second floor. Somehow, the tightness in my chest lightened, and I stood up. To be honest, I was relieved. I glanced down and saw something like an eggshell and a note. There were just a few words on the note, scribbled in pink crayon.
恋に生きたっていいんじゃない？
Why not just live for love?
Huh?
Stupid sweet sprain. Even after you're dead, you're still a pain in the ass. Besides, I was too passive to do that. It's how I fell for your trap to begin with.
だよね。
Wait, chat, I got something to show y'all. Hang on. All right, check this out. I got one too. Bet you guys didn't know that. Look at that. The family heirloom, the Ploy kickshaw. Can I get a W in chat? Do I wish for something? How does this work? Y'all want it? Anyways. Well, duh! Sweetheart's tone was lively, yet strangely encouraging. Oh! Cracks began forming in the eggshell. And then it crumbled. What? Whoa, it just appeared here. This thing's fucking heavy too. This is this is solid. It is not not an empty egg. I did lay it. Taking everything, even my memories with it.
あれ、なんかあった気がするんだけど。
Dokido. I picked up the note in front of me and frowned at it. Irritated by the presumptuous, obnoxious scribbling, I crumpled it up, and after a moment's hesitation, stowed it in my own pocket.
お、クマリも来てるじゃねえか。どうなってんだこりゃ。パーティーの開始、午前中に変更したのか？
There was a commotion coming from up the stairs. Plus, the face of the guy I hadn't heard was coming. I quickly turned away and checked myself in a nearby mirror. Good. Nothing too out of place.
どうなってるか聞きたいのはこっちの方よ。クオンジさんの誕生会って本当に今日なの？招待状の日付間違えてたんじゃってあれ？
Where was that deja vu coming from? Must have been my imagination. It was awfully rare to have a birthday party out at the Kuonji estate. Our high school days were numbered. The season would be over before we knew it. I had to make sure I finished it with no regrets.
お、小鹿じゃん。お前も呼ばれたわけ？アリスちゃんと面識あったのかよ。
そりゃあるわよ。
青崎と友達やってれば。てか少しは落ち着けホウスケ。あんたガキの頃から成長ないんだから。
おうおう、さすが幼なじみ。仲がいいことで。その調子で木の実をしつけてやれよ、くまり。周りと何より本人のためになるぜ。
いや、奥積まれたってお断り。労働と報酬が釣り合わないし、私無駄骨折ってる時間ないし。こいつ叩いても元通りになる形状記憶合金だし。
ちげえね。じゃあまあ、こいつはほっといて、クオンジに挨拶に行くか。青崎とクオンジは今かね。
その前にあそこシスターが倒れてるぜ、殿下。
Your Highness?
俺が抱き起こしちゃっていいかな。
いいんじゃねえの。最悪てめえが乗されるだけだし。
Tsukiji sounded like he was enjoying himself. His voice carried through the hall. Dust particles flitted into the air, appearing and disappearing in the rays coming through the skylight.
まあそういうオチもいいっちゃいいか。
An oddly cheerful voice summed up her honest thoughts. The mad rhapsody drew to a close. She smiled in her own way, each to their own. Everyone had a choice, to lament the little time one had left, or to gamble on it. Perhaps we find things beautiful because they don't last. Someday, this would all end, but not just yet. This jolly tale was simply another book to add to the shelf. Referencing the different chapters, the books on the shelves. Youth is both fleeting and never-ending. The stories of young boys and girls are full of hardships, yet unseen. Which means, my friends, we shall no doubt meet again. In Mahoyo 2. So after there are 2 new World of Ploys unlocked, and that's the end of Mahoyo. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, we'll check those out then. Because I want to be done with Mahoyo after this. So I don't have to do any more streams for this visual novel, at least. The actual VN in the VN. Bros and Dad. The Kumaris. Cosmo murderer. Thoughts on this part? I liked it. The only complaint would probably be the fact that you kind of, there might be an easier way and I just didn't know, but the fact you have to go through the whole thing to get the right ending is a little annoying. Like, it would have been nice, like, quality of life thing, and maybe this is just a me thing. Like, I'm sure a lot of other people that are, like, used to visual novels don't mind it, but because I'm streaming it for an audience and I'm just trying to, like, experience the story and be done with it, I really don't want to have to reread everything all over again. So that's just a little bit of an annoyance on me. But other than that, it was a fun final chapter. I liked how it's interesting how they introduced the new character, whatever her name was. What was her name? Riddle, was it? What was her... May Riddle was her name? She's clearly someone that's going to be in, like, Mahoyo 2. And how they reference, like, a lot of things that happened last summer, where Mahoyo 2 is, like, obviously going to take place, was kind of fun. Now you can finally play the FGO event? Yeah, I'm going to try to watch... I'm going to try to... Because I'm on episode 5 of... Garden of Sinners right now, so I'm gonna try to binge all of that either tonight or tomorrow, and then we're gonna start the event, because I heard people say that I should really give Garden of Sinners a full watch before starting Mahoyo as well. Need to turn off the options to be able to skip unread stuff. Yeah, that's why it wasn't letting me skip or whatever. You gonna do polls today while it's still the VN's release anniversary, by the way, or not? Nah, we'll save that for another time. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so I kind of want to hop off and get some food. I am hungry. Sit down, and I gotta binge the Garden of Sinners too. Yeah, we'll start off the. I might do it as its own stream. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a. Maybe tomorrow morning, if anything, we'll do a polling stream, just a short polling stream where I just do the polls and maybe we try out the characters. I do have a lot of Saint Quartz saved up at the moment. A lot of it's paid that I've been, like every paycheck I dropped a pack or so saving for these polls specifically. So I do have quite a few Saint Quartz saved up, but should be getting Aoko, at least, like, I think I've got enough to at least guarantee Aoko, if anything. Finn. The culprit is here. Anyone can sleep, but not laugh. Complete the extra chapter. And then said there's some extra 2 more Wonderful World of Ploys, so we'll play these 2, and then we'll definitely be done after that. All right, number 5, Roar, the Great 3. Oh, because that was one of the Great 3, huh? That's why we just unlocked this one. You spent 500 Saint Quartz for 0 Aoko and 0 Alice and only 1 Sonoji. Oh, I'm sorry. I've definitely been there, though. Couple New Years I've been there.
この蒼天に浮かれて、ついタイトルコールを叫んでしまったっす。
It was for Kirei, I think. For Kirei on New Year's, I spent 500 Saint Quartz around that because I remember usually I go like to the halfway point if I'm not willing to go to pity, because like if you go more than the halfway point just to get 1 copy, it feels terrible. But I think I went to the halfway point for pity on both Kirei or Rasputin, whatever you want to call him, and then also Koyan of Dark as well. I spent like 500 Saint Quartz with not a single copy, so definitely feel you there. not a good feeling. You got NP2 and 60 and some tickets? Jesus. Got both Aoko and Alice. Alice came much sooner. Hell yeah. Koyan's NP4 thanks to Salter? Yeah, don't remind me. And then Koyan took me all the way to pity. Yeah. Yikes. And now she's NP4 because of the Salter banner. I rolled a bunch. Alright. Let's get into this. The Great 3. Phew! What a way to start. Under a bright blue sky. Yo, is that a pickaxe? We're at the world's, the throat of the world from Skyrim. Because there's a pickaxe up there referencing Minecraft.
しかし、指定場所に来たものの、アリスさんの姿はなし。時間と場所は合ってるはずなんすけど、もう一回タイトルコールしてみるっすか。
いいえ、その必要はないわ。私は昨日からビバーク中なのだから。
What? Amazing.
アリスさんなんすかその完全装備。ファッションから入るなんちゃって登山家。
LOL?
アマチュアバード。
ピッケル。
山を甘く見ないことよ。渡り鳥が山越えをするとき、何割かは越えられずに脱落死する話を知らないのかしら。油断すれば即デッド。好きあらばこれキリング。それが神々の住まう頂への礼儀と知りなさい。
Disrespect the gods here at your peril.
つまりいつもと何も変わらないってことっすね。
繰り返すわ。山と私を甘く見ないで。今日はいつもの2倍はやる気に満ちている。
Look how big the zipper is on her.
やっべえ、なんかスイッチ入ってるっす。
Crikey.
さあ、なぜなにプロイの時間よ、ロビン。今日は気分がいいからとっておきの話をするとしましょう。
ああ、ついに来たっすね。三大プロイグレート3について。アリスさんの母上のそのまた母上のそのまた母上の、とにかく初代っすね。初代の頃から伝わってきた3つの奇跡。それが三大プロイ。初めの魔女が作ったとされる偉大な3品。橋の巨人テムズトロル、月の油フラットスナーク、 3つ目はあれ何だったっす？
最後の1体はまだ秘密よ。今回はテムズの話をしましょう。
It's still a secret? Was it the one we just experienced?
元になったマザーグースはロンドン橋。ロンドン橋落ちた落ちた、ロンドン橋落ちた、マイフェアレディ。
Name, bridge giant, components, varies with version, original form, figurine of a lady. Manifestation size, suppression, varies with summoning site, weakness, can only be summoned near a river. No matter the golem's size, it will cease to function if its original form is broken.
日本語訳されて音楽の教材にもなっているから。
Oh, the third one appears in an FGO event. Wait, what was the ploy kickshaw in the one we just read? What was the name of it? Sweet something? I already forgot its name. I thought they said that was one of the great three, but they must have said it's weaker than the Sweethearts. Is that not one of the great three? I thought it was. Kids often sing this one in school, so it's pretty well known.
別名って落ちたらるっす。こいつザコ相手にしか活躍してないっすよね。
相手が悪かったのよ。それに私との相性も悪いし。実は私テムズをうまく使えないの。私が権限させられるのは2段階目まで。3番目と4番目の歌詞は未知の領域よ。
3番目と4番目ってなんすか？
ロンドン橋の歌詞よ。木と土は流される。レンガとモルタルは崩れてしまう。
Alice's third ascension and NP and FGO is also tied to the third ploy? Okay. I think I've seen... Is her third ascension the one that she, like, literally looks like a... Not Alice in Wonderland, but like a... She's got, like, the British outfit on. The British lady outfit on. The blue dress. Oh, is it a blue dress? Is it her second ascension, the other one? The plaid one, I think? Or it looks plaid.
鉄と鋼は折れ曲がる。銀と金は盗まれる。テムズはロンドン橋のプロイだけど、時代に沿ってそのあり方を変えてきた。だから今はマザーグース通り4種類の姿があるの。
ウッド、ストーンの他にまだ先があるんすね。でもいいっすか？こんな簡単に奥の手を晒しちゃって。
ええ、ロンドン橋の歌詞なんて今時調べれば誰だってわかるのだし。そもそも私どうあってもストーンまでしか使えないわ。ネタをばらしても支障はないでしょ。
どうして使えないんすか？
私人間の文明社会に興味がないもの。私の心象世界にある橋は木と石まで。
なんと無敵のアリスさんにも弱点があったんすね。ああ、いや振り返ってみればそんなに無敵じゃなかったっすね。アリスさん負け星の方が多いっす。自分と恐ろっす。でも風の噂によるとテムズトロルは世界屈指のゴーレムと聞いたっすよ。最高級のテムズトロルはどれくらい強いんすか？
そうね。テムズを最後まで建築できる魔女がもし現代にいるのなら、そのテムズは奥の手を出し切ったアオコでも倒しきれない踏破不可能の橋になるでしょうね。
I want to see the what was the God damn it, what's the golem guy's name that was in Lost Belt 1 and Apocrypha? Bro something? We call him bro something. A vice brawn, yeah, a vice bro. What was his... he created, like, literally Adam, right? An Adam goblin, or golem? What if we had Adam, the most powerful Adam golem, versus hers, versus the Thames troll in its most powerful state? Who would win?
産業革命時のスモッグ都市 ロンドン。その異名を上回る都市の巨人として権限するのだから。
You know, London, the smoggy heart of the Industrial Revolution, Thames would even overshadow that. Are they referencing, what's his name? Who's the servant that's like a steam goblin? Is that what they're referencing there? The smoggy heart of the Industrial Revolution? Charles Babbage? Yeah, is this Charles Babbage reference?
また大きく出たっすね。都市っすか。口だけなら何とでも言えるってやつっす。
Or they just mean London itself?
ハリスさん、その見えっ張りで負けず嫌いなところ直した方がいいっすよ。親愛なるプロイからの涙の忠告っす。
ありがとう。それじゃあ早速性格改善に付き合ってもらおうかしら。まずは口だけならというところから。出番よテムズ、あなたの力を見せてあげなさい。
お
出落ち出たというか、すでに出落ちの体の上だったっす。初めから自分に逃げ場はなかったっす。
そうよ。だから言ったでしょう。山を舐めるな。
Robin, run.
いや、そういう意味じゃなかった気がするっす。
Rip Robin. Alice's Echo, Extra, The Wonderful World of Ploys 5. Alright, now for 6. The last one. Magic Castle in the Mist Flat Snark. Ooh. Go, Aoko, go! What?
この映画字幕が出てないっすね。自分ちゃんとセリフあるんすけど。
知ってるわ。でも耳障りだったから私権限で編集さんにあなたのセリフだけカットしてもらったの。
グレイト。もう何もかもアリスさん中心なんすね。自分だけサイレント映画の気分っす。2体目っすね。
2体目ね。誤解されそうだから言っておくと、スナークの本体は液体よ。
スナークの2つな月の油っすね。フラットスナークの名前は誰がつけたんすか？
あなたもよく知っている彼女だけど、私彼女と仲良くなるまでプロイに名前をつけていなかったから、強い順とか思い入れがある順に1番2番と呼んでいただけだったの。
What the fuck?
順番？番号じゃなくて？名前をつけないぐうたら。いや、シンプルさはアリスさんらしいっすけど、なんで順番？
I hope the movie looks just like this. Cinema.
だって番号をつけても混乱するだけでしょ。どれが強いかどれが好きかなんて日によって変わるのだし。だから気持ち次第でその日ごとに順番は違ったわ。1番はディドルが鉄板、テムズは大抵3番か4番だったわね。ああ、思い出した。彼女とプロイで遊んでいる時、それで困ったことになって。
アリス、明日新しいパパがやってくるの。
Aww.
だから6番のプロイを貸してちょうだい。
Wait, they used to be
私おめかし
friends.
して出迎えたいの。
Wait, that's actually super cute. They were friends. It's what's her name? May Riddle and Alice. That's cute. Alice, my new daddy's coming tomorrow. New daddy? Can I borrow the 6th ploy? I really want to impress him. New daddy? Uh-oh.
そういった彼女に、私その日は気分的にこれは6番目と決めていたプロイを貸したわ。
What the fuck is... Nasu really wrote all of this shit over a decade ago and really made people fucking wait like Alice, my new daddy's coming tomorrow, introducing this character, May Riddle, having her say my new daddy's coming tomorrow. They were clearly friends as kids, but they're like rivals as adults. And then in the Nasu only showed us the great three. Only 2 of the great 3 are known. The third one is just left a mystery, and then said, yeah, wait another decade to find out what's happening next. And still waiting, motherfucker. What the hell? Oh my god. I only became a Type Moon fan in 2020, so I cannot imagine being a Type Moon fan for 2 decades and still waiting for some shit to get answered. Holy shit. Would it be the first time with Nasi? I know. We just have voices this time. Oh no. I don't think the extra parts, including the 0.5s, are as old as Mahoyo 1. Oh, okay, so some of these are like extra content that were added over the years. So I let her borrow what I decided was my 6th favorite ploy to that day.
もう大体わかったっすけど、一応聞いておくっす。それは何のプロイだったっすか？
後に彼女がゴブリンフロンと名付けるようになった香水よ。その香水をかけると、一日悪口とスラングしか言えなくなるの。
She mentioned having a goblin when she came in the event, right? She said like she didn't get wet outside because she had a goblin protecting her or something like that. And I was like, what? It was this sounds like it might be something different though, different goblin. It was a perfume she later called Goblin Fron. Once you put it on, you can only speak in curse words and slang for the entire day. And she gave that to May Riddle to go meet her new daddy. Oh my fucking god. Oh.
その後、彼女はプロイに名前をつけるよう提案してきたわ。なぜか涙で赤くなった目で。
That's when she came up with the idea of naming Ploys. For some reason, it looked like she had been crying. Alice, that's terrible.
これはスイーツハーツ。これはスクリプスハンプティ。これはディドルディドル。これはフラットスナーク。いい？これからはこの名前で統一するのよ。
Okay, so May Riddle was the one that named them, huh?
名は体を表すというでしょ。私、そんな変換間違いのような名前より、その日の気分で分けた方が楽でいいと思ったのだけど。
Some people are still waiting for Tsukihime 2, not Red Garden. There was supposed to be a sequel to Tsukihime. That's crazy. That would have been 26 years ago, right? That came out in 2000. They say that a name defines you. I didn't want to give them the wrong one, so I just categorized them based on how I felt.
あんたの気分なんて他人には分かんないし、その度に私の運命が狂っていくことをもうちょっと気にしてちょうだい。それに近い将来、こういう名前がトレンドになる時代が来るから、絶対。すぐに飽きられるだろうけど。
Naming Ploys is going to be the next big thing for certain. People will tire of it eventually, but still. Wait. Nobody can tell you how you're feeling. You should realize that what you do affects me too. Plus naming Ploys is going to be... Huh.
なんで、どうせつけるなら生かした方がグッドでバッド。せっかく私たちだけのオリジナリティなのよ。ポップに流行らせなくちゃ大損だわ。それ以来、私はプロイを名前で呼ぶようになった。いちいち名前を覚える手間はあったけれど、プロイを間違えることはなくなったわ。
I've given my Ploys names ever since. It's kind of a hassle remembering them all, but I never mix them up now.
まさにコロンブスの卵ね。なんていう発想の柔軟さ、斬新さかしら。時々思うのだけど、あの子は天才ね。
そうっすね。自分も思うんすけど、アリスさんって時々すごく
Amazing.
やられてしまったわね。
Ouch.
油菜だけによく燃えるっすね。スナークはどんなプロイなんすか？
本編で大体のあらましは語っているわ。細かなデータは。
Oh, nice. Name, oil of the moon. Original form is just oil. Components, said to be belly fat from a nomadic god dating back to the age of gods. Manifestation, oil floating like a membrane over the night, hides its true form with clouds and fogs. Weakness, fire, because it's oil. Amazing.
その貴重な油を青子さんは燃やしてしまったと。これなんとか戻せないんすか？
I want to ask more about this said to be the belly fat from a nomadic god dating back to the age of gods, but I feel like it's just the rule of cool, to be honest. Like, do we know what nomadic god? Do we have more information on that? That sounds insane, but I feel like I'd just be getting too into the thick of the weeds. I'm just gonna, okay, sounds cool. All right. So Aoko burned all your precious oil. How's one get more of that Bodhi and Doyle?
残念ながら不可能よ。この時代ではスナークを生成することはできない。
Snarks cannot be recreated in this era, so it's gone for good.
こうして貴重な文化遺産はフィーリングだけで生きている野蛮人に壊されていくんすね。文明を蹂躙するのって面白い。
Some people just love destroying cultural relics, don't they? Phew! Gotta love laying waste to civilization.
しかし出落ちに続いてスナークもこのざまとか。何がグレート3っすか？甘え。グレート3は甘え。しかし自分やるプロイっすから参拝を有効利用するっすよ。い、外の店員さん、この残った油でとりあえずフライドポテトでもあげてくれ。
あら、あなたにしては明暗ね、ロビン。それじゃあ私はフライドチキンにしてもらおうかしら。
フライドチキン。
外のメニュー、ホットドッグとポップコーンとポテトしかなかったっすよ。
But definitely no bird-based food, Alice.
自分映画館はまず飲食店のメニューからチェックするはずから。だいたい映画館でフライドチキンとか匂いがブライっす。他のお客さんに迷惑っす。
知っているわ。でも安心して。私、お腹は空いていないから。ただ油で揚げてもらうだけでいいの。
食事として頼むわけではないと。
お、
高温で全身まんべんなく毛先から毛穴まで茹で上がるのは初めてなんじゃないかしら。また一つシーインコレクションが増えたわね、ロビン。
Poor Robin。
この世で一番増やしたくないレパートリー、あざーすー。でも世界にはまだまだ未知のシーンが隠れているっすよ。
映画はここまでのようね。同時上映のある劇場も最近は減ってきたわね。最後に3体目の紹介をしたかったけど、それはまたの機会に。
I wanted to end this by introducing my third ploy, but I'll have to save that for next time. Fucking 10 years later, Jesus Christ.
長かった本編を楽しんでくれた皆さん。すぐ終わるようで、なかなか終わらなかった番外編に付き合ってくれた皆さん。
To all of you who stuck with us through the lengthy main story and the side story that could either end quickly or take forever, depending on if you got a bad end.
魔法使いの夜は、これで一旦の終了となります。続きはまた、いつかどこかで。旅する星がするりと落ちて、あなたの胸に輝くときに。
This marks the end of Witch on the Holy Night. Let us continue this tale someplace, someday, when a bright roaming star drops from the sky into your lap. That sounds ominous.
それでは、長らくのご視聴ありがとうございました。
Sponsors. Pink Trude World Tour, is that what that says? Whoa, 3 achievements. Read all the Ploys, Wonderful World of Ploys all read, and then, did it say all achievements? Was that everything? All trophies acquired! Hey! All trophies, chat. I have gotten all achievements for Witch on the Holy Night. Perfect way to end this stream, the final one. The actual Witch on the Holy Night. Amazing. Alright, I am pretty satisfied with that. Oh, look at the... Wait! Look at this! The main menu's different, and the music too, after you do everything. Whoa. Unless this was just the normal ending and I, like, never had it because of my save file, maybe. I don't know what triggers this specific main menu, but it was not like this earlier. That's really pretty. Could bring a tear to my eye. I also wanted to mention, because it was on the back of my mind, that I really liked how, I don't think I mentioned it when we were going through the story, but I really liked how, Tobimaru's, the way Tobimaru died and all the deaths, it was said early on that, like, the way someone died said more about their, like, personality than anything else, and the 2 really interesting deaths to me were Tobimaru's. I liked a lot because after knowing his backstory, like, all he wanted to do was disappear. And so, because of his family drama and what was going on with his really wealthy family and the inheritance, and so when he died, his body literally disappeared and just left behind his clothes, and that's kind of sad. But I liked the writing for it. And the priest's death was really, it was definitely foreshadowing some backstory that's gonna be revealed at some point with the father. But the way he died, and it was so amusing to the nun, who obviously knew the backstory there, that she laughed and then turned to stone, which says a little bit more about her, maybe. But the backstory of the priest, how did he die exactly? He was in the middle of a spider web, caught in the middle of a spider web, and his whole body, he was naked, his whole body was scrunched up like a squeegee, and he had a rose in his mouth. What does that mean about his backstory? I don't know. But surely we find out one day. Naked with a rose in his mouth, scrunched up like a squeegee in the middle of a spider web. What? I don't know. Pretty crazy, but Nasu's planting seeds for a future story. Surely. Watch it straight up just be a kink. Oh my god, there's no way. Web of lies, but the rest, I don't know. Huh. But yeah. Have you watched Mahoyo movie trailer, but with context already? Yeah, we did once we got to the... I don't think there's anything else I need context on. We watched it at the end of Chapter 5B. After we had experienced the moment where Aoko shoots down Flat Snark, we watched it again and watched her run through the... what's it called? That was the right time, yeah, because I believe people are thinking if there's going to be multiple movies, like they're going to end it right on after the Flat Snark. And after we experienced Chapter 5 too, like I was like, yeah, the moment where her and Soujuurou are like reflecting on what they had just gone through, and they have the moment where Aoko thinks that Suzuki has like a crush on her, and then he comes out and says, no, like I like you, but I don't like you. And Aoko becomes so flustered that she punches him and knocks him out cold. Like right there, and then she reflects on everything that happened. Like that's a perfect way to end that movie if they're gonna do multiple movies. For sure. But yeah, I think that's gonna have to do it for this stream. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Over 8 hours long. Good stream. Got all the achievements. Got to see this amazing menu change that I like a lot. But yeah, that's gonna have to do it. I am excited for the collab that we're gonna read for the next week. I'm gonna try to hurry up on my I'm gonna try to hurry up on binging the rest of the Garden of Sinner movies. I just finished movie 4 last night. I'm on movie 5 now. I'll try to binge those over the next 2 days or so, and we'll probably start the Mahoyo collab either Tuesday or Wednesday morning. And I looked at the length of it too, and the length isn't super long. It's only like 6-7 hours. And so we'll probably split the collab story into like 2 or 3 streams, probably. 3 streams to be safe, maybe, but I could probably do it in 2. Movie 5 is a doozy. I'm excited for it. A week left for the collab. It's a few sections, but each section is like a 30-minute read. Yeah, I think I saw someone that had a screenshot of the first note, and they were like, how you know an event is written by Nasu, and it was like the 9 arrows or some shit. How you know an event's written by Nasu. Jesus Christ. 2 streams should be enough, I think. Yeah, it didn't look like it was a super long story. But yeah, I'll probably do polls maybe tomorrow morning. So look forward to that. I might do just a poll stream, just because I've been excited to poll. I've been saving for so fucking long now, a couple months at this point, which isn't as long as other people I know. I'm not free to play. I'm a whale, but like every paycheck for the past couple months, I had been buying a pack in preparation for the Aoko banner specifically, and I'm gonna try to get Alice if we have leftover, but I think I've got enough to where if we have really bad luck, I can at least guarantee a single Aoko copy. If we get, I'll try to go. I think I'm gonna try to go for NP2 Aoko, and if we get NP2, I'll spend the rest on Alice. That's, I think, the plan. 2 to 3 fine. Every damn time, 9 tickets. Yep, Nasu did a Nasu. Max originally wasn't planning on Aoko back then till I showed him the team comp too. Yeah, it was specifically the thing that made me want to, like, really excited for Witch on the Holy Night was the whole, the Aoko face card comp. Looked really fucking fun. And I wasn't planning on going for Seal this summer either, CL. But I'm planning on going for at least 1 copy of CL this summer so I can do the Aoko, the lock all the face cards with Summer BB. You go Summer BB, CL, Koyanskaya, and you lock down everyone's cards with, or all of CL's cards with the CL skill, and then you plug suit out CL for Aoko, and then Aoko does her NP, you lock down all of her cards with Summer BB, and then you can just face card every wave because she has the AoE Buster card when she's Super Aoko, and it seemed pretty fun. So I'm gonna try that out. But yeah, that's the plan. Olga and Ishtar's skill 3 buff, though it's delayed for 1 turn. Yeah, Olga's like a year away too. It's a great comp. I'm excited to do it myself. I know we gotta wait a couple more months. But yeah, that's the plan. I think I've said my piece. I really liked Witch on the Holy Night. I think I don't like giving things a score, just because everything's so subjective, and I feel like scores have to be like super objective, but I kind of just go off vibes for the most part. In terms of vibes and how much Witch on the Holy Night's gonna stick with me, I definitely enjoyed it a lot. I like most shit Nasu reads in general, but I think overall it was like an 8 out of 10 for me, which is like a great score. Like in terms of stars out of 5, it would be a 4 out of 5, which is like great for me. Things aren't really a masterpiece unless they're like life-changing for me, unless they like significantly moved me to the point where they affected my worldview, which only a few pieces of fiction have done that for me. I think the 2 Nasu works that have done that are Unlimited Blade Works and Shiro's character arc really moved me. That was like a masterpiece. And then Lost Belt 6 as well. I love Lost Belt 6. Holy shit. But for Witch on the Holy Night, I think it's just great. Like, it was a really good story, but I wouldn't say it like moved me or changed my worldview in any way, but I really enjoyed it. It was a great story nonetheless. Mahoyo 2, trust. Mahoyo 2 will move me in ways no pieces of fiction will have ever done before. That's the hype, for sure. This one and Hala Ataraxia are among my favorite type moons. A lot of people, I've heard a lot of good things about Hala Ataraxia, so I'm excited to get to that one day too. After fucking we go through the 3 routes of Fate Stay Night. Holy shit, that's gonna be a doozy. After I go through Tsukihime, which is also gonna be a doozy. But yeah, I think I've said my piece. Really good. I enjoyed it. I hope all of you did as well. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a thumbs up on the video. Leave a comment down below. Chat, say bye YouTube. Live chat, say bye to YouTube. And if you can't think of a comment and you would like to leave one, you can leave the comment Alice's 3rd ploy kickshaw? Question mark? Great 3? Question mark? Or just come up with a funny comment. I don't know. I can never think of good comments. But leave a comment down below, leave a thumbs up on the video because all engagement is a free way to support the channel. Leaving a like or a comment gives engagement to the video to push it out in the algorithm for other people, so it's a really great way to support the channel for free if you would like to, and I really appreciate it. But I read all the comments and try to respond to all of them if I can. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Love y'all, and I will catch you in the next stream, which will probably be Aoko Rolls. Looking forward to it. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. I will catch you next time, but until then, I hope you all have a great one. Bye-bye! Love y'all! Peace out!